Chapter 1, Traveling through Douluo and Establishing the Chong and Number 039, an Empire. Emperor Shuiye was Fu. Chapter 1, Traveling through Douluo and Establishing the Chong'an Empire. Emperor Shuiye was furious. What? Second Prince Shuiluoquan has established his own fiefdom? He has also created a new country? What's its name? Chong'an. In the Tiandu Palace, Emperor Shuiye angrily slapped the armrests of the swan throne with his hands, stood up and cursed. This rebellious son is defying God. His own prince actually established a new empire within his own empire. It would be fine if other people rebelled. Is it necessary for your own son to rebel? What is this for? Deceiving the emperor? Killing his father? None of them is tolerated by heaven. Emperor Shuiye, who had just stood up, was so angry that his eyes turned black and he fell on the swan throne. The generals of the Tiandu Empire looked at each other. This is a great contribution to quelling the civil unrest in the country. But they dared not express their opinions. Because Shuiluoquan is the biological son of Emperor Shuiye and a royal noble. They didn't dare to take action without the order from Emperor Shuiye. At the front of the court, a gentle and steady voice sounded. The empire will never allow such a division. I hope to lead the troops to destroy Chong'an and restore peace to the empire. The person who spoke was Shui Qinghe, the eldest prince and the crown prince. Although he is over 25 years old, he is an adult male. But he has no Adam's apple, and his behavior and speech are gentle and elegant, looking more like a girl. Approved. I order you to be the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Immediately dispatch 30,000 soldiers and bring this rebellious son back. If he refuses to repent, you can execute him on the spot. There was a ruthlessness in Emperor Shuiye's brow, and his fists were clenched tightly. He didn't know what this rebellious son was doing, but he would never agree if he wanted to split the empire. As ordered. Shui Qinghe's face broke into an irrepressible smile. Wait until we return to the prince's residence. He couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Did you know? Shuiluoquan has become the emperor. Ha 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 ha. You almost made me die of laughter. I was so foolish that I mistook you for a smart person. A few years ago, he poisoned the second and third princes. I don't know how it happened, but the second prince Shuiluoquan who was poisoned was actually saved. After that, Shuiluoquan seemed like a different person, with a personality completely different from his previous reckless and arrogant self. Later, Shuiluoquan asked for a fiefdom, a small border town. He left the imperial capital and went to his fiefdom to live a carefree life. Shui Qinghe is worried that Shuiluoquan will stop him from controlling the Tiandu Empire in the future. Shuiluoquan is not very strong, but he is a variable after all. I didn't expect this guy to rebel and proclaim himself emperor. Emperor Shuiye directly gave him 30,000 soldiers. After years of planning, it's not as fast as Shuiluoquan's rebellion. It takes no effort at all. Second brother, you really gave me a good opportunity. Shui Qinghe was so happy that he couldn't straighten his back. The news of Shuiluoquan's rebellion in his fiefdom soon spread throughout Tiandu. The whole country was in uproar, whether it was the dignitaries or the common people. Everyone was shocked for a moment. The whole country is talking about this issue. The second prince rebelled. He obviously has his own fiefdom and privileges, so why would he rebel? Is the title of emperor better than that of prince? I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Xingluo Empire, imperial capital. As the biggest enemy of the Tiandu Empire. The two empires had been fighting for a long time, and they were the first to learn of each other's important news. The Tiandu Empire is in turmoil? The Tiandu Empire is actually in turmoil. On the White Tiger throne, Emperor Xingluo was stunned at first, and then he couldn't stop laughing. God help me! This is definitely the best time for our Xingluo Empire to send troops to Tiandu. I intend to send 200,000 troops to conquer the border cities of the Tiandu Empire. Which general is willing to lead the troops to attack the Tiandu Empire? Emperor Luo asked with a smile, stroking his beard. Countless battle-hardened generals stood up enthusiastically. The Tiandu Empire was originally weaker than the Xingluo Empire. Swaluoquan caused civil unrest, and Emperor Shuiye mobilized a large army to suppress it. The border defenses of the Tiandu Empire are empty, so this battle will definitely be easy to win, now or never. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. The towering and magnificent building is the most sacred center for soul masters on the continent, guiding countless devout soul masters to come and worship. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, sits high on the throne. Several titled Douluo stood on both sides of the solemn and dignified palace. Shueluoquan, the second prince of the Tiandu Empire, has established a new independent state of Chang'an. Crown Prince Shui Qinghe led his troops to attack, and the Xingluo Empire also took the opportunity to send troops. If it is not handled properly, the Tiandu Empire will be seriously damaged, the continent will be plunged into conflict, and countless people will be displaced. We must mediate the fight between the two countries so that Shui Qinghe can calm down the civil unrest and eliminate Shueluoquan. On the surface, Bibi Dong seems to be considering the stability of the mainland. In fact, it is to be able to take over a better Tiandu Empire. If the Tiandu Empire is seriously damaged, all their years of planning will be in vain. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, please go and negotiate with the Xingluo Empire. It seems that no one cares about the survival of the Chang'an Empire. Because the so-called Chang'an Empire was originally a small border town with less than 2,000 garrisons. The 30,000 strong Tiandu army is approaching, and it is enough to reduce the city to ashes in an instant. All they have to do is to take advantage of the civil strife in Swaluoquan to gain their own interests. And as the focus of this major event across the entire continent, the people in Chang'an City were also in a panic. The roads into the city had long been blocked. Flags were flying on the city walls, ready for battle. These people can't change anything. They had little confidence in their own emperor. All the nobles in the city came to the royal palace converted from the city lord's mansion to beg Shueluoquan. Second prince, can we stop making trouble? If you've had enough fun, just vote. The Tiandu Empire sent an army of 100,000. What a fight! Sitting on the makeshift pure gold throne was a handsome man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, long flowing hair, and a casual sitting posture that exuded a cynical temperament. This is the protagonist of this farce. The second prince of the Tiandu Empire, Emperor Chang'an Shueluoquan. Beside him, there was a majestic young general with long golden hair, brown cloak, and holding a black and white heavy sword in his hand. The powerful aura is so intimidating that people dare not look directly into his eyes. Shueluoquan waved his hand indifferently. There is no second prince here, only Emperor Chang'an. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was not the original Shueluoquan, but someone who had traveled through time a few years ago. In order to avoid Shui Qinghe's assassination, he left the imperial capital and came to his fiefdom to become an idle prince. Although he holds the military power of a city, he is not strong and has always been very low-key. Unexpectedly, the system came not long ago. This is a king summoning system that can summon heroes from the king's continent for your own use, and the larger the territory you transform, the more heroes you can summon. In different regions, heroes with different attributes and types can be summoned. This is why he dared to proclaim himself emperor, and what he wants is not just this small town, but the entire Douluo continent. The time has come, raise troops today. In this world, there may be people with the surname Shuet. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. I hold the sword to build the Great Wall. Sword kills the soul saint. Shui Qinghe is shock. Chapter 2. I hold the sword to build the Great Wall. Sword kills the soul saint. Shui Qinghe is shocked. The nobles in the city wanted to surrender or escape, but the city gates were closed and the roads were blocked. The whole city is under martial law, and no matter whether they are nobles or commoners, they can only stare in panic. It only takes a few days. Thick smoke billowed outside the city and horns sounded deafeningly. The army of Tiandu Empire is coming, the flags are fluttering, covering the sky and the sun. Chang'an was originally a small border town, mainly serving as a pass to prevent foreign invasion. The mountain is dangerous and one man can hold the pass against 10,000. But if they attack from the inside, it will be a vast flat plain without even a moat. Seeing the arrival of the Tiandu Empire's army, many people in the city have been frightened. Shueqing he was wearing golden armor and riding a snow-white BMW. Dignified and high-spirited, this was the most glorious and enjoyable moment for him in all the years of pretending to be a prince. Shueqing he drew out his sword with great vigor and vigor. Shueluoquan has committed an unforgivable crime of splitting the empire. Attack the city and eliminate the bandits. Whoever cuts off Shueluoquan's head will be rewarded with 1,000,000 gold. He was too lazy to even look at Shueluoquan on the city wall. There is also the city of Chang'an which has been renamed. In his eyes, Shueluoquan was already a dead man. The city of Chang'an will also be renamed back after today. What Chang'an city is? It's just a short-lived joke. He didn't believe that Chang'an state had only less than 2,000 defenders. How to fight against his 7 soul saints and 30,000 troops? The messengers passed the order layer by layer. Under the temptation of such generous rewards, all the soldiers were so excited that their eyes turned red. He wished he could rush to the top of Chang'an city immediately, kill Shueluoquan, and cut his body into pieces in exchange for a generous reward. Your Highness, His Majesty's order is to capture the gentleman. Why do you want his head directly? Asked an elderly general beside him. If we don't kill this traitor who is splitting the empire, how can we give an explanation to the people of the empire and His Majesty? Shueqing he snorted disdainfully. He had been thinking about killing Shueluoquan for a long time. Having finally gotten such a legitimate opportunity, he did not intend to give Shueluoquan any chance of survival. Shueqing he was the only person in charge of the army, and no one had any questions or comments. The army is advancing in full force. Leading the charge were 7 Soul Saint level flying soul masters, who attacked the top of the city fiercely with gusts of wind. 7749 soul rings light up. They didn't even need to use their soul skills. Just the pressure from the soul saints was enough to terrify the soldiers on the city wall. Mariula! Mariula! 30,000 troops. The Empire has sent 30,000 troops. The one who attacked is 7 soul saints. Oh my God! How do we fight this? What are we going to use to fight this? These battle-hardened soldiers are now almost losing the courage to fight. In their opinion, such a battle is meaningless and will definitely end in failure. If Shueluoquan hadn't been personally stationed at the front line of the city wall, these soldiers would have been frightened and opened the city to surrender. Li Xin, kill them and protect our Chang'an. Shueluoquan sat lazily on the pure gold throne, tapping the armrests lightly with his fingers. The battle of scheming the world, Li Xin. He was the first hero he summoned when he established the Chang'an Empire. In the King's continent, Li Xin is the general who guards the Great Wall, fights off countless powerful enemies, and protects Chang'an. Here, he also possesses the strength of an 81st level soul Douluo. This is also the reason why he remains calm and fearless when facing the 30,000 strong army of the Tiandu Empire. Although Li Xin has the strength of a Contra, he also has powerful area damage. Most of these 30,000 troops are ordinary people, so it's no problem for them to deal with them. The blonde general beside him nodded slightly. I didn't expect that Chang'an Kingdom would have to fight such a big war just after it was established. He knew clearly what the consequences of this defeat would be. Therefore, he will not lose this battle to establish his country. I will not let Chang'an City be forgotten by the world. Li Xin's pupils flashed with golden light, the breath explodes instantly. A terrifying gust of air rose into the sky. The long golden hair is flowing and the brown cloak is fluttering. The soul saints attacking the city saw that only Li Xin set out. The other soldiers were already too frightened to move and laughed confidently. Ha 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 ha! Second Prince, is this the only person you can use in Chang'an? It seems that this siege is quite easy. Second Prince, what on earth are you thinking? You want to be an emperor instead of being a prince? Are you crazy? 1 million gold soul coins, I will accept it with reluctance. They have fought so many battles, but never won so easy. This second prince is simply a joke. He has no ability, but dares to proclaim himself emperor, split the country, and challenge the majesty of Emperor Shuiyat. In an instant, the 7 of them attacked Shui Luoquan together. The 7 beastly claws were glowing with blood. The greedy eyes seemed to want to tear Shui Luoquan to pieces. I hold the edge of my sword to build the Great Wall. Whoever offends Chang'an will be beheaded. Li Xian jumped up, raised his hand and swung his sword. The terrifying and sharp sword energy swept out. The sword energy was accompanied by a strong wind, which made people's skin hurt. And these 7 soul saints? At such a close distance, there was no time to escape. The sharp sword energy directly attacked the bodies of the 7 people. The 7 soul saints were completely unprepared and didn't even have time to utter a wail. Just like that, it was cut off by the collective laziness. The severed corpse fell, gushing with warm blood. It seemed like a blood rain was falling from the sky. Shui Qinghe and the Tiandu army under the city were shocked and stunned. 7 soul saints were killed by just 1 sword. Shui Qinghe rubbed his eyes in confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dazzled. When did such a strong man appear in the Tiandu Empire? This time I saw it more clearly. The bodies of the 7 soul saints were lying at the foot of the city wall. That's the soul saint. The top combat power of the 2 empires is just contra. The soul saint is a very rare and powerful person who is capable of defending an area. The young general under Shui Luoquan's command raised his hand and easily killed 7 soul saints with a single sword. Strong people like this are all famous in their respective areas. When did such a powerful person who could easily kill a soul saint appear in the Tiandu Empire? Shui Qinghe's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. That is the instinctive fear of the strong. She is not yet a soul saint. If she is defeated against this powerful man, she may not even be able to escape. The defenders of Chang'an were stunned at first. Then all the soldiers were inspired by Li Xian's bravery. Each of them exudes a strong fighting spirit. Li Xian gave them hope. All the soldiers waved their spears and cheered. The general is mighty. There is hope. We have hope. Just tens of thousands of troops, my general will destroy them with 1 strike. If we win this battle, we will be great contributors to the empire. No verbal encouragement is needed. At this moment, the soldiers seemed to be energized and roared to fight against the enemy. I still have 30,000 troops. What should I be afraid of? Shui Qinghe calmed down again. The 30,000 strong army is his greatest confidence. He is still very confident in this battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Leave it to fate, not destiny. The sword breaks the army and turns the tide of the battle. Chapter 3, Leave it to fate, not destiny. Swords defeat thousands of enemies, turn the tide of the battle. Shui Qinghe flees. Li Xian, Level 81 Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Sword of Strategy. Anyone who dares to invade Chang'an will be killed without mercy. Li Xinping held up a heavy sword and stood on the city wall. The broad and tall body is like an insurmountable peak. The calm and magnanimous voice resounded throughout the battlefield. The Tiandu army, which was steadily forming a formation and marching forward, were filled with awe and stopped involuntarily. Contra. The second prince actually has a contra under his command. Didn't they say that there are less than 2,000 defenders in the city and that the soul masters are no more than soul emperors? How come there is still a soul Douluo? He killed 7 of my soul saints just by making a move. The Tiandu army was whispering. Shui Qinghe was also confused. Li Xian? A soul Douluo that I've never heard of? When did Shui Luoquan have such a strong man to protect it? He knew Shui Luoquan very well. Even though Xue Luoquan ran to his fiefdom, he still did not stop monitoring him. He knew exactly what Xue Luoquan eats every day and what his shit smells like, but this soul fighter seemed to appear very abruptly. Avoided all his eyes and ears. Appeared next to Xue Luoquan. No matter how doubtful you are, you must continue the attack. Don't panic. It's just a contra, keep attacking. Xue Qinghe pointed his sword directly at Li Xin, so what if he is a contra? An army of 30,000 is not something that he can easily deal with, on a hillside far away from the battlefield. Two slender figures stood upright, staring at Li Xin silently. They are the protectors of Sweking River, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Both of them are titled Douluo at level 92. But because he infiltrated the Tiandu Empire, he has a special identity. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not show up in public and would not help Xue Qinghe in attacking the city. Originally they thought that this time the military suppression would end very easily. Unexpectedly, there were changes. 7 soul saints were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Level 81 Soul Douluo? How could such a strong man be hidden in the Heaven Do Empire? It seems that your highness has encountered trouble in this siege, but the problem should not be too big. A Soul Douluo level warrior cannot stop the charge of 100,000 troops, unless he is a titled Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo exclaimed. What surprised him was not Li Xin's strength. But Li Xin hid it too deeply. The Spirit Hall has spies all over the continent, but in such an important place as the Heaven Do Empire, they did not notice such a powerful soul Douluo. It was not until Xue Luoquan proclaimed himself emperor and his army approached the border that the true identity of this powerful man was exposed. This Xue Luoquan may not be as stupid as we thought. He has a soul Douluo level protector who can avoid the eyes and ears of the Spirit Hall. This boy may have some plans. We must not let him stay. Thorny Porpoise Douluo said slowly. But they still don't plan to take action. Even if there are soul Douluo level protectors, they are still insignificant in front of the Tiandu army. An army of 30,000 has already reached the city. The city of Chang'an was surrounded, attack from all 3 city gates, various strange soul skills bloom. Suddenly, the entire Chang'an city wall seemed to be set off by fireworks, brilliant and dazzling. But the terrifying power of the soul skills makes people feel frightened. The defenders are fighting desperately at this moment. Although there are few people, each of them is fearless and brave, however, the Tiandu army is large in number, and it is only a matter of time before they capture Chang'an city. Xue Qinghe shouted at Xue Luoquan, just surrender. Even if you have such a great general, it will be useless in front of the army. If you resist stubbornly, the army will arrive in no time and will make sure that no one is left but your body. Looking around, the flags all over the mountains and plains were like endless waves, crashing against the lonely walls of Chang'an city. The nobles and common people in the city had already prepared white flags. As soon as the Tiandu army enters the city, they will immediately raise the white flag and surrender the city. With such a downward trend, an ordinary person would have surrendered long ago. But since Xue Luoquan has started an army and established a country, he will definitely not surrender easily. The great cause of founding a nation is no joke. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Li Xin, can you save the empire from collapse? Xue Luoquan asked calmly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll be back soon. Li Xin jumped off the city wall with a sword. Wherever the heavy sword passed, there were corpses everywhere, and no one could stop it. Soon, a vacuum zone was created among the dense enemy formation, but soon, wave after wave of fearless soldiers filled up the empty area. One after another. There is no end to the killing and the fighting. So what if you're a Contra? How many people can you kill? 10 people? 100 people? 1,000 people? 10,000 people? But I have an army of 30,000. Can you kill them all by yourself? Xue Qinghe smiled confidently, with a smug look on his face. If Li Xin was a titled Douluo, he would still be a little wary and consider retreating and asking for help. But in his eyes, Contra is not worth mentioning at all. Li Xin killed another wave of soldiers. Take advantage of the brief gap created by the fight. Stand still and accumulate strength. The terrifying energy was compressed within the body and then gathered onto the sword, as the charging time increases. The sword was shaking violently as if it couldn't be held, the violent energy seemed to be overflowing visibly, a gust of wind swirled around him, and his cloak was fluttering. The overwhelming momentum directly frightened the soldiers who were nearby. The soldiers who were attacking frantically around them were also shocked awake by this strange scene. I had a bad feeling and turned around to run. What the hell is this? I feel like we can't stop this sword, and many people will die. Retreat. Retreat quickly. I don't want to face this sword head-on. But behind them are other attacking troops swarming in. As soon as they turned around, they were pushed back again. Tonic. Tonic. Back off. You idiots. Stop squeezing me. The soldiers who were pushed back cursed anxiously. Xueqing he was also shocked by Li Xin's powerful aura. He grabbed the reins in shock and turned his horse around. If the momentum is not right, he will turn around and run immediately. I'll listen to God, I won't leave it to fate. 8th Soul Skill. Light Wing Continuous Slash. Clang, the crisp sound of swords resounded through the sky. Cut it out with one sword. Rumble, the wind is howling. 3 terrifying sword energies swept across the world. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground cracked, leaving behind a gully that was 1 foot wide and 3 feet deep. No one can stop this sword energy. It stretched for miles before it stopped. The entire battlefield was torn apart to create a vacuum zone. Soldiers were standing densely on the battlefield. With this one sword, thousands of soldiers were crushed into pieces. Those Tiandu's soldiers who were charging bravely were also stunned by the sound of the sword. Then they saw a horrifying scene before them. The comrades who had originally charged forward with him now had not even a scrap of their clothes left. The crowd, who were originally fearless, were frightened out of their wits in an instant. Looking at the 3 terrifying gullies before them, the soldiers' fighting spirit has dropped to the bottom. Is this guy still a human being? What kind of demon are we facing? I'm afraid even a titled Douluo is no more than this. The opponent can deliver such a powerful blow with just one sword. What's the point of fighting? End of this chapter. Chapter 4. This is the battlefield I command. Counterattack time. Snake Spearthorn Douluo is shocked. Chapter 4. This is the battlefield I command. Counterattack time. Snake Spearthorn Douluo is shocked. A feeling of fear began to spread among the Tiandu army. On the other hand, the defenders of Chang'an were all very excited and eager to fight. General Li Xin is mighty. It's like a god descending from heaven. This sword can turn the world upside down. Xueqing he stared at the 3 gullies in a daze, with fear flashing in his eyes. What a terrifying sword energy. Although he is at the Soul Douluo level, he has the ability to clear the field comparable to that of a titled Douluo. No wonder Xue Luoquan is so arrogant. It turns out that there is such a strong person protecting him. He didn't know how many more sword energies this terrifying guy could emit. But he didn't dare to gamble. If this sword attacks him, he will neither be able to block it nor escape. Without even a second thought, he turned around and ran. His plan was to escape to a safe area first and command the battle remotely. But I don't know who shouted. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has escaped. This sentence directly caused a series of chain reactions in the army. The soldiers, already frightened by the sword, no longer obeyed orders. Your Highness has escaped? We are still fighting. Run. Saving your life is the most important thing. Seeing that the commander had fled, the attacking soldiers had no desire to fight and gradually began to flee, eventually leading to a total rout. Xue Luoquan stood up and summoned out the Soul Emperor's sword. The slender and sharp sword shines with holy light. Raise your sword and move forward. The whole army attacks. The city gate is open. The defenders of Chang'an City rushed out waving flags. With just this sword, you can change your attack or defense. The clarion call for counterattack resounded throughout the city. When the people in the city heard the horn sound, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the city of Chang'an, with less than 5,000 defenders, would sound the clarion call for a counterattack. This is crazy. Are you planning to open the city and give away your lives? Am I hallucinating? Why do I hear the horn of a counterattack? Will the enemy army rush in before we get out? No. It's not an illusion. The city gate is open. All our soldiers are rushing out. No one is attacking. His Majesty seems to have really held on. Not only are we holding on, we're also counterattacking. The people, not knowing what was going on, all left their homes. At this moment, there were no soldiers guarding the city walls. There was only a handsome and cold figure wearing an imperial crown. At this moment, people's views of Shui Luoquan instantly reversed. On the high slope in the distance, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo watched the fleeing soldiers running back in silence. They didn't expect Shui Qinghe to lose. This soul Douluo defeated an army of 30,000 with just one sword. Not many were killed, and up to now, the Tiandu's soldiers have not suffered even 10% casualties. But the deterrent effect is extremely strong. With an army of 30,000, if they fight to the death, they can completely surround and kill Soul Douluo, but people will have fear. This sword brought out the fear of all the soldiers. The will to fight is gone, and so many people are just a mob. An army of 30,000 soldiers turned into chickens and dogs in an instant. Li Xin, capture Shui Qinghe. The androgynous one riding the white horse is him. Shui Luoquan shouted softly and pointed with his finger. Yes, sir. A blood-red mist rose around Li Xin. Seventh soul skill, martial soul true body, power release, dark. The ruling power of light dissipated, and the violent power of darkness enveloped the whole body. His hair and eyes turned red. Even the giant sword turned as red as blood. This is the battlefield I command. Li Xin was in a violent state and his speed was extraordinary. It turned into a bloody afterimage and quickly chased in the direction of Shui Qinghe. All the Tiandu's soldiers who blocked the road along the way were killed. The man riding the white horse is Shui Qinghe. We can't let him get away. The hoarse and low roar was getting closer and closer behind me. Shui Qinghe was almost scared to death. He jumped off the white horse directly and released the auxiliary spirit ring to speed up his escape. Both the angel spirit and the swan spirit have wings, so no one will doubt his identity when he flies. The one with wings is Shui Qinghe. We must not let Shui Qinghe go. The hoarse voice seemed like a ghost that could not be shaken off. Getting closer, Shui Qinghe put away his martial spirit again and ran desperately on his feet. His feet almost turned into wheels, but he still couldn't outrun Li Xin. A bloody mist shadow appeared in front of him. A big hand came towards his face. How dare you? You dare to touch His Highness! Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo rushed out roaring. I thought this guy would just win the fight, but he actually dared to attack Shui Qinghe. The two of them no longer disguised themselves when they saw Li Xin chasing them. He quickly rushed to the battlefield to rescue Shui Qinghe. When Li Xin was about to catch up with Shui Qinghe, the two of them arrived at the battlefield in time. The two of them released their martial spirits and spirit rings almost at the same time. Snake Spear Douluo holds a purple-blue snake spear in his hand, and his slender body is as straight and sharp as a javelin. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo is covered with hard armor, with countless poisonous spikes protruding outwards, making him look like a giant bloated pufferfish. 2 yellow, 3 purple and 4 black, 9 enchanting and elegant halos surround you. The pressure from the titled Douluo directly pressed the surrounding soldiers to the ground, unable to stand up. The powerful aura also attracted the attention of countless fleeing soldiers and pursuers. It's a titled Douluo. When did 2 titled Douluo come to the Tiandu Empire? It seems like they are here to rescue His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But aren't they the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Who cares? At least these two Douluo are allies of our Tiandu Empire. Great, with the help of two titled Douluo, we still have a chance. The fleeing Tiandu soldiers were re-energized when they saw two titled Douluo coming to their side. Elder, save me! A glimmer of hope flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. His two guardians have finally arrived. With two titled Douluo here, how can a mere soul Douluo be allowed to act so presumptuously? Roll! Snake Spear Douluo threw out a spear. The spear made a hissing sound like a venomous snake, and stirred up a gust of wind, whistling towards them. The aftermath plowed a furrow in the ground. All the defeated soldiers who blocked the road were crushed into powder. The spear was stuck between Li Xin and Xue Qinghe. The violent soul power storm spread out in all directions, blowing the fleeing soldiers around in dismay. Li Xin also stepped back and raised his hand to block the soul power storm. Wait until your hands are lowered. Snake Spear Douluo was already standing in front of Xue Qinghe, holding a spear. Even if the goal is only 7 steps away, Li Xin couldn't move forward even an inch. Boy, you are too arrogant. You dare to touch His Highness. You are simply courting death. The roar of the thorny porpoise Douluo suddenly sounded behind Li Xin. The two titled Douluo, one in front and one behind, formed a pincer attack and trapped Li Xin in the middle. The Chang'an soldiers who were pursuing were all intimidated by the aura of the two titled Douluo. He stood there in a daze, not daring to chase. Title Douluo. There is a title Douluo on the opposite side. Why? Why is this happening? A titled Douluo is not something we can match. Escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Flesh and Blood, Burning Once is Enough. Violent Secret Letter. Snake Spear Douluo is Tur. Chapter 5, Flesh and Blood, Burning Once is Enough. Violent Secret Letter. Snake Spear Douluo is terrified. One soul Douluo versus two titled Douluo. This seems to be a battle without suspense. The moment the auras of the two titled Douluo appeared, the soldiers in Chang'an lost all their spirit in an instant, stopped chasing, and turned around to flee towards the city. The Tiandu army sensed the aura of the titled Douluo and gradually stabilized their position. His momentum increased greatly, and he turned around and counterattacked the Chang'an soldiers who were chasing him. The situation reversed again. Damn it, I didn't expect that my protector would be exposed. This will be difficult to explain when I go back. Xue Qinghe turned around angrily and glared at Xue Luoquan. If Xue Luoquan hadn't sent people to chase him, these two titled Douluo will never be exposed. Now that his protector has been exposed, even if he wins this battle, he will be suspected by Emperor Xue Yat. There is no winner in this battle. Xue Luoquan, you ruined my plan. I will grind you to dust and scatter you to ashes to relieve my hatred. Kill this damn guy who dares to chase me. Xue Qinghe's temperament is no longer as elegant as before. Now he is full of anger and violence. Thorn, don't attack. This kid is also using a weapon spirit. Let me fight him. The snake spear Douluo's soul ring lit up, and he wielded the green spear and quickly stretched out, one move directly aimed at Li Xin's face. No fancy moves, only extreme speed and power. It's so fast that it leaves a long trail of afterimages behind, giving people a sense of illusion and mystery. The thorny porpoise Douluo stepped back and stood beside Xue Qinghe, defending the formation for the snake spear Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo attacked extremely quickly and was in front of Li Xin in the blink of an eye. Counting the shot I threw before, I bet this kid can't withstand 3 moves. Snake Spear Douluo grinned and sneered. Xue Qinghe also felt much more at ease at this moment. Scolding the soldiers who were still retreating, while commanding the army to counterattack, he watched with interest the battle between Snake Spear and Li Xin. Li Xin's figure was also extremely fast. The blood-red sword shadow blocked the attack of the green spear. The moment the wind blows, The 9th black soul ring on Snake Spear Douluo lights up, the explosive soul power filled with sharp aura was suddenly released, the snake spear was slightly extended, transforming into 9 rays of light. Attack Li Xin from 9 directions at the same time. At such a close distance, Li Xin was attacked from all angles. This move is enough to defeat Contra. The third move is over. Snake Spear Douluo chuckled. But his laughter suddenly stopped. Because he noticed that Li Xin's momentum was rising steadily, Li Xin's eyes became more and more blood red, and a tear of blood flowed from the corner of his eye. He thought of the great wall that he once guarded and the prosperous Chang'an behind it. His mission is to defend Chang'an. Last time, he failed to hold on. This time, he must not lose. Chang'an, I must protect it. No one is allowed to hurt Chang'an. Forbidden Soul Skill, activate. The blood dance becomes more intense, his body seemed to be possessed by a demon, becoming even stronger and more muscular. Li Xin's momentum reached its peak. The pressure is equal to that of Snake Spear Douluo. It's enough to burn a flesh and blood body once. The hoarse roar sounded like the desperate struggle of a trapped beast. That blood-red sword shadow thrust out 10 swords in 1 second. Ding ding ding. All 9 rays of light and shadows were dissolved. With 1 sword left, he stabbed Snake Spear straight into his chest. Oh my god! When you try your best, you're even faster than me. Snake Spear Douluo was shocked. He rotated the spear in front of him to block and at the same time, he pulled back violently. When, the crisp sound of gold and iron colliding sounded, but Li Xin did not stop there. The bloody figure strode forward, and the bloody sword shadow stabbed down like a storm. Snake Spear Douluo showed horror on his face and kept retreating. He swung the spear in front of him into a green windmill to resist the extremely fierce sword shadow. He is a master of speed and killing. But now, he was completely suppressed in the area that he was most proud of. And the one who suppressed him was a soul Douluo of a lower level than him. This kid is crazy, help me. Snake Spear Douluo no longer cared about his face and directly asked for help from Thorny Porpoise Douluo. The faces of Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Xueqinghe were somewhat embarrassed. Previously, Snake Spear Douluo boasted confidently that he could not withstand 3 moves. As a result, after 3 moves, his strongest spirit skill was broken, and he was beaten back step by step. What kind of person did Xue Luoquan accept? Elder Thornfish, hurry up and kill him. Xueqinghe was frightened by Li Xin's crazy aura and took several steps back. If he didn't have 2 titled protectors, he would have been defeated this time. Boy, you have some skills. You can defeat the title with the strength of Soul Douluo. I recognize you. But today, you and your Chang'an must be annihilated. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo's body is covered with wild spikes. The whole person seemed to have turned into a huge ball of thorns. The sharp spikes emit a terrifying green poisonous mist. He rushed towards Li Xin from behind. Li Xin is good at attacking, and often uses attack instead of defense, but he is not good at defense. Facing 2 powerful title-level masters, he was willing but unable to do anything. He just turned around and stabbed with his sword, blocking the attack of Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo got a chance to catch his breath, and the green spear turned into a hissing poisonous snake, stabbing straight at Li Xin's back. The majestic power of the 2-titled Douluo. Li Xin was left with no time to spare. Bang! Li Xin's body was hit hard by the violent spear. It was like being hit by a speeding truck. Puff! He let out a wail of pain. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body flew across the sky, was knocked dozens of steps away, and fell heavily to the ground. The bloody aura completely disappeared and he was beaten back to human form. Who are you to dare to attack His Highness? Today, I will take your life. Wash away my shame. Snake Spear Douluo roared with gritted teeth. A dignified titled Douluo was suppressed and beaten by a soul Douluo. There are tens of thousands of people watching on this battlefield. How shameless is he? the spear dragged behind him. Snake Spear Douluo was holding his breath and walked up to Li Xian in embarrassment. The moment the Chang'an soldiers saw Li Xian fall, their hearts sank to the bottom. Wan La. General Li Xian was defeated. He is just a sole Douluo, how can he be a match for two title Douluos? The Chang'an Empire couldn't even win the war of founding the country, so it will be destroyed. The morale of the Tiandu's soldiers was greatly boosted. Great! The only fighting force on the other side has fallen. We won. Attacked Chang'an City. Killed Shueluoquan. Bounty, here I come. The Tiandu's soldiers were like hungry wolves with blazing eyes, brandishing their weapons and howling as they charged towards Chang'an City. Li Xian weakly climbed up from the ground, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Every time he exerted force, more blood gushed out. The heavy sword and cloak were already covered in blood. He held his sword and half knelt towards the direction of Chang'an City. He just knelt there quietly, paying no attention to the Snake Spear Douluo who was getting closer and closer, and looked up at Chang'an with difficulty. That was his lifelong obsession. The sound of fighting on the battlefield was deafening. It is the roar that will destroy Chang'an. Your Majesty, I have failed you. In the end, I still failed to defend Chang'an. Li Xian's breath was getting weaker and weaker. His vision became increasingly blurry. I admit that you are very strong. Do you have any last words? The sharp spear is within reach. My lord is in the north, do not let me die facing south. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Thoughts reach the sky, gods and demons are not afraid. I am the sun. Kill Snake Spear D. Chapter 6. One thought can reach the sky, no gods or demons are afraid. I am the sun. Killing Snake Spear Douluo. Thorny Porpoise Douluo is shocked, on top of the city wall. Shueluoquan quickly opened the system wall. Consumes a lot of power. Purchase the Yinian Shen Mo skin. Without any hesitation, he pointed his slender fingers. A stream of light shot straight towards Li Xian. At the critical moment, stream of light enters the body. The surging soul power surged out of Li Xian's body. The breath of light and darkness swept in, wherever light and darkness are shrouded, all colors are lost. The dying Li Xian suddenly soared into the sky with a sword in his hand. Snake Spear Douluo's offensive was dissolved. He was pushed back dozens of steps by the powerful airflow. Xue Qinghe and the two title holders showed solemn expressions at the same time. He looked up in horror at this sudden reversal. What's the situation? His injuries seemed to have healed instantly. The soldiers from both sides who were chasing the fugitive also looked up in surprise. The faces of the Chang'an soldiers were filled with joy. General Li Xian has stood up. We haven't lost yet. Still have a chance. The Tiandu's soldiers looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. The sword just now shook the world, they are still very afraid of Li Xian's strength. As long as Li Xian is not defeated, they will not have the courage to attack forward. Li Xian turned around from the clouds and swooped down suddenly. A golden halo surrounds him. It descended from the sky in the form of light, like a god descending. Then he transformed into a demon, with dark blue flames surrounding him, like the god of war from hell. Every time he fell, his aura would rise a bit. His body is changing, and his aura is rising. He has reached the titled Douluo level. He has advanced. The two titled Douluo looked at this strange scene with even more horror. We were playing well, how come we suddenly advanced? Previously, Li Xian relied on forbidden techniques to forcibly improve his strength to that of a titled Douluo. And this time, he truly advanced to become a titled Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo's hands holding the spear were shaking slightly. He had been beaten up by Li Xian and had a fear of Li Xian. Li Xian, who is at the Soul Douluo level, can burst out the combat power of a titled Douluo. Now that Li Xian has successfully advanced to titled Douluo, what can they use to fight? If there is a person in a desperate situation, he must go through life and death in all directions. It was like a divine sound enveloping the world. The people in Chang'an City also looked over as if they were sensing something, looking at the figure that looked like a god or demon. What is that? Is it a human? Is it a god? Or a demon? It seems to be our general. The figure of light and darkness intertwined fell rapidly, stirring up 100 feet of dust when it landed. Li Xin stood up slowly, wearing a sun and moon robe and holding a black and white sword in his hand. Under the black hair, there is a pair of quiet eyes that are indifferent to everything. Level 91, God and Demon Douluo. Li Xin, please give me your guidance. Everyone is scared. Are you kidding? Jump 10 levels in one go? It seems the situation is a bit bad. Shueking he swallowed in horror. His eyes turned to Xue Luoquan on the city wall. He saw with his own eyes Xue Luoquan shoot out a stream of light, helping Li Xin advance. This is the power that only God has. What on earth has Xue Luoquan become? No, I have to go. No, I have to run. While the two titled Douluo were stopping Li Xin, he immediately turned around, mounted his horse and fled. Who knows what other weird abilities Xue Luoquan has? If you don't escape now, you won't be able to escape later. The soldiers on both sides were also shocked by Li Xin's powerful momentum. For a moment, all the soldiers stopped fighting and fell into deep thought and confusion. Everyone was unsure of the outcome of the battle between the three titled Douluo. I don't know whether to run or fight. It seems that this general has been promoted, right? Before, he was only at Soul Douluo level, but he was able to suppress the Douluo with the snake spear. Now that he has been promoted to the titled Douluo level, I'm afraid he is already strong enough to kill that snake spear Douluo. But we have two titles. A titled Douluo is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy and activated all their defense-enhancing spirit rings. At the same time, the strongest 9th soul ring lights up. Even if you advance to the title Douluo level, can you still fight two enemies at once? The real body of the weapon soul. Martial Spirit's true form. Both of them are possessed by real bodies. The thorny porpoise Douluo turned into a huge blood-red porpoise, and the poisonous mist turned scarlet blood. It seems like it may explode at any time, roll over and rush over. The bloody poisonous fog turned all people and weapons within 100 steps into pus and blood. The spear in Snake Spear Douluo's hand turned into a green snake, spitting out terrifying snake tongue. It transformed into 9 flexible snake shadows with tricky trajectories, and attacked fiercely. Both of them used their strongest killing moves at the same time. Li Xin holds the black and white sword. Shrouded by the power of light and darkness, his eyes emitted 2 different streams of light, one black and one white. Immune to all incoming toxins. One thought can reach the sky, and gods and demons have nothing to fear. I am the night. 6th soul skill, Shadow Burst. Li Xin swung his sword. His body moved extremely fast, transformed into a dark sword shadow, and attacked the 2 men fiercely. One red, one blue, and one dark, 3 rays of light collided quickly. Rumble, the violent soul powers intertwined and collided, exploding. A violent shock sounded. A violent gale erupted with the intersection of the 3 people as the center. The soldiers who were close to it had their eardrums shattered and bleeding from all their orifices. The 3 of them were blown back by this powerful energy wave. Then the 3 of them quickly moved forward. The dark sword shadows continued to attack like a violent storm. Snake Spear Douluo waved his spear to resist. 9 violent gun shadows stabbed out quickly. The thorny porpoise Douluo also took action, used the scarlet stinger as a weapon and roll over and over to fight the enemy. Every time they made a move, the 3 of them tried their best. Everyone's nerves are stretched to the limit. Dang dang dang. The sword lights and gun shadows intertwined and collided. The vast and violent soul power collided with each other. The air around the 3 people was squeezed and shattered. They fought several times in an instant. The roar of explosions continued. the aftermath of the battle raged in all directions. The soldiers who were close to it were all shocked to the point of trembling with fear and died in agony with horrible faces. The soldiers who were far away were holding weapons in their hands, watching the fight between the three people nervously. This battle determines the victory or defeat of both sides, as well as the survival of the Chang'an Empire. He is not at a disadvantage against two opponents at the same time. General Li Xian is too strong. Can we win? After another fierce confrontation, the three of them distanced themselves briefly. A bright aura burst out from around Li Xian. Holding a heavy sword, stand still, the violent light energy once again gathered on the sword. I am the sun. The vast divine sound resounds through the sky. It awakened the fear in the hearts of countless Tiandu's soldiers. When Xue Qinghe heard the shout, his legs trembled and he almost fell off the horse. His spirit skill needs to be charged, let's go. Snake Spear Douluo was shocked, they can't block this sword. The two Douluo turned around and tried to leave. But Li Xian's sword energy came instantly. In an instant, the sky and the earth burst into a dazzling light. It's so bright that I can't even open my eyes. The vast and powerful sword energy of light swept over the bodies of Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Do not want. Snake Spear Douluo let out a desperate wail, and then the sound stopped in an instant, and he died on the spot. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo barely survived because he was good at defense, but all his defenses were broken, the poisonous stings were all broken, bleeding came out of all his orifices, and most of his breath was gone. He quickly stepped back to keep some distance, his eyes full of fear and horror. Shadow of light transformation. The dark shadow is chasing closely. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo's hair stood up in fear. If you keep fighting, I will die too. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then turn around and run for your life. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 The God and Demon Li Xian, a great victory in Chang'an number 039, and the whole city cheers. Chapter 7 The God and Demon Li Xian, a great victory in Chang'an, the whole city cheers. Although Thorny Porpoise Douluo is not a speed-type martial spirit, as a titled Douluo, at the moment of life and death, he unleashes all his potential and runs very fast. Soon he left Xue Qinghe, who was riding a horse, far behind. Li Xian did not chase after the titled Douluo who was running so fast. His target was Xue Qinghe who was running away on horseback. One of the two titled Douluo died and the other escaped, and the Tiandu soldiers also lost their minds. Both titled Douluo have been defeated. Snake Spear Douluo was killed, and Thorny Porpoise Douluo escaped. He's not a human. He's a god. He's a demon. We can't beat this guy. Ju Min. Run away. Although the range of that holy sword of light is not as large as before, its power is even greater. The earth trembles and the wind howls. The Tiandu soldiers lost all their fighting spirit, threw away their weapons and armor, and fled in a panic. The morale of the Chang'an soldiers soared. We won. General Li Xian is invincible. Kill. For the glory of the empire. The victory of the battle was right before their eyes, and the soldiers of Chang'an shouted and charged forward, even though Tiandu's soldiers have an absolute advantage in numbers. But they were unable to fight back and could only be slaughtered unilaterally. Xue Qinghe looked at Elder Thorny Porpoises fleeing back and his face suddenly turned pale. The Tiandu army was defeated, and it was even a question whether he could escape. A big hand suddenly grabbed the collar of his armor and lifted him up like a chicken. The cold and dark atmosphere made everything around seem to have lost its vitality. Xue Qinghe stopped struggling and let Li Xian pick up his armor and carry him away. The soldiers of the Chang'an Empire chased for several miles before retreating. At this point, the war ended. The Chang'an Empire won a great victory. Captured Tiandu Empire's chief commander Xue Qinghe alive, the Thorny Porpoise Douluo ran wildly for a long time. He stopped dead in his tracks, leaning against a tree, until the city walls of Chang'an were no longer visible to him. It's over, His Highness has been captured. He slapped his head in frustration. Feelings of pain and unwillingness surged in my heart. After being promoted to titled Douluo, this was the first time he had been chased so miserably. Their two titled Douluo, one dead and one injured, were unable to save Shui King He. I can already foresee how angry Bibi Dong is going to be. Thorny Porpoise Douluo looked back with a trembling heart, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he did not see the scary figure. There is nothing more satisfying than being alive. Rather than dying there, it is better to return to the Spirit Hall to report the news and ask the Pope to send more people to rescue His Highness. He comforted himself and immediately rushed to the Spirit Hall. Chang'an Empire. The people and soldiers in the city were jubilant and celebrated this great victory. In this battle, the Chang'an Empire directly defeated the 30,000 strong army of the Tiandu Empire. And the two titled Douluo who appeared later, the common people and nobles who were originally disunited and wanted to escape, were completely shocked at this moment. The victorious soldiers returned to the city. The people took to the streets to welcome the triumphant army. We won. We actually won. The 30,000 strong army of the Tiandu Empire was actually defeated by Your Majesty. And they captured the enemy commander, His Highness Shui King He. It's incredible, I feel like I'm dreaming. What happened in the past few days was too shocking for them. A few days ago, the second prince suddenly declared independence and proclaimed himself emperor, and changed the name of the city to Chang'an Empire. As the Tiandu army approached, they thought the farce was over. But I didn't expect it to end like this. The shocking things that happened today made the people in the city think that they were in a dream. Riding the white horse at the forefront of the triumphant army was the high-spirited Emperor Shui Luoquan of Chang'an. That fine horse was originally the mount of Shui King He, the commander of Tiandu's 30,000-man army. But now, Shui King He and Liangzhu have both become Shui Luoquan's possessions. The once noble Prince Shui King He now had his hands tied with ropes and was paraded through the streets behind a horse in a utterly ungraceful manner. There was also the young, handsome general with black hair, wearing a sun and moon robe, riding a tall horse, looking very heroic. He single-handedly reversed the situation twice in a row, and his record is jaw-dropping. We won, we really won. Who is this general? I seem to hear His Majesty call him Li Xin. General Li Xin is so impressive. How come I have never seen this general before? It's as if he appeared out of nowhere beside Your Majesty. He is so strong, so powerful that it is terrifying. The deep ditch outside the city was carved by his sword energy. 2 more titled Douluo were defeated by him. But I saw that His Majesty seemed to have given him something, and he suddenly broke through and was promoted to titled Douluo. It seems that Our Majesty is not what we see. The people were talking about today's war. Shui Luoquan rode on a tall horse, held his head high, and announced loudly, next, I will conquer Tiandu, destroy Xingluo, and revive Chang'an. If anyone wants to leave, unblock it now and leave at any time. If you stay, you will be my good subject. At this point, the people no longer had any desire to leave. After all, this is where many people have been living. Who would be willing to leave their hometown unless they have no choice? We are willing to be the citizens of Chang'an. I will follow Your Majesty till death. Long live Your Majesty! Long live Chang'an! The people knelt down and shouted. At this moment, they completely identified with the Chang'an Empire. I also feel a sense of belonging to the new Emperor Shui Luoquan. The nobles came to the temporary palace again. But this time he is not here to persuade Shui Luoquan to surrender. Instead, he offered various treasures to win Shui Luoquan's favor. Boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry were so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. With Your Majesty here, the prosperity of Chang'an is just around the corner. It is just a small gift, I hope Your Majesty will accept it. Of course, the reason they gave gifts was not to seek official positions. These nobles have been entrenched in the city for many years and are themselves high-ranking officials in the city. The purpose of their giving gifts was just to avoid being driven away or transferred. because they saw hope and potential in Swaluoquan and Chang'an Empire. So instead of wanting to leave, they wanted to stay. Swaluoquan dismissed these guys casually. Well, I've made note of it. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. These gold, silver, and treasures are astronomical figures for ordinary people. But for him, it was just the salary to recruit a few thousand soldiers. Just let the servants do these things. Acquiring more territory and continuing to summon heroes are his top priorities at the moment. Swaluoquan waved to the diplomat. Come here, convey my will to the surrounding Tiandu cities. Anyone who surrenders to Chang'an will change the country's name and flag, hand over the military power, and retain the original position of city lord. If anyone dares to close the city and resist, Li Xin will lead the troops there immediately. When the city is captured, the city lord and his 3 clans will be wiped out. Yes. The diplomat and Li Xin took the order and left. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Humiliating Rongxiu. Do you want my sword or this red-hot sword? Chapter 8, Humiliating Jian Rongxiu. Do you want my sword or this red-hot sword? It's time to settle the spoils. Swaluoquan opened the battle report presented by his servants with great interest. This battle yielded a lot of gains. More than 10,000 enemies were killed and more than 5,000 were captured. What made him happiest was that he had captured the opponent's coach Jian Rongxiu. This guy has always wanted to kill him. Now that it has finally fallen into my hands, I must vent and torture myself to repay myself for all the pain I have suffered over the years. At this moment, Jian Rongxiu was locked in his bedroom. Swaluoquan chuckled, closed the battle report, got up and went to the bedroom. On the dragon bed, under the green gauze, Jian Rongxiu had been stripped of her armor, leaving only a soft and close-fitting white garment covering her body. He was tied up with ropes made of special materials, lost his soul power, and lay on the bed unable to move. However, at this time she had not yet changed back to her original form and still looked like Xue Qinghe. Jian Rongxiu has not yet recovered from the shadow of defeat. She really couldn't believe it. 7 soul saints, 30,000 troops, and 2 titled Douluo. With such a luxurious lineup, she still lost. Moreover, I will be captured alive and become Swaluoquan's prisoner. All of this is so unreasonable, as if it were a dream. It's a dream, it must be a dream. I'll take a nap and everything will be fine when I wake up. Jian Rongxiu closed her eyes and heard the sound of a door opening. She opened her eyes again. The luxurious dragon bed was still in front of her, and she was still tied up. Swaluoquan's slender figure slowly walked over. He was taking off his clothes while walking. The moment she saw Swaluoquan show up, Jian Rongxiu struggled and screamed in fear. Are you crazy? Why are you taking off your clothes? She glared at Swaluoquan in shame and anger. It's hard to imagine that under Swaluoquan's slender and delicate appearance, he has such a strong and perfect body. But she shouldn't be thinking about that right now. As a prisoner, she was not locked up in a cell or anywhere else, but was locked up in Swaluoquan's bedroom, stripped of her clothes and thrown on Swaluoquan's bed. This gave her a bad feeling. But she was sure that her identity should not be exposed. After all, only very few people know her true identity. Jian Rongxiu, how long are you going to pretend to be Xue Qinghe? Swaluoquan snorted coldly. He walked to the burning fireplace and threw the long sword that Jian Rongxiu had worn into it to burn. What nonsense are you talking about? What Jian Rongxiu? I don't know her. Jian Rongxiu's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene I least wanted to see happened. This also made her feel more uneasy. Even her closest people, Emperor Shuye and her teacher Ning Fengzi, were kept in the dark. Why did Swaluoquan, who had been the target of her attempts to murder her, know all these details, and also, the young General Li Xin? He has never appeared before, why does he suddenly appear now and work for Swaluoquan? All kinds of doubts are lingering in my mind. This made it even harder for her to see through the handsome and cold man in front of her. But she still insisted on being stubborn and tried to get away with it. You can hide it from others, but not from me. Xue Luoquan picked up the long sword that was burning red in the fireplace and slowly walked to Jian Rongxiu. The horrible heat wave made the air distorted. Before you even get close, the scorching temperature is painful, Jian Rongxiu swallowed in horror. The scene of myself being tortured by being branded with an iron branding involuntarily emerged in my mind. Just be branded. The soft skin will be roasted and turned black in an instant. It was unbearable and heart-wrenching pain. Without the help of her martial soul and spirit rings, she would definitely not be able to withstand such torture. Don't mess around. I'll listen to you. Knowing that she could no longer hide the truth, Jian Rongxiu, now a prisoner, had no choice but to lower her proud head. But this rope has bound my soul power, and I can't change back to my original form. She lowered her head and whispered. There was a barely perceptible hint of joy in those beautiful eyes. The young general disappeared. As long as she is untied, with her ability, she can easily subdue Xue Luoquan. Capture the leader first. This time, she was going to escape death. Xue Luoquan knew what she was thinking and sneered. He used his long sword to cut the ropes that bound Jian Rongxiu. The moment the restraints were broken, Jian Rongxiu no longer pretended, leaped into the air, floated up, and laughed wildly. Ha ha! I finally got fooled. Prepare to die. A ray of light suddenly shone from her body. It was a brilliant golden light. Starting from her forehead, it instantly spread to her entire body. The six-winged angel martial spirit is released. That is an extremely beautiful martial spirit. The pure white wings emit a golden light, mysterious and noble. It makes people feel pious and fearful. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black, 6 soul rings surround the holy wings. This was a turnaround she had never expected. She didn't defeat Xue Luoquan on the frontal battlefield, but in this bedroom, she tricked Xue Luoquan. A smug smile appeared on his face again. You know too much. I can't keep you here. Jian Rongxiu clasped her hands together, and then light spread out, and a golden angel holy sword appeared in her hand. She is now a 6-ring soul emperor. Although Xue Luoquan is not much older than her, his talent is far inferior to hers. At best, he's a 4-ring soul master. She only needed 1 sword to kill Xue Luoquan on the spot. This sword is for Snake Spear Douluo. The sword emitting this holy golden light pierced straight into Xue Luoquan's chest. Ah! Xue Luoquan smiled lightly and flicked his index finger. Buzz! A powerful soul force pressure suddenly released from around him. Jian Rongxiu, who was floating in the air, fell to the ground in an instant. The angel's holy sword in his hand also fell to the side. The emperor's sword was hanging above her head, with the sharp tip of the sword less than half an inch away from her head. Just because you are a mere soul emperor, you dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. Xue Luoquan stepped on Jian Rongxiu's face. How can this be? Jian Rongxiu felt more and more confused, and her pupils were shaking wildly. She couldn't understand why Xue Luoquan was stronger than her. The soul power pressure alone made her unable to move. This level of strength has probably already surpassed that of a soul saint. It reached a point she couldn't even imagine. Why don't you show your true self? The cold voice carried an irresistible majesty. Jian Rongxiu had no choice but to remove the disguise of the soul bone. A long golden hair fell like a waterfall. The originally handsome Prince Xue Qinghe has disappeared, and now there is only the young master of the Spirit Hall, Jian Rongxiu. Her eyes are as deep as stars, her skin is fair and delicate, and her figure is tall and straight. Even though she is only wearing a thin piece of clothing, she is still full of holiness and nobility. Xue Luoquan had no intention of letting Jian Rongxiu go. The pleasure of revenge flashed in his eyes, and a crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jian Rongxiu, you disguised yourself as Xue Qinghe and assassinated the 3rd prince. I almost died. After all these years, you still haven't let me go and have attempted to assassinate me many times. Even though I have fled to this remote place, you still want to lead your troops to attack me. Is it time to settle the hatred between us?" The red-hot sword was getting closer and closer to Qian Rongxiu's fair face. The hot smoke choked people to the point of unconsciousness. Qian Rongxiu's beautiful blue eyes kept trembling. Tears of despair rolled helplessly in my eyes. What she had been secretly planning over the years had actually been discovered long ago. You must know that every assassination is aimed at taking the opponent's life, each one of them is a life and death vendetta. With such a deadly grudge, she didn't know how to calm Xue Luoquan's anger. Now she is deeply shrouded in fear. Do you want my sword or this red-hot sword? End of this chapter. Chapter 9. The Xingluo army is approaching. Emperor Shuye is furious, my son is also collaborating. Chapter 9. The Xingluo army is approaching. Emperor Shuye is furious, my son is also collaborating with the enemy. 2 glowing red swords were placed before him. Qian Rongxiu's cheeks instantly turned red with shame and anger. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I am a noble and holy angel. It is absolutely impossible. She was of noble birth. How can we tolerate such defilement? Tsitsizi, the red-hot sword made bursts of fiery sounds. Wake her up from her numbness. I want your... She still gave in. Her only thoughts at the moment were to endure the humiliation and wait for others to rescue her, or to escape. She is the descendant of the god of angels, she has a bright future, she cannot die and does not want to die. As long as she can survive, she still has a chance. What a mere humiliation. She has been hiding in the Tiandu Palace for so many years, isn't it because she can endure what ordinary people cannot? Are you unhappy? I am very dissatisfied with your attitude. Xue Luoquan smiled evilly. Qian Rongxiu was slightly stunned, tears almost bursting out of her eyes. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She blinked and swallowed back her tears. Then he forced out a flattering smile. She has to laugh. She had to cater to all of Xue Luoquan's unreasonable demands. Otherwise, the red-hot iron sword would brand her fair and soft skin. I am guilty. I am an unforgivable sinner. Your Majesty, please punish me as a sinner. Trample and whip me wantonly. Qian Rongxiu suppressed her nausea, stuck out her pink tongue, and forced out an extremely obscene expression with a smile. Then, she opened her seductive and sexy little mouth and took the initiative to pounce on him. Xue Luoquan vented his anger on Qian Rongxiu unscrupulously for the entire night. Venting out all the hatred over the years, the pleasure of revenge and this incomparably perfect experience. It made him feel refreshed all over. Even if I haven't slept all night, I am still full of energy, and even more energetic. Cool. Xue Luoquan let out a long sigh, put on his clothes, and walked down from the dragon bed. After traveling through time and space for so many years, today is the happiest day for him. Don't be impatient. What's going on between you and me won't end so easily. His cold and narrow eyes glanced at the beauty on the bed. Qian Rongxiu's beautiful eyes rolled back, her body was covered in scars and a mess, and she was twitching in convulsions. She has fallen from the most holy angel to the lowest slave girl. This day is just the beginning. All these years of life and death assassinations cannot be easily ended. Endless torture awaits Qian Rongxiu. Wait until Xue Luoquan leaves. Qian Rongxiu weakly raised her pale face and looked out the window. Grandpa, save me. If you don't save me, I won't be able to go back. 2 drops of clear tears slid down from the corners of her beautiful crescent eyes. She didn't know how long she could hold on. But she still held on to that last glimmer of hope in her heart. She believed that as long as she was alive, the spirit hall would be able to rescue her. At this time, the mainland was shocked by the battle record of the Chang'an Empire. The news that the Chang'an Empire defeated 30,000 with only 2,000 troops and captured Tiandu Prince Shui Qinghe quickly spread to all forces on the continent. Countless surrounding small countries saw the crisis of the Tiandu Empire and took the opportunity to mobilize troops, ready to attack the border of the Tiandu Empire at any time. The 200,000 troops stationed at the Xingluo border are also ready to move. In an instant, the border of the Tiandu Empire was in a state of panic. The people of the entire Tiandu Empire were in panic, but also very excited, and they were all cursing the division of the Chang'an Empire, Tiandu Imperial City. The moment Emperor Shuiye received the battle report, his entire body was shaking uncontrollably. It was the hottest time of the year, but he felt cold all over. Looks of doubt, anger, and fear flashed across his face at the same time. When he saw Shui Qinghe being captured, he completely exploded. He held the battle report in one hand, pointed at the ministers in the palace, and roared madly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Title Douluo? Where did the title Douluo come from? My 30,000 man army was defeated. Shui Qinghe was captured alive. 4 surrounding cities surrendered without a fight, 1 city was captured, and within a few days, 5 cities were lost again. The surrounding small countries are fully armed, and the Xingluo army is approaching. Is my Tiandu going to destroy my country? He was so excited that his voice was trembling. Could it be that Shui Luoquan had colluded with the Xingluo Empire from the beginning, so there is such a strong man in charge? Maybe he is the hidden strong man of the Xingluo Empire. Prince Xuexing made a bold guess. You mean, my son is also collaborating with the enemy? Emperor Shuiye was so angry that he laughed. This is ridiculous. All the ministers in the hall lowered their heads and remained silent. They were as filled with anger and frustration as Emperor Shuiye. Originally everyone thought that this would be a rebellion that could be suppressed without any suspense, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Shui Luoquan actually has a titled Douluo under his command. There are only a handful of titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire. Yu Yuanzhen from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Jian Chenexin, and Gu Rong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Dugubo who has a close personal relationship with Prince Xuexing. When the war broke out, these people all stayed at home quietly. The results of it. 3 titled Douluo appeared at the same time on the Chang'an battlefield. Such a terrifying existence appeared in the Tiandu Empire. How could Emperor Shuiye not be angry? The most crucial thing is that the 30,000 strong army was defeated in this battle, and the prince was captured, his life or death unknown. The Tiandu Empire lost all its face. Besides being furious, Emperor Shuiye sat back down, propped his forehead with his hand, and began to re-examine his opponent this time. The former second prince, now the emperor of Chang'an. Shui Luoquan. Shui Luoquan, this rebellious son. How dare you resist me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched the table in front of him hard. Before, he was only angry about Shui Luoquan's rebellion. Now he began to feel a little frightened. Where did he get the title Douluo to take charge? Emperor Shuiye asked everyone. Titled Douluo is the top soul master in the Douluo world. A titled Douluo is enough to establish a sect, like the top 3 sects that are famous throughout the continent. It is because of the titled Douluo that it is so prestigious. It is impossible for a strong man like this to leave no trace at all. The ministers shook their heads. They are even more confused than Emperor Shuiye. Emperor Shuiye took the battle report and read the 2 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall rescued Shui Qinghe. Why? Also, the battle report said that the general under Shui Luoquan was originally only at the Soul Douluo level, but with the help of Shui Luoquan, he was promoted to a title, which is why he was able to fight 1 against 2 and capture Shui Qinghe alive. What's going on? This war was too weird, with so many unexpected things popping up. All these doubts made Emperor Shuiye even more confused. But he felt that Shui Luoquan seemed to be becoming more and more difficult for him to understand. After Emperor Shuiye stopped talking, the hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A long time. Emperor Shuiye sighed heavily, put down the battle report, looked directly at his ministers and said the spies reported that the enemy is very powerful, a level 91 titled Douluo. His sword energy can kill all beings below the soul saint level. Is there anyone among you willing to lead the troops to quell the rebellion again? All the generals were in a state of panic, they lowered their heads and dared not breathe, just like a student who is afraid of being called in class. No one dared to speak in such a situation. And they were really shocked by Xue Luoquan's performance. All 7 soul saints were killed and the commander was captured. The ministers who originally looked down on Xue Luoquan now did not dare to talk about leading troops to fight. They were even afraid that Emperor Xue would call out their names. After all, no one wants to face off against a titled Douluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Ace Soul Master Academy, Apply to Fight. Chapter 10 Ace Soul Master Academy, Apply to Fight. After a long time, some generals reluctantly began to decline. There may be war at the border. We need to pay attention to the border and cannot withdraw. I am willing to share your worries, but my strength is limited and I cannot go and quell this rebellion. Emperor Xue became even more angry when he saw how miserable everyone was. Since you are unwilling, I will gather powerful soul masters from the people, promise them high positions and generous salaries, and have them lead the empire in battle. The generals of Tiandu breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Emperor Xue would select people from the common people. Fortunately, I was not asked to lead the troops. Then they began to recommend candidates from the public. I recommend inviting the 5 Elements Academy to join the expedition. Each academy has strong men above Soul Douluo in charge, so there shouldn't be any problems. The Empire has sent out its troops, and the academy has sent out its Douluo. This time we will definitely be able to recapture the lost city and rescue His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The 5 Elements Academy are the 5 strongest Ace Soul Master Academies in the Tiandu Empire. They are Thunder Academy, Elephant Armor Academy, Kamikaze Academy, Blazing Fire Academy, and Tian Shui Academy. Every academy has a strong man at the level of Contra, among them is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan behind Thunder Academy. There is even a titled Douluo at level 95. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit is a top-level beast spirit with dragon bloodline. With his powerful strength, even ordinary Super Douluo have to respect him. Let the 5 Elements Academies cooperate to put down the rebellion, and this time the rebellion will be put down for sure. Then please invite the 5 deans to the palace for a chat. Emperor Xue waved his sleeves in anger and said, "This time, I have decided to send 5 armies with 200,000 soldiers to recover all the lost territory at once and completely put an end to the rebellion. If 30,000 is not enough, then let's go with 200,000. If all 5 armies are sent out at the same time, even if the rebels have a titled Douluo in charge, they will not be able to take care of all 5 armies. Xue Luoquan is such a rebellious son. He dares to go against the empire. I will definitely torture him to death." He no longer had any feelings for Xue Luoquan. Yes, only endless anger. The deans of the 5 Elements Academy were all shocked when they heard the news. It is incredible that Chang'an could defeat Tiandu. This also made many people doubt the majesty of the Tiandu Empire. Such an old and powerful country was defeated by a small country that had just gained independence. It's really embarrassing. But by cooperating with the empire and ensuring the integrity of the country, one can also gain a lot of rights and status. The deans of several colleges have contacted the sects behind their colleges. Except for Tian Shui College, these colleges themselves may not be particularly strong. Most of them train young soul masters for the sects behind them. Leiting College and Tian Shui College agreed without hesitation. The sects behind the Divine Wind, Elephant Armor, and Blazing Fire Academy contacted the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. After receiving instructions from the Spirit Hall, he also agreed to join this expedition. At this point, the 5 armies were assembled within a month, marching towards the Chang'an Empire in a mighty manner. In the Xingluo imperial capital, inside the magnificent palace, Emperor Xingluo was also summoning his ministers to discuss matters. After receiving the Tiandu battle report, Emperor Xingluo sat on the White Tiger throne in confusion. The Tiandu Empire is in big trouble this time. The 30,000-man army returned in defeat, and the crown prince was captured. All the officials in Xingluo were shocked. They never thought that Tiandu would lose. How is it possible? Tiandu's 30,000-man army was defeated. I didn't expect Xue Luoquan from the Chang'an Empire to be so powerful. If I remember correctly, the Chang'an Empire only had less than 2,000 defenders, and if they were attacked from the inside, they would have no defenses and would be destroyed almost at will. How did they hold on? Everyone was amazed. He also looked upon Chang'an, the newly established emerging empire, with new eyes. Don't worry about it. The Tiandu Empire has suffered a great defeat and morale is low. This is a good time for us to attack Tiandu, suggested the eldest Prince Davis. The Xingluo army is on the border of the Tiandu Empire. It was stopped by the messenger sent by the Spirit Hall before. Now that the Tiandu army has been defeated, everyone in the Xingluo Empire is ready to make a move. The opportunity to unify the continent is right before us. Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall hopes that the two countries can coexist peacefully. We do not want the continent to fall into war and cause great suffering to the people. I hope you will think twice. An androgynous voice sounded at the end of the ministers. Everyone in Xingluo turned around with unhappy expressions. He was a man with a very charming appearance. Her skin is as delicate as a baby's and her age cannot be determined by her voice. If it weren't for the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would think he was a man. Wearing a bright red dress that only titled Douluo are qualified to wear. The red dress was inlaid with gold and silver patterns, especially the gem on the chest that was shining with golden light and was as big as a baby's fist, which was full of luxury. This is the messenger sent by Spirit Hall, Ju Douluo Yu Guan. Humph, we have been feuding with Tiandu for many years. What right do you, the Spirit Hall, have to interfere? Davis pointed at Yuegwan and scolded. If you insist on starting a war, Spirit Hall will definitely not stand idly by. Yu Guan spoke in a calm tone with slightly threatening words. The Spirit Hall controls 70% of the Spirit Master power in the entire continent. Its strength is above those of the two empires. Even the Star Luo Empire doesn't dare to provoke the Spirit Hall. Davis clenched his fists and glared at Yu Guan, but he was afraid of the majesty of the Spirit Hall and did not dare to disobey its demands. But he quickly came to his senses. Since we want peace, I see that the war is raging all over the Tiandu Empire, and it seems that this conflict cannot be resolved. For the sake of peace on the continent, our Xingluo Empire has decided to send troops to Chang'an to help the Tiandu Empire suppress this rebellion. He proposed to send troops to Chang'an, so that they could take the upper hand. But after the rebellion is suppressed, they will not return those cities. Of course you can. Old Ghost and I can go with you. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to deal with the titled Douluo on the opposite side. Yu Guan did not stop him, and even asked happily to go together. Qianrongxue was captured and needed someone to rescue her. He and Ghost Douluo led the Xingluo army to save the young master from danger. The merit of the savior is unmatched by any other merit. You mean, Ghost Douluo? Davis looked around warily. From beginning to end, he only saw one titled Douluo, Yuegwan. When had he ever seen another titled Douluo? The old ghost's whereabouts are unpredictable. If he is not willing to show up, you won't be able to find him. Yu Guan covered his mouth and chuckled. In order to minimize the losses in the battle, Emperor Xingluo also nodded and agreed to the joining of the two titled Douluo. Xue Luoquan does have a titled Douluo under his command, and he killed a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall and injured another titled Douluo. His strength is extraordinary. I have an army of 200,000 soldiers in Xingluo, but only one sole Douluo level commander. This is indeed not good enough. It is great that the two elders are willing to go together. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Rongxue was captured. Snake Spear Douluo died in battle. Bibi Dong was shocked. Impossible. Chapter 11 Qianrongxue was captured. Snake Spear Douluo died in battle. Bibi Dong was shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wuhan City, the Pope's palace. Covered in blood, the thorny porpoise Douluo knelt before the Pope and recounted the events of the battle. The more Bibi Dong listened, the more shocked she felt, and finally she stood up. The jeweled scepter slammed hard onto the ground, making a crisp crashing sound. You mean, you two titled Douluo didn't defeat any of the other party, and you also let Qianrongxue get captured? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bibi Dong burst into laughter. His towering chest kept rising and falling due to excessive excitement. The Spirit Hall has already infiltrated the Tiandu Empire in all aspects. In her opinion, Qianrongxue's expedition this time was also foolproof. How could Snake Spear Douluo die? Not long after, another spy from the Spirit Hall came to report. The reported content is consistent with what thorny porpoise Douluo said. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly went dark and she almost fell down. She was not only worried about Qianrongxue's safety. I am even more worried that the plan to control the Tiandu Empire will fail. Qianrongxue is the most important chess piece that the Spirit Hall has deployed in the Tiandu Empire. All these years of hard planning were destroyed in an instant, so when Qianrongxue got into an accident, she was very angry. Damn it! We have secretly investigated all the powerful spirit masters in the Tiandu Empire. When did such a titled Douluo appear? Xue Luoquan has been under our surveillance before. What's going on? Bibi Dong was very confused. So she sent people to stop the Xingluo Empire from causing trouble. But Snake Spear Douluo died and Qianrongxue was captured. Such a result was completely beyond her expectations. Your Holiness, the young lady is in great danger. We need to rescue her as soon as possible. Thorny porpoise Douluo pleaded with tears in his eyes. She will be rescued, but we won't have to do anything. Bibi Dong waved her hand and sat down again. The Tiandu Empire has already dispatched troops to rescue them, and this time the commander is the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. We will probably be able to rescue Qianrongxue soon. Let's not make a big fuss about it, or else it will arouse the suspicion of the Tiandu Empire. The Tiandu Empire is suppressing a rebellion, and if the Spirit Hall were to join in the fun, it would instead cause resistance from the Tiandu Empire. The Chang'an Empire is just a small one, although it has some capabilities. But wanting to confront the Tiandu Empire is still wishful thinking. The Tiandu Empire has an army of millions. On one side of the Pope's palace is the Elder's Palace, and on the other side is the most mysterious and noble Offering Hall. Inside is the Spirit Hall's supreme combat power and highest decision-maker. 7 great offerings. Every worshipper has the strength of Super Douluo above level 96, radiating golden light, on the Holy Angel throne. The chief priest Qiandaoliu crossed his hands, held his chin with the back of his hands, and stared intently at the Soul Master who was reporting the news, his expression so gloomy that water could drip out of it. No one could be happy when the news reached them that their granddaughter had been captured alive. Don't look at him, he is already 150 years old. But he looks only about 30 or 40 years old and is still very handsome. He was tall but not strong, wearing a simple grey robe, with long golden hair draped behind his head and combed very neatly. Although his clothes were so simple, just standing there gave people the feeling of worship. Because his level of cultivation is extreme Douluo level 99. The highest soul power level of a soul master, one more step and it will be God level. Xue Luoquan, this little brat dares to touch my good granddaughter. Qiandaoliu's sharp eyes exuded cold murderous intent. A young man whose name he once was too lazy to even remember. But at this moment he caught his most beloved granddaughter, a fierce murderous intent spread. The people in the hall suddenly felt as cold as if they had fallen into an icy cave. At the front of the offering seat on the side, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a golden robe and silver embroidery, asked, "Brother, Do you need us to rescue the young master? The old man was wearing golden armor, his face was weathered, and there were some strange lines engraved on his face. Although he is older than Qiandaoliu, his strength is weaker than Qiandaoliu. The second priest of Spirit Hall, the 98th level Super Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo. No need for that. Bibi Dong will take care of these. If she can't handle them, what's the point of being the Pope? Qiandaoliu put away his murderous intent and shook his head. He still recognizes Bibi Dong's abilities. And it wasn't the Spirit Hall that suffered a devastating disaster. These worshippers generally don't show up easily. What if the Pope fails to rescue her? Golden Crocodile Douluo said after pondering. She won't fail? No matter how powerful Shui Luoquan is, he only has a mere titled Douluo under his command. What can he use to fight against the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire? Qiandaoliu closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, all the murderous intent was gone. Instead there is tranquility and peace. If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu's accident. That made him a little anxious and lost his composure. A small figure like Shui Luoquan wouldn't cause him any emotional fluctuations at all. Qian Rongxiu, everything will be fine. If anything happens to her, I will personally kill everyone in Chang'an. Shui Luoquan and that mysterious title Douluo, whose name is Li Xin, use their blood to sacrifice to the god of angels. The tone was calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. But every word is filled with terrifying cruelty. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't say anything. After this battle, the Chang'an Empire became famous throughout the continent. But at the same time, all the details of the Chang'an Empire have been thoroughly investigated by various forces. Shui Luoquan has only one titled Douluo under his command. The combined number of soldiers in these several cities is no more than 10,000. At best, its strength is about the same as that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Nothing to fear at all. The Tiandu Empire had not paid attention to this titled Douluo before and suffered a loss. This time, it will definitely be easily destroyed. Qian Rongxiu is still the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. Everything is still under the control of the Spirit Hall. Ever since the Chang'an Empire defeated the 30,000 strong army of the Tiandu Empire and captured Shui Qinghe alive. Quickly send troops to occupy the 5 nearest cities. The current Chang'an Empire has already begun to take on the scale of a small country. It is no longer the isolated city it once was. The empire seemed to have a bright future. But the Tiandu Empire's suppression has not ended yet. Emperor Shuiyi's transfer order quickly spread throughout the continent. Commander Yu Yuanzhen, leading the deans of the 4 Elements Academies, and an army of 200,000 Tiandu soldiers are coming again. When the people of Chang'an Empire heard that it was the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex leader of the top 3 sects who came in person, they immediately became panic-stricken. This is terrible. The Tiandu Empire is serious this time. They even invited the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect from the top 3 sects. The leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Yuanzhen, is a level 95 titled Douluo. His martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, is a top-level beast martial spirit. And there are 4 soul Douluo. We only have General Li Xin who can fight, and we can't stop him. The Chang'an Empire has just been established, and we shouldn't be in a hurry to expand. Now we have attracted the wrath of the Tiandu Empire, and 5 armies are coming at us at the same time. What should we do? Why don't we surrender again? It's surrender no matter who surrenders. The people in several cities were in a panic. Since there was no one guarding the newly captured cities, many people were planning to surrender. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. The 5-Element Academy is coming. The Great Wall team is joining. Chapter 12. The 5 Elements Academy is coming. The Great Wall team is here. Chang'an Imperial Capital, Temporary Royal Palace. Shui Luoquan sat on the soft and comfortable sofa in the study, holding a paper in his hand, looking at the information obtained by the spy. Then he dismissed his attendants and left himself alone. The Tiandu Empire was making such a big move, so Xue Luoquan naturally knew how dangerous the next battle would be. He doesn't have many people he can use. There is only one level 91 Li Xin. Li Xin alone is not enough to deal with so many Douluo at the same time. What's more, among the opponents this time is a top-level beast martial spirit, the 95-level Yu Yuanzhen. Once the 5 armies arrive, if he has no other means, all the cities he has just captured will have to be returned. But Xue Luoquan would not just watch the enemy coming at him. With a thought, the system panel appeared. After conquering 5 cities, my power has increased. I can now summon 5 heroes. I wonder which heroes of Chang'an can be summoned this time. Summon them continuously. Xue Luoquan started the summoning. Continuous summoning can summon a series of heroes. For example, Wei Du, Xianyang, Yao Tian, and so on. 5 strange lights flashed and lit up. It is a vast and majestic force that cannot be guessed or penetrated. It is far higher than soul power and is not even divine power. But it is even more powerful than divine power. If you can comprehend this power a little bit, you will be able to see the eternal universe. It's like coming to the end of the world and standing at the starting point of the long river of time. If you continue to spy, you will be lost and perish forever. There was a soft roar in my ears. 5 bright and dazzling streams of light lined up in a row and shot forward. Above the stream of light, the names and soul power levels of the 5 people were displayed. Level 81, the legendary Blade of Mulan. The one who appeared this time was actually the hero of the Great Wall team. Xue Luoquan was slightly excited. The heroes of the Great Wall squad guard the Great Wall all year round, and each of them is a brave warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. Mulan is a regular in high-end games and has extraordinary strength. Level 80, Destruction Blade Armor. The moment you see this blue-haired hero appear, the voice of an elementary school student unconsciously rang in Xue Luoquan's mind. 10,000 critical hits. Kai is known as Emperor Kai and the king of duels in the canyon. I don't know how many primary school students loved this brainless game, and there is also the all the rage meat armor. Can carry and fight. Level 80, Eye of Tranquility Bailey guards the Covenant. 3 shots and a pig at his peak. Then there are 3 stages of displacement. Level 79, the arrogant sickle Bailey Suance, the once popular Wild King. Level 79, the unyielding Iron Wall Solai, the high tankiness of 2 lives, and the cumulative explosive damage of the ultimate move. He is a very powerful tank hero. Then the light faded. 5 figures of different heights appeared at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I'm a legend. A hearty laugh rang out. The red-dressed female Captain Hua Mulan holds the sword in one hand and puts the other on her waist, looking extremely domineering. Then she saw the noble and elegant man sitting on the sofa in front of her. Hua Mulan instantly put away her domineering aura, placed the giant sword in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with respect. Summoner, you summoned us. Captain of the Great Wall Squad, Hua Mulan, swears allegiance to her master until death. Hua Mulan was the first to half kneel and salute. The other 4 also knelt down and swore in unison. Great Wall Squad Kai. Great Wall Squad Bailey keeps the promise. Great Wall Squad Bailey Suance. Great Wall Squad Solai. Swear allegiance to the master till death. The heroes summoned are absolutely loyal to the summoner. Xue Luoquan nodded and smiled softly. My dear ministers, please stand up. I didn't expect that this continuous summoning would actually summon the entire Great Wall team, but 5 Soul Saint level warriors are not enough to deal with the upcoming battle. Master, I smell a strong smell of blood. Is a war about to start? The red-haired boy Bailey Suance waved his double sickles excitedly. The boy is full of arrogance and passion. Having demon bloodline, he seemed particularly excited about the smell of blood outside the city. A pair of furry animal ears were also trembling constantly. Xian Ce, don't think about fighting all the time, a peaceful and simple life is the real life. Also, don't move around in the room. If you break the master's things, I'll spank you. Bailey Xiao Yao held a gun in one hand and held down the agitated Bailey Suans with the other. The big guy Solai silently and carefully put down the pillar that was taller than a man. With just 2 swings of this big guy, the room was in complete chaos. Ha ha ha. Children like to play, no need to be restrained. Xue Luoquan waved his hand and smiled calmly. A study like this doesn't cost much money, and he is the emperor, so he doesn't need that little money. Bailey Suans, who had just been pinned down by Bailey Xiaoyu, suddenly brightened up and opened his mouth and shouted. Master, I'm hungry, I want food. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Bailey Xiaoyu's face. Master, I am young and do not know the etiquette. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, just be casual, keep your promise. Your cooking is delicious. I want to try your cooking. Xue Luoquan hooked his finger at Bailey Xiaoyu. As ordered. Bailey Xiao Yao's cooking skills are quite exquisite. It is not inferior to the imperial chef in the palace. Soon a table full of colorful, steaming food was served. Xue Luoquan sat in the main seat, and several members of the Great Wall team took their seats one after another. Pick up the food and take a small bite. The fragrance of the food blooms on the tip of the tongue, making people feel refreshed and their appetite increased. Your cooking skills are really good. When the war is not so intense, you can come to my side and be my imperial chef. Xue Luoquan gave Bailey Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Taste is one thing. The most important thing is loyalty. With Bailey Xiao Yao cooking for him personally, he no longer has to worry about being poisoned. After all, as an emperor, it is normal to be assassinated by various enemies. When he was still a prince, he was often poisoned and assassinated by Qian Rongxiu. Luckily he dodged it cleverly. Even now, he still dare not take it lightly. Be extremely vigilant every day. With Bailey Xiao Yao cooking for him, he can eat with peace of mind. Such hard days are finally coming to an end. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Bailey Xiao Yao smiled gently. Soon, the whole table of food was eaten up by several people. Xue Luoquan also arranged several people to guard different cities. There is just one person assigned to each city. Each person was assigned more than 2,000 soldiers. This is the configuration he used to fight against the Tiandu army. But this alone is still not enough. The previous battle to establish the country almost went wrong, and Li Xin was almost beaten to death. He clicked on the system wall. I used my influence to buy another set of skins for the 5 new heroes. The strength of all 5 people has increased significantly. With such strength improvement, it should be foolproof this time. Xue Luoquan is still very confident about the arrival of the 5 new heroes. The Great Wall team fights against 5 armies. He guards the royal capital and watches the war situation with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, 5 Armies vs. Armies. How to lose when flying dragons hit you in the face. Chang'an number 039, An. Chapter 13, 5 Armies vs. 1. How to lose when a dragon rides on your face. A crisis in Chang'an. The 5 armies of Tiandu marched out together and soon arrived not far from the Chang'an Empire. Flags are waving, trumpets are blaring, and an endless sea of people is rushing towards us. However, this time the Tiandu army did not launch an attack immediately, but instead lined up on a plain and waited for battle. Inside the Tiandu army camp, there were bursts of thunder in the center of the coach's position. The murderous aura makes ordinary people dare not look directly at its majesty. Yu Yuanzhen discussed the attack strategy with several Seoul Douluo level deans of the Elemental Academy and Prince Swexing. In addition to several commanders, there were also several younger members of their sex in the camp. Yu Tianheng, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, Shui Binger, and others. Brought here to gain experience and broaden your horizons. Your Majesty ordered me to attack with 5 armies at the same time, so that the other sides titled Douluo can't take care of both ends and recover the lost territory in a short time. Yu Yuanzhen opened his lips slightly, and the sound of thunder suddenly rang out in the tent. Everyone, choose the target for this attack. The map is fully expanded on the desktop. The 6 cities of the Chang'an Empire were marked with conspicuous red flags. The spies reported that Shui Luoquan and the god and demon Douluo Li Xian have exchanged the temporary capital in the center of these 6 cities. Although the other 5 cities are guarded by his confidants, they are not a concern. The army will march from 5 directions to capture the 5 surrounding cities, and then besiege the capital of Chang'an. In a few days, we will recover all the lost territory and destroy Chang'an. Prince Xuexing stretched out his hand and pointed at the capital of Chang'an, the center of the 6 cities. He was neither the commander-in-chief nor the main general. This time he was only representing the empire. He holds military power and is not schemed against by the Dean of the 5 Elements. The real reason Prince Xuexing looked to his side, where stood a dandy young man with dazzling reddish-brown hair and an arrogant face. The luxurious clothes highlight his extraordinary status. Prince of Tiandu Empire, Avalanche. Although his slogan was to recover the country and rescue Shui Qinghe, in his heart, he was thinking about how to kill Shui Qinghe in the chaos. From then on, there was only one prince left in Tiandu, Shui Beng. Shui Beng can no longer pretend and officially become the crown prince of Tiandu. Well, after we have chosen our targets, we will each lead our troops to conquer them. Outside the border of Tiandu Empire, a Xingluo army with no fewer troops than the Tiandu army was lined up at the border. On the top of the mountain, Ghost Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and the commander-in-chief of the Xingluo army looked down at the Chang'an Empire in the distance. Looking at the dark spots on the plain in the distance, which were divided into 5 directions and advanced, the Xingluo army became excited. The 5 armies of Tiandu have moved. Even if Chang'an is not destroyed this time, it will be seriously damaged. It will be isolated in one city and will never dare to offend the holy power of the Tiandu Empire again. Zhu Douluo held a 6-petal chrysanthemum in his slender white fingers. The secret agents from the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire had already thoroughly investigated the defenses of the Chang'an Empire. Each city in Chang'an had no more than 2,000 defenders. Tiandu launched 5 attacks simultaneously, each with a force of 40,000 soldiers. Even if Li Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for him to block 5 incoming armies at the same time. Wait until the surrounding cities are captured. The capital of Chang'an was isolated and helpless, facing siege from 4 directions. Even if Chang'an could defend the capital, it would most likely end in a disastrous defeat. When the Xingluo army arrives, they will be able to easily break through the capital of Chang'an and rescue Qianrongxiu. The commander of Tiandu this time is the one from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. A hoarse and dark moan sounded in Zhu Douluo's ears. Just from his voice, you could feel that he was trembling and frightened. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, this martial spirit represents a powerful force. Old Ghost, you are right. Perhaps our worries are unnecessary. Zhu Douluo sighed lightly. The leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has always been a feared existence. Neither of them, the 2 titled Douluo, dared to provoke this terrifying man. How could the Chang'an Empire defend against this fierce man? If the king of Chang'an couldn't defend against attacks from all directions, then the task of rescuing Qianrongxiu can be accomplished by the Tiandu Empire without their help. Make more plans, no one can predict what will happen. The dark ghost figure was floating around. Zhu Douluo was dumbfounded and said, how can Filong Qi face lose? I don't see any chance of Chang'an Empire winning. The first battle of the Chang'an Empire was indeed impressive. But Li Xian alone is not enough to resist the 5 armies of Tiandu. The 5 armies of Tiandu set out together. The common people and nobles in all cities of Chang'an Empire were in a panic. The soldiers from the other 5 cities had no fighting spirit at all and kept complaining. Looking at the huge sea of people approaching them, the soldiers were so frightened that their legs were shaking. The king's city is guarded by titled Douluo, and our city has nothing. How can we resist the Tiandu army? I heard that Emperor Shuiye invited the Five Elements Academy to lead the team, and the commander is Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, what's the point of our fighting? I guess even General Li Xin under your majesty's command would have trouble fighting it. His Majesty the Emperor only knows how to stir up trouble. He really doesn't care about our safety at all. Once the army breaks through the city, we will return to the Tiandu Empire. It's time to put an end to this farce. The continent's top beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, has dragon blood and is extremely powerful. The reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, as one of the top 3 sects, has long been well known throughout the continent, but it is much more shocking than the reputation of the Chang'an Empire. Hearing his name, many people are frightened and dare not fight him. With the arrival of such a powerful enemy, many people in the city wanted to surrender without a fight. But the military power was controlled by Xue Luoquan. If Xue Luoquan doesn't surrender, they can only fight to the death. At this time, the capital of Chang'an was also in turmoil. The 5 armies of Tiandu are coming. Chang'an is going to be destroyed. We only have General Li Xin. How can we stop the 5 armies? When the surrounding cities are destroyed and the armies arrive, even gods cannot save the Chang'an Empire. Emperor Shuiye mobilized the troops in such a high-profile manner just to shock people. Make the people and soldiers in Chang'an feel fear, so as to reduce their fighting power and make them surrender without fighting. Although the cities did not surrender without a fight. But many soldiers have become afraid of fighting and their fighting spirit has dropped a lot. Now Li Xin is guarding the city wall, but the young emperor is nowhere to be seen. It also caused a lot of discussion among the soldiers. A noble and slender figure appeared in the bedroom. Qianrongxiu lay on the bed covered in bruises, her pretty face looking pale after days of torture. But her eyes were still full of hope. When she saw Xue Luoquan appear, the light in her eyes dimmed a little. It's been almost a month. Could it be that neither the Heaven Do Empire nor the Spirit Hall sent anyone to rescue me? She counted the days with difficulty. Then he stood up and greeted him very proactively. She felt like she was about to be completely corrupted by being trained. If your majesty is a wise ruler, you should be concerned about state affairs. How can you linger in the harem day and night? Qianrongxiu forced a smile and asked considerately. How dare you? I have fought wars all my life, can't I enjoy myself? Put your hair up. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Line up in the north, Sun Wu obeys orders. The strongest meat shield, Hu Yanzhen is shock. Chapter 14, Line up in the north, Sun Wu obeys orders. The strongest meat shield, Hu Yanzhen is shocked. The city of Chang'an Empire in the north is closest to the Tiandu Empire. The army of 40,000 people arrived at the north city in a short time. There are so many black armored soldiers, and their numbers are so huge that it makes people terrified just by looking at them. I am Hu Yanzhen, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect. I am a level 89 soul Douluo, and I am here to punish the enemy. Who is the city lord? Open the gate and surrender quickly. Otherwise, my army will attack and turn you into ashes. The burly old man at the front of the Tiandu army roared loudly. Although Hu Yanzhen has white hair and beard, he is already in his 70s. But his spirit is bright and his voice is as loud as a bell. His body was so huge that it was much taller than the war horses of ordinary soldiers. It was estimated by visual observation that he was at least 2 meters and 5 meters tall. He had dark skin and a pair of big eyes like copper bells. A special glow seemed to emerge on his dark skin. It's like a mountain of flesh, giving people a very powerful feeling. And his mount is also very unique, it is an equally tall and mighty elephant. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the appearance of this fierce man, they all lost the will to fight. Hu Yanzhen, it's him. His martial spirit is the beast spirit Diamond Mammoth, which has amazing defensive power. I'm afraid that even if all of us attack together, we won't be able to cause any harm to him. How can we fight like this? Hu Yanzhen, as the leader of the four lower sects, was famous throughout the continent for his superb defense. These soldiers felt aggrieved just by looking at this tall old man, that kind of helpless frustration. Since you know my name, why don't you open the city and surrender? Then let's attack the city. Hu Yanzhen waved his hand. The Tiandu's soldiers, who had already formed a military formation, slowly advanced forward. Prince Swexing and Avalanche, along with a few personal guards, stood on a high mountain in the distance, overlooking the battlefield. It just so happens that we can see the army led by Hu Yanzhen attacking the Chang'an Empire. Hu Yanzhen's defense is amazing. I don't think anyone in the North City can break through his defense. We can take it down in an instant. Once we take down the North City, we will open the gateway to the capital of Chang'an, and we can move forward. Prince Swexing stroked his steel needle beard and watched Hu Yanzhen attack the city. The troops led by Hu Yanzhen were all infantry. Even siege equipment and chariots and supplies are not needed. Because there is no need, there is no general to defend this city. Hu Yanzhen also possesses powerful defensive capabilities, so his tactic is to use his martial spirit to break through the city gate head-on and lead his army to charge in. The soldiers in the North City nervously held halberds and bows and arrows and guarded the edge of the city. Sharp arrows poured down like raindrops. Hu Yanzhen didn't even activate his martial spirit, but just rode his elephant in a swaggering manner, walking to the city wall under the rain of arrows. His goal was to break down the 3-meter-high city gate. As long as the city gate is broken open, the North City will be conquered. The more the soldiers defending the city shot, the more they felt powerless and desperate. I can't hit you. I can't hit you at all. He didn't even activate his martial spirit and just came over here bearing our rain of arrows. Maru spicy. The soldiers were too weak to wail, and they no longer wanted to even do a perfunctory archery job. Just wait until it bursts, then surrender. A huge purple figure jumped down from the city wall. Standing between the city gate and Hu Yanzhen, boom, the tall body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and the moment it landed, the ground was shaking slightly. The solid ground beneath his feet was also crushed into a shallow pit the size of a foot. Line up in the north, Sun Yu, listen to my orders. By order of the Emperor of Chang'an, the enemy is not allowed to enter the city. Solai's tall body slowly stood up, carrying a long purple column on his shoulders, and stood steadily in front of the Tiandu army. At that moment, Hu Yanzhen seemed to see a purple hill rising from the ground. When I looked closely, I realized that it was a man in purple armor. The armor and the giant pillars are engraved with patterns of the sacred beast Sun Yu. The man's build and age are similar to Hu Yanzhen. He is tall and strong, with white hair and beard. Even the magnificent momentum is not inferior to his. The pair of pupils with a light purple glow are even more breathtaking. The weapons in the world are no longer suitable for him, so his weapon is a huge load-bearing pillar. Are you the lord of the North City? Hu Yanzhen frowned. He felt that the strength of the person coming might be extraordinary. Solai, level 89 Soul Douluo. Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Solai carried the pillar and stood in front of Hu Yanzhen's army as steady as a rock. Hu Yanzhen's pupils suddenly shrank. Level 89 Soul Douluo. What happened to the promise that there would be no generals in the city? Emperor Shuiye lied to me. At first he did not take the battle seriously. The final siege of the royal capital of Chang'an and the battle with Li Xin were worthy of his attention. But I didn't expect that a Contra would show up in the first battle. Sun Yu, it seems that he is also a top-level defensive martial spirit. Let's see who has the stronger defense. Kill. Hu Yanzhen did not panic and waved his hand to attack. Contra is indeed in some trouble, but he still has an army of 40,000 and an absolute advantage in military strength. The Tiandu army, holding spears and marching in neat steps, marched towards Solai in a mighty manner. Solai hugged the huge pillar with both hands and waved it. Call, a huge sound of wind was heard. Dang dang dang, the first row of attacking halberds were all broken, the terrifying force rebounded along the broken halberd, knocking over an entire row of Tiendu's soldiers. When these Tiendu's soldiers got up, their hands were shaking wildly and they could no longer hold their weapons. But then the second row of halberds stabbed over, although it hit, it did not leave any mark on Solai's hard armor. Call, the giant pillar swung again. The long spears broke, and another row of soldiers was knocked over. I have 40,000 soldiers behind me. How long can you stop me? Huan Zhen sneered and continued to command the soldiers to move forward. Row after row of black-armored soldiers rushed up, and row after row were blown away. The two sides were stuck in a stalemate. The Chang'an soldiers on the city wall saw how brave their general was. They were also excited. Oh my god! Our General Solai actually defended the Tiendu army by himself. We can't let the general fight alone, we have to help too. Fire the arrow, let the arrow fly. The rain of arrows poured down again. Perhaps Huan Zhen is not afraid of the rain of arrows, but the Tiendu soldiers are very afraid of it. Rounds of arrow rain took the lives of many Tiendu soldiers. The offensive from the front was blocked, and if they couldn't advance for a long time, they would keep being shot at. No one wants to fight such a battle. Shoot arrows and fight back. Seeing that the offensive was not making any progress, Huan Zhen could no longer wait. They agreed that the 5 armies would meet in the royal capital of Chang'an. As a result, he was stopped. Wouldn't his great achievement of destroying the capital of Chang'an be in vain? Your strength is indeed extraordinary. I will meet you in person. Hu Yanzhen jumped off the elephant's back. The muscles all over his body bulged rapidly, becoming exaggerated and terrifying. A layer of dark yellow stratum corneum emerged on the surface of the skin, flashing a metallic luster, looking inhuman. The nose also extended and lengthened, the upper lip turned up, and the 2 fangs grew several feet long. Hold head high, the loud roar echoed throughout the battlefield. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, 8 soul rings light up around the body. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Death is Dormancy. Revive, my general. Hu Yanzhen was stunned. Chapter 15 Death is Dormancy. Revive, my general. Hu Yanzhen was stunned. The Tiendu army shot arrows at the city wall in counterattack, suppressing the Chang'an defenders. A giant mammoth exuding a wild aura suddenly appeared. Its body is so tall that if it could stand up, it would be taller than the city wall. Prince Swexing, who was watching the battle on the hillside in the distance, frowned. What's going on? It seems that the Tiendu army has been blocked. Hu Yanzhen was even forced to open his spirit body. The infantry corps led by Hu Yanzhen should have been able to break through the city gates and enter the city without any hindrance. But after fighting for a while, the city gate had already been blocked, but Hu Yanzhen was still at the gate. The army did not enter the city. It seemed like someone was stopping him there. Could it be that Li Xin came here? Xuebeng asked curiously. It's not Li Xin. We have always been aware of Li Xin's whereabouts, and his spirit skills tend to be killing. If it was really him, Hu Yanzhen would have been hit by the sword energy long ago, and he wouldn't have waited until now. Prince Swexing looked solemn. If it's not Li Xin, then who is it? If you dare to stop me from attacking the city, I will crush your asshole shell today. All soul masters attack. Hu Yanzhen roared angrily. The giant mammoth's huge feet trampled towards Solai. Soul skill, war trampling. At the same time, the soul masters in the Tiendu army also activated their soul rings. In an instant, white, yellow, purple, and black soul rings suddenly lit up at the city gate. All the soul masters attacked at the same time, using all kinds of powerful soul skills to attack Solai. Solai had no way to avoid it and did not avoid it at all. He held up the giant pillar bravely, swung the mammoth's giant legs with one hammer, and then swung it continuously, bombarding the soul skills that were coming to attack him. Come, let's see who lives longer. The giant pillar, accompanied by strong whines, smashed towards the heavenly fighting soul master. Boom boom boom, a violent collision and explosion sounded. The soldiers on the city wall were terrified and felt that the city wall was shaking. Even when facing an attack of this level from a heavenly fighting soul master, Soul was inevitably injured, but he still managed to hold on. But the soul masters and soldiers couldn't stop his attack. The giant pillar weighs 10,000 pounds, use force to break everything without any skill, except Huan Zhen, who can withstand it. Ordinary soul masters would be injured if they were touched, and would die if they were touched. Those ordinary soldiers couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle and were swept away so that they dared not get close. Let's see how long your bastard shell can hold out. Hu Yanzhen realized that their attack was effective, so he attacked even more violently. Such a violent offensive. Even Soulai was gradually unable to bear it. The body, which had been standing tall, began to bend slowly, and as time went by, it half knelt with difficulty. But he still held the huge pillar in his hand and kept fighting back. All right. Let's take it down in one go. Hu Yanzhen shouted excitedly. All the heavenly fighting soul masters also fought even harder. There was a constant roar at the city gate and a bright light. Finally, under the continued attacks of Huan Zhen and the soul masters, Soulai's tall and burly body finally fell down. It seems I'm still harder. Huan Zhen laughed wildly with satisfaction. This battle took up a lot of his time and energy. It took many casualties to finally defeat the guy who was blocking the road. The morale of the Tiandu's soldiers was greatly boosted. Flags fluttering, rushing towards the city gate. When the Chang'an defenders saw Soulai fall, they were suppressed by the rain of arrows and could not raise their heads. They were pale and cold all over. General Soulai has fallen. Our city is about to be breached. The atmosphere of despair spread among the army. On the hillside in the distance, Prince Swexing breathed a sigh of relief. After fighting for so long, we are finally going to break into the city. Let's go. Even though we're a little later than planned, we still won. The original plan was to break into the city without any hindrance. But now, it has been delayed for so long. I don't know where Shui Luoquan found such a strong man. He actually held out against Hu Yanzhen and 40,000 troops for so long. Prince Swexing called upon Shui Beng and rushed to the city that was about to be recaptured. Huan Zhen was planning to step over Soulai's body and break open the city gate. A powerful soul power fluctuation suddenly burst out from the body of Soulai, who had already fallen. 3 strange patterned magic arrays spread out, covering the ground beside him. A purple light visible to the naked eye surrounded Soulai. Transformed into the shadow of the sacred beast Suan Yu, the bound wild beast kept raising its head and roaring and struggling. The whole earth was shaking under its pressure. What's the situation? Huan Zhen was shocked, and the giant mammoth raised its feet to continue trampling on Soulai, who had fallen. But such trampling did not eliminate the shadow of the holy beast at all. Instead, it made the holy beast even more violent. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body, Death is Dormancy. Soulai, who should have been dead, suddenly let out a low groan. Resurrection from the dead? You can actually be resurrected. Hu Yanzhen was so shocked that he even started to stutter. He fought for such a long time and finally knocked Soulai down. Can you resurrect just like that? 6, 6, 6, this one is gooey. 1,000 horses were roaring through his heart. He doesn't even want to fight now. After fighting for a long time, the other party came back to life. Soulai stood up again holding the giant pillar, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Not only was he resurrected, but his aura also became more violent. It lacks the original steadiness and becomes more murderous. The giant basalt roared, stood up, and glared at the giant mammoth. The morale of the Tiandu's soldiers was originally high, but when they saw Soulai, who had been defeated with great difficulty, he stood up again, everyone's heart sank. Oh my God! How did he come back to life? Still coming? Tonic. It takes so long to fight each time, and the losses are so huge. I am going to lose my mind. This old bastard is so hard that it makes people despair. Tiandu's soul masters attacked with all their might in order to knock down Solai, and now they are exhausted and out of breath. When they saw Solai standing up again, they felt their legs trembling. It's really scary and tiring to beat this guy. The Chang'an defenders looked at the giant black tortoise that appeared before them in astonishment, as if they were dreaming. Then he reacted vaguely. Fuck, General Solai stood up again. So the battle isn't over yet. Rise up, my general. Solai's resurrection gave the soldiers defending the city hope again. As long as Solai holds on, their city will not be broken. On the hillside in the distance, Prince Swexing, who had just stood up, was stunned when he saw the giant black tortoise that suddenly appeared. What is this thing? Where did that Suanmu come from? I thought the fight was over, but the other person stood up again. The Tiandu army has not won yet. Shueluoquan is not here this time. How did he come back to life? Is this some kind of resurrection skill? How come Shueluoquan has so many powerful soul masters under his command? Prince Swexing sat down again, very puzzled. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Sweep the Lonely City and Eliminate Fang Liang. Beat Hu Yanzhen with a stick, Prince Shuet. Chapter 16, Sweep the Lonely City and Eliminate Fang Liang. Beat Hu Yanzhen with a stick, Prince Swexing is dumbfounded. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Hu Yanzhen roared, his soul rings lit up, and his soul power surged. Although he had consumed a lot of his soul power in order to kill Solai, he still had about 50% to 60% of his strength left. As long as Solai doesn't retreat, he believes he can give it another try. However, this time, Solai did not intend to defend the city gate like he did before. Instead, he hugged the giant pillar to his waist, with the capital of the pillar ahead, and rushed out quickly. Sweep the army. The giant basalt pushed the giant mammoth back. Let's go together and surround and kill this old bastard. Hu Yanzhen used his muscular hands to hold down Solai's giant pillar. The giant mammoth's tusks also resisted the giant basalt's mad charge. The two began to compete with all their soul power. The violent soul power began to spread. Tiandu archers shot arrows at Solai. The infantry threw spears or formed battle formations and poked the black tortoise shell with long spears. The Tiandu's soul masters came from all directions and surrounded Suanmu in the middle. All kinds of strange soul skills were called out, although these attacks could cause minimal damage to Solai. But ants can kill elephants. Under such continuous and fearless attacks, even a soul Douluo would eventually be surrounded and killed. Solai swept the giant pillar, and the giant black tortoise also rotated and swept its tail. He briefly repelled the diamond mammoth that was confronting him head-on, and wiped out all the surrounding soldiers and soul masters. He bent slightly and carried the huge pillar on his shoulders. The giant basalt also lay down slightly. Soul power poured into the giant pillar frantically. The giant pillar vibrates wildly. A violent energy visible to the naked eye surged out in circles, centered on the giant basalt. In just one breath, it covered an area of dozens of steps in radius, and as the time he accumulates power increases, the area covered by this energy becomes larger and larger. Wherever the energy is shrouded, the air is distorted, but it didn't cause any harm to anyone. The shrouded Tiandu's soldiers all looked uneasy. What is this? Is he going to use some soul skill? Should we run? Run? Where to run? The speed at which this energy is spreading is much faster than the speed at which we can withdraw our troops. The soldiers were terrified. You are definitely going to use some powerful spirit skills, but my diamond mammoth's defense is unmatched in its class. I don't believe you can break my defense. Hu Yanzhen didn't avoid at all. This energy fluctuation was extremely strange, and made him feel uneasy. But his opponent was a soul fighter whose level was not higher than his. And like the diamond mammoth martial soul, the black tortoise martial soul is also good at defense. He didn't believe what kind of damage a defensive martial spirit could unleash. He had besieged Solai for such a long time before, but Solai never retreated even a single step. Now that Solai has taken the initiative to attack, how can he be willing to retreat? Is the diamond mammoth not as good as the basalt? Hu Yanzhen strode forward, all 8 soul rings lit up. The huge diamond mammoth seemed to be mad, its eyes were red, and its body was covered with hard, shining diamond armor. It was like an invincible tank, trampling the ground and continuing to charge forward fiercely. When the commander takes the lead in the charge, morale will be greatly boosted. Layer upon layer of military formations then swept in. Even the extremely tall Suanmu was almost submerged by the endless number of soldiers. The energy coverage has reached its extreme, covering half of the battlefield and thousands of people. No matter how much strength is accumulated, it will not continue to expand. Purple light emanated from Solai's pupils. Sweep the lonely city and get rid of Fang Liang. 8th soul skill, mighty armies. I'll make you fly. Solai jumped up. The huge pillar in his hand smashed the ground. Suanmu held his head high and chest out, and spoke loudly and proudly. Instantly, violent energy descended from the sky. Boom, the earth wails. Within the range of the soul skill, the ground shook and a powerful force rose from the ground. Rumble, with the giant pillar as the center, the solid earth began to crack layer by layer. There are several deep trenches over 10 feet wide. And countless deep trenches over a foot wide. All the soldiers and soul masters who were covered were blown away by the powerful shock force. Even the huge and heavy diamond mammoth, he was actually knocked flying. Hu Yanzhen's eyes widened. Fuck. This is the first time my diamond mammoth takes off. Although this soul skill has a wide range, its destructive power is still not as great as imagined. Hu Yanzhen looked around as he fell down. Except for those weak Tiandu's soldiers who were shocked to death and vomited blood. Some soul masters with a little bit of defense are still barely alive. And his own diamond mammoth hasn't even broken through its defensive soul skills. The next moment, the man and the corpse fell to the ground almost at the same time. The moment everyone landed on the ground, the energy fluctuations that collided with the ground caused a strong resonance. Because there were so many people being knocked away and they were standing closely together. The intensity of this resonance is thousands of times greater than the intensity of the knockback. The soul masters who were still alive had their limbs broken and their internal organs shattered. The body exploded instantly. It was as if a huge bloody firecracker was set off outside the entire city. Bright red meat and blood were flying everywhere. The entire earth was dyed red in an instant. This is no longer a battlefield, but a Shura purgatory. All the soldiers on both sides were stunned and had forgotten about fighting, staring blankly at this extremely horrifying scene. Some timid people were so frightened by the scene that they died with their eyes popped out. Fuck. Is this the damage that a defensive spirit master can cause? Horrible. So scary. Not to mention that the Tiandu's soldiers were frightened. Even the soldiers defending Chang'an were frightened to the point that their legs went limp. The giant mammoth let out a wail, and the layers of diamond armor on its body exploded. Then the giant mammoth burst out with dazzling light, exploded and disappeared. Huan Zhen vomited blood, his armor was torn, his hair was messy, and his whole body was stained with the blood of the soldiers. He supported his body with his hands and knelt on the ground in a mess. The powerful resonant force completely destroyed his defenses. He himself also suffered an unprecedented blow. Solai dragged the huge pillar with one hand and walked towards Huan Zhen step by step with dull steps. Why can you launch such a violent attack? Where on earth are you from? Huan Zhen raised his head and looked at Solai in horror. I'm from Chang'an. The huge pillar with great force came down heavily on Huan Zhen's head. Brain burst. Huan is shocked to death. The Tiandu's soldiers were already frightened. When he saw Hu Yanzhen being killed, he immediately ran away without looking back. The soldiers in Chang'an were so frightened by the scene that they dared not give chase. Prince Swexing, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw Hu Yanzhen die and the 40,000 strong army flee. Everyone is confused. He was planning to enter the city, but then he was told that he lost the battle. Lost the battle? Hu Yanzhen died? Does this make sense? Where did the contra come from? How many cards does Chang'an have? End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Line up in the West, White Tiger obeys orders. You can end number 039, T catch the flash, Feng Xiao. Chapter 17, Line up in the West, White Tiger obeys orders. You can't catch the flash, Feng Xiaotian is shocked. On the top of the mountain outside Chang'an Pass. It seems that the attack on the city in the north has failed. Douluo was about to pick the chrysanthemum petals in his hand. But suddenly he discovered that the Tiandu army, a mass of black dots, did not enter the city, but retreated instead. They were too far away to see the details. But we can indeed see that the Tiandu army in the north city was defeated and retreated. The Xingluo army also saw the outcome of the battle in North City, and suddenly became excited and agitated. Why did the Tiandu army fail in its attack again? Could it be that the soldiers of the Tiandu Empire are really a bunch of good-for-nothings? Is the Tiandu Empire so bad? It seems that this time we can defeat the Xingluo Empire without any effort. A crow circled in front and flew straight to Ghost Douluo. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo stretched out his fingertips, and the crow landed steadily on his hand, and took out the letter tied to the crow's feet. Just one glance and his emotions clearly fluctuated. The spies in North City have reported that another level 89 soul Douluo has taken action, and the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yanzhen, has been killed. What? Contra? There are other Contras in the Chang'an Empire. General Xingluo was greatly shocked. The news that Soul Douluo had appeared again in the Chang'an Empire quickly spread throughout the army. The entire Xingluo army was shocked by this. The cities west of Chang'an will soon be in battle. Douluo turned his gaze to the west. There, a group of extremely swift black spots were rapidly approaching the western city. That is the cavalry unit of the Tiandu Empire that is going on this expedition. There are as many as 40,000 cavalrymen, with flags flying, covering the sky and the sun. After the battle in North City, they first approached another city of Chang'an. It's different from the infantry's battle formation. The cavalry took full advantage of their speed and charged all over the mountains. Thousands of horses are galloping, and the sound of horse hooves is shaking the sky. In a blink of an eye, the enemy was at the gates of the city. The defenders in the West City were also filled with panic when faced with so many enemy troops. I don't know if Hu Yanzhen has conquered the North City, but my troops will definitely be the first to reach the capital of Chang'an. The general at the front of the army smiled confidently. He was wearing a green robe and had long blue-white hair, with a slanted strand of hair falling over his right ear. The veil covering his eyes added a sense of mystery to him. He rides a snow-white warhorse, looking so majestic and heroic. Maybe his troops are not the strongest among the conquering army this time, but they are definitely the fastest. The soldiers guarding the city also recognized the origin of the White Horse General. It's Feng Beilong, the leader of the Fengjian sect, one of the 4 lower sects. I heard that his strength has long surpassed level 86. Although he is not a titled Douluo, he is still a very powerful existence among Soul Douluo. The power behind the Divine Wind Academy is the Wind Sword sect. We should have thought of this earlier. Our general defending the city is just a little kid. I don't know what your majesty is thinking. Sending a little kid to defend the city. The soldiers defending the city glanced at their own general with worry. He was a childish boy who looked no more than a teenager. He is simply not on the same level as the heroic Feng Beilong. I guess even my own general can't withstand 2 moves from Feng Beilong. I am Feng Beilong, the leader of the Fengjian sect, and a Soul Douluo at level 88. If you don't want to die under my sword, put down your weapons and surrender as soon as possible. The slender wind sword in Feng Beilong's hand swung out with a bleak sound. The sharp cold light makes people dare not look directly at it. The sect leader is so mighty. Feng Xiaotian, the black-masked young man beside him, shouted excitedly. "This siege is an experience for you. Go ahead. You can't let others gain the honor of being the first to reach the city." General Bai Ma nodded to Feng Xiaotian. "All troops attack." He thought this siege was extremely easy, so he brought the genius Feng Xiaotian from the academy to gain some experience. Feng Xiaotian immediately spread his wings and transformed into a swift-winged demon wolf. His 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, lit up and he flew towards the city wall. Whoosh whoosh, the soul master troops who were leading the charge followed closely behind, leaping from their horses, spreading their wings behind them, and flying towards the city wall with a roar. "Shoot! Shoot! Fight the enemy!" The soldiers defending the city resisted hastily. But their arrows can hardly hit these soul masters who are proficient in speed. The flying soul masters were about to land on the city wall, unexpected. The sky was covered with dark clouds and a strong wind whistled up from the city wall. The sound of the wind was mixed with terrifying tiger roars. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. "Here he comes." Feng Xiaotian was shocked and felt a white light flash by quickly. "The strong wind blew towards me." He immediately drew back in horror, barely avoiding the attack of the white light. But he was still caught in the strong wind and was blown away in a mess. All the flying soul masters were unable to resist this strong wind, and were all blown away like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. In an instant, there was peace on the city wall again. "What's going on?" Feng Beilong looked up. On the city wall, a young man in white clothes, flashing with thunder, appeared and disappeared, holding a tiger head sickle in his hand. He looked like a tiger, grinning with excitement, staring straight at the Tiandu army. "Line up in the west, White Tiger, listen to my orders. By order of Emperor Chang'an, kill all enemies. All of you are my prey." The sound of a tiger roaring fell. "The storm is coming again." The young man transformed into a white flash again, shuttling through the Tiandu army. Wherever the flash passed, people and horses fell to the ground. In a flash, dozens of soldiers were killed by the sickle, some with their necks broken and some with their bodies severed. The bloody and horrifying killing method is chilling. "Catch him quickly!" Feng Beilong shouted. Countless flying soul masters flew towards the white flash. But how could these soul masters catch up with the speed of this white flash? In less than a few breaths, white flashes appeared among the crowd, and pieces of body parts fell from the sky. "You can't catch the flash!" Bailey Suans floated in the air and laughed wildly. Feng Xiaotian looked at those flying soul masters who were as powerful as himself and couldn't even block a single move. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my heart. This is something he cannot fight against at all. Where is the experience you promised? How could one send people to the Shura field to train? He is so strong, I'm afraid his strength has reached a level above Contra. He looks a few years younger than me, how could he be so powerful? If I'm not careful, I might die. This is not a training exercise, this is a fight to the death. Feng Xiaotian was shocked and wanted to back off. He knew that Li Xian was the only titled Douluo in this battle, so he came to follow and train. If he had known there was such a strong man, he would definitely not have come. Damn it! The intelligence is wrong. There is more than one titled Douluo in charge of the Chang'an Empire. There are other powerful ones. Feng Beilong realized that the White Tiger boy's strength was extraordinary, and his expression gradually became serious. "Xiaotian, you go first. I'll take care of him. After I've taken care of him, you can come back and attack the city." End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Holding the Sword and Crushing the Sharp, Devouring Ghosts and Monsters. White Tiger Mar. Chapter 18, Holding the Sword and Crushing the Sharp, Devouring Ghosts and Monsters. White Tiger Martial Spirit. The Xingluo army is shocked. The soldiers guarding the city looked at the white shadow of thunder flashing in the void. He was also stunned by the strength of his young general. He's so strong. His soul power fluctuations are at least above level 80. Is this the strength a soul master of this age should have? No wonder His Majesty sent him to guard the city. It turns out he is not as simple as we thought. It's really a hero out of a boy. With General Xian Ce here, we still have hope. We must hold on. The vanguard soul master troops of the Tiandu army were destroyed, and their morale plummeted. Although these cavalrymen were able to maneuver quickly, like Hu Yanzhen's legion, they did not carry any siege machinery. The flying soul master was killed, and they could only stare blankly outside the city. It seems that the only way to capture this city is to kill you. 7th Soul Skill, Wind Sword True Form. Feng Beilong put one hand behind his back and soared into the air. The moment he raised the sword, the world he was in seemed to turn into a part of his sword and turned light blue. Clang, a loud sword chant was heard. Next to the light blue wind sword martial spirit, 8 spirit rings flickered. 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black. Interesting. Bailey Suans laughed wildly with his fangs bared. Killing makes him crazy, having just killed many soul masters, he is still in a violent state. Roar, the shadow of a mighty sacred beast, the white tiger totem, suddenly appeared. Thunder roared in the sky, and the breathtaking roar of a tiger resounded throughout the world. Bailey Suans, Level 89 Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, White Tiger. 7th Soul Skill, White Tiger True Form. Let's see who's more powerful. The young man stepped into the air and turned into a white flash again. His speed was so fast that ordinary people could not react. The flying sickle flashing with thunder went straight for Feng Beilong's neck. White Tiger Martial Spirit. Do you have any relationship with the Xingluo Empire? Feng Beilong was slightly stunned. The White Tiger Martial Spirit is the royal martial spirit of the Xingluo Empire. This Bailey Suan's surname isn't Dai? Why is there a White Tiger Martial Spirit? Is it a pseudonym? Thinking of this, he was immediately relieved. No wonder Xue Luoquan dared to be so bold as to declare himself emperor independently. It turned out that he had the support of the Xingluo Empire behind him. The Tiandu soldiers were also angered by the White Tiger Martial Spirit. Damn Xingluo Empire! They actually secretly sent spirit masters to Chang'an Empire. It turns out this is all a conspiracy of the Xingluo Empire. This is no longer a rebellion, but a war between two countries. Fight, brothers! Take back the city and destroy the ambitions of the Xingluo Empire. The war between Tiandu and Xingluo has been going on for a long time. The Tiandu soldiers have a very high level of hatred towards the Xingluo Empire. Although Bailey Suans is powerful, his White Tiger martial spirit has aroused the anger of the Tiandu soldiers. The soldiers in Chang'an looked at each other in bewilderment. So the Xingluo Empire is behind us. No wonder Your Majesty dares to fight against the entire Tiandu Empire. It turns out that there is such a powerful force backing him up. But if he is a soul Douluo from the Xingluo Empire, why have we never heard of this young General Bailey Suans before? The Xingluo Empire is hiding too deeply. The Battle of West City started, and the moment the White Tiger's phantom appeared, it was seen by everyone from the direction of the Star Luo Empire. White Tiger! How can there be a White Tiger martial spirit? Zhu Douluo turned his head meaningfully and looked at General Xingluo beside him. There has never been a soul master with the White Tiger spirit in the Tiandu Legion. This sudden appearance of the White Tiger martial spirit can only be a spirit master from the Chang'an Empire. The Xingluo Empire's martial spirit appeared in the Chang'an Empire. There must be some unspeakable secret hidden in this. Don't ask me, I don't know. My Xingluo's high-level White Tiger martial spirit master has always held an important position and it is impossible for him to appear in the Tiandu Empire. The general was equally confused. There are few soul Douluos in the empire, and there are even fewer soul Douluos with the White Tiger spirit. He wanted to ask what was going on, however, the two-titled Douluo did not want to hear a word of his words and immediately passed the news back to the spirit hall. When the Xingluo army saw the White Tiger martial spirit appear, they instantly became agitated. White Tiger martial spirit! Why did the royal martial spirit of our Xingluo Empire appear in the Chang'an Empire? Did we support the Chang'an Empire? It's fake. If it's true, why don't we just take advantage of the chaos to declare war on Tiandu, but come to help Tiandu put down the rebellion? How can you beat yourself up? Outside the west city of Chang'an, Feng Beilong did not move, but raised the sword and stabbed it horizontally. The second and first yellow soul rings lit up one after another. Who's faster, you or my sword? Second soul skill, luck is like the wind. First soul skill, sword piercing the wind and clouds. A light breeze blew around him, the figure becomes more graceful and light. The light blue sword energy quickly pierced towards the white flash from the sword, when, the flying sickle collided with the wind sword, and sparks flew everywhere. Feng Beilong felt a strong vibration coming from the sword. His arms were numb from the shock. So strong. Feng Beilong could no longer stand still calmly, and used his graceful body to fight with Bailey Suance. The wind sword martial spirit possesses both agile and strong attack capabilities, which is extremely powerful. But Bailey Suance is also proficient in speed and killing. Moreover, Bailey Suance, who was in a violent state, had a higher speed and power than Feng Beilong. In a flash, the two of them clashed several times again. Feng Beilong's arms were numb from the beating and his heart was trembling. So powerful! Fourth soul skill, wind and thunder sword formation. A bright red circular formation slowly emerged behind him. The thunderstorm clouds in the sky gathered above the formation. In the center of the formation, the power of thunder and soul condensed into a giant light blue sword. Go with! Feng Beilong waved his arm and pointed forward, and the giant sword, carrying the violent power of thunder, attacked Bailey Suance fiercely. Fortunately, they were fighting in the air. If the battle were fought on the ground, countless soldiers would be crushed to death by the aftermath of the battle alone. The huge white tiger phantom flashed with thunder. He raised his claws and slapped the giant's sword. The violent thunder carried by the two was instantly aroused. Rumble, tsitsizi, suddenly there was a deafening thunder. It seemed as if the heaven and earth were swept by thunder and lightning. Countless bolts of lightning as thick as buckets burst out from the point of collision. The air exploded, and the ground was blasted with countless smoke and scorched earth. The soldiers who were close to the place covered their ears and curled up their bodies to block the aftermath of the battle that came from the sky. Pray that the thunder will not fall on you. There was a violent stalemate between the white tiger and the giant's sword. The two of them didn't stop. Fifth soul skill, sword roars west wind. Feng Beilong once again condensed a huge light blue sword, which seemed to have the power to swallow mountains and rivers. He rushed towards Bailey Suance to kill him head-on. I told you, you can't catch the flash. White flashes teleport and flicker, avoiding the sword. This is a locking technique, you can't escape. Give me the town. Feng Beilong held the sword in one hand and swung it down quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Intimidating the Beasts, Howling in the Forest. Defeat Feng Beilong, Feng Xiaotian cries. Chapter 19, Intimidating the Beasts, Howling in the Forest. Defeat Feng Beilong, Feng Xiaotian cries in fear. The giant sword kept chasing Bailey Suance's figure. Then it dropped from the sky and nailed down hard, going several feet deep into the ground before slowly stopping. Wherever the giant sword was inserted, it exploded inch by inch. The surrounding soldiers were also knocked off their horses by the terrifying shock force. It hit. I won. Feng Beilong looked at the giant sword nervously. But the shadow of the sacred beast white tiger did not disappear. This made him feel very uneasy. His eyes wandered around. The young man's figure appeared above the hilt of the giant sword without anyone noticing. The silver sickle in his hand exudes terrifying thunder. How is this possible? How can I hide? Feng Beilong was horrified. His soul skill is a locking skill. There is no way to dodge it except to resist it head-on or defeat it head-on. But Bailey Suance appeared in front of him unharmed. I met an antagonist and a good general. How happy I am! Bailey Suans took a false step, laughed wildly, and the spinning sickle spun like thunder and lightning. He stepped on the hilt of the sword and jumped up. The white flash had not yet come near. The tiger-head sickle carrying the power of wind and thunder has been swung out to intimidate the beasts and shake the forests. The sound of the wind was mixed with bursts of tiger roars. The tiger's roar is heart-stirring. Feng Beilong was in a trance and seemed to see a ferocious white tiger rushing towards him. The flying sickle hit Feng Beilong's left arm exactly. Feng Beilong felt that he was being sucked in by a powerful force. He retreated in a hurry, but was trapped by the hook. He had no choice but to pick up the wind sword and use all his soul skills to cut the hook. But without exception, all his efforts were in vain and he couldn't break free from the hook. The next moment, the white flash actually moved from the front to behind him. He used this teleportation soul skill to dodge my attack. Feng Beilong's eyebrows jumped, and he felt something was wrong. Snapped, the flying sickle hit his back hard, the tearing pain made him cry out in pain, the boy's crazy smile became more and more terrifying, the fear of death also looms over us. He swung his sword and slashed at his left arm. He used his soul power to stop the wound in time, preventing the blood from gushing out. But the pain of a broken arm still made him lose his energy. The two giant swords formed by soul power turned into starlight and dissipated. You win. Chang'an, I'll remember this. Don't let me see you next time, or I'll run away. Feng Beilong spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked towards Bailey Suans with eyes full of fear and dread. He responded to the call of Emperor Shuiye and conquered Chang'an. Originally, I thought that there was only one titled Douluo in the Chang'an Empire, and he was nothing to be afraid of. Now he wished he could run away as far as he could and never see the Chang'an Empire again in his life. Although he was badly injured, he still had some strength left. At this moment of life and death, everything broke out. He summoned his martial soul, stepped on the long sword, turned into a stream of blue light, and flew away on the sword. Seeing their commander defeated and fleeing, the Tiandu army also panicked. They were originally a mobile force, without any siege equipment, and relied entirely on flying spirit masters to attack the city. Now the Flying Soul Master Corps has been completely destroyed and their main generals have fled. How can they fight? Master Feng Beilong was defeated. Are we still fighting? Even if you win, you can't enter the city. Let's run. The Tiandu cavalry corps turned their horses around and fled at high speed. Seeing that they had secured the city, the defenders of Chang'an cheered excitedly. Chang'an cavalry, follow me and pursue. Bailey Suans spun and swung the sickle in his hand. The tall white tiger phantom pounced into the Tiandu cavalry corps, killing people in all directions excitedly. The city gate opens. A cavalry corps of only a few hundred people chased after the defeated Tiandu cavalry. The one-sided pursuit has begun. Feng Xiaotian, who had already retreated far away, thought he had reached a safe place. But when he turned around, he saw a scene that shocked him. Feng Beilong, the leader of the Fengjian sect, was defeated, cut off one of his arms and fled. Then I saw the ferocious giant white tiger, rushing towards me with its bloody mouth wide open. Countless Tiandu cavalrymen died tragically under the tiger's mouth and claws. He was so scared that all the hair on his body stood up. This must be fake. Sect Master Feng was actually beaten so badly. The Tiandu army was actually defeated. Even a soul Douluo as strong as Feng Beilong was defeated. He is only a three-ring soul master now. Once caught up, he will probably be trampled to pieces by the cavalry, and no trace of his body will be left. Help! He ran away quickly without looking back. The roar of the tiger and the thunder were getting closer and closer, and he was so scared that tears were about to come out. I feel extremely regretful and regret that I shouldn't have come to participate in this experience. Originally, I just wanted to gain some military merit and accumulate some experience and fame. Who knew I would end up in such a situation? Fortunately, the tiger's roar turned to other places. He fled back to the camp in one breath before he dared to stop and breathe a sigh of relief. "You guys are running too fast." Prince Swexing looked at the cavalry corps fleeing back and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The infantry corps led by Hu Yanzhen, which is closest, has not withdrawn yet. On the contrary, the cavalry corps led by Feng Beilong had already fled back to the camp. "How did you lose?" Prince Swexing asked curiously. They were far away and could only see Hu Yanzhen's battlefield. Feng Beilong glared at Prince Swexing, his anger almost bursting out. "How did we lose? It was said that there would be only one title Douluo. There is a sole Douluo in the western city. And he has the White Tiger martial spirit." Prince Swexing was startled and his body couldn't stop shaking. White Tiger martial spirit? Has he really colluded with the Xingluo Empire? No wonder so many Soul Douluo suddenly appeared. So that's why. We will immediately send an urgent war report to His Majesty to inform him of this situation. Outside Chang'an Pass, the Xingluo army watched the battle from afar and made a lot of noise. "I seem to have seen that Tiandu's troops attacking the western city were also defeated." "That's impossible. There are only 2,000 defenders in Chang'an Empire. How did the Tiandu Empire lose again? What on earth did the Chang'an Empire do?" They didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield and could only vaguely see the shadow of a white tiger. Ghost Douluo caught another crow that was delivering a message. After reading the content, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Level 89 Soul Douluo Bailey Suan seriously injured Feng Beilong, the leader of Fengjian sect. After he finished reading, Zhu Douluo's eyes were also full of doubts. Whose White Tiger martial spirit is so powerful? It can actually seriously injure Feng Beilong. The two of them looked at General Xingluo at the same time. The Fengjian sect is one of the four lower sects, along with the White Tiger sect and Xingluo. There is not much difference in strength between the two sect leaders. It is impossible for the leader of one side to severely damage the leader of another side. But now, this Bailey Suans who possesses the White Tiger martial spirit has seriously injured Feng Beilong. This made them feel that things were getting even more bizarre. "I told you, he's not from our Xingluo Empire. I'm also curious about what's going on." General Xingluo frowned. If the White Tiger sect could really defeat the Wind Sword sect, he would be overjoyed. But this matter has nothing to do with their Xingluo Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Line Up in the South, Suzaku obeys orders. Extreme Flames, the Fire Leopard is shocked. Chapter 20, Line Up in the South, Suzaku obeys orders. Extreme Flames, the Fire Leopard is shocked. 2 Soul Douluos have defended 2 cities, but there are still 3 armies to go. Zhu Douluo looked into the distance. The army in the middle was moving slowly. The distance is obviously not long, but we have not yet reached the central city of Chang'an. Instead, the legion on the south side, which also took the middle road and was the farthest in a straight line, arrived at the edge of the city first. The leading general at the front has red hair, a tall body and well-defined muscles. The mount under his crotch is also very eye-catching. It is a red leopard with its body bathed in flames. "I am Huo Yanbao, the leader of the Huo leopard sect. Why don't you surrender?" It is different from the single legion led by Huyanzhen and Feng Beilong. The mixed army led by Huoyanbao carried a large number of chariots, supplies, and siege equipment. Even so, their marching speed still exceeded that of the legion attacking the central city. Huoyanbao revealed his extraordinary identity, which put a lot of pressure on the soldiers guarding the city. The Fire Leopard sect, one of the lower 4 sects. The power behind Blazing Fire Academy is this sect. Fire Leopard is also a level 88 Soul Douluo. We can't stop him. Where is Bailey Xiaoyu, the general sent by His Majesty to defend the city? It was here just now, but now I don't know where it is. The officers and soldiers on the city wall looked around for the general defending the city. But no matter how they looked, they could not find the young general on the city wall. In the absence of the general, the soldiers were in great morale and had almost no will to fight. Could it be that our general was afraid of the enemy and fled from the battlefield? Then what should we do? I don't know, there are no other orders. Although the officers received orders to defend the city to the death, they were also in a panic because they could not see their own generals defending the city. Before the two sides started fighting, the Chang'an soldiers defending the city had already shown signs of disarray. Ha ha ha, Chang'an is just as we expected, completely defenseless. The young woman next to Huoyanbao laughed heartily as she looked at the defenders on the city wall who were in chaos without being attacked. The girl's cheerful voice. This attracted many officers and soldiers around to look over. This is a very beautiful girl, with long dark red wavy hair that reaches her waist, a fair face, delicate features, and a pair of big eyes that sparkle with a faint silver light. He is tall, with a very well-proportioned figure. There is always a faint smile on his face, and there is a faint red glow around his body. The golden red-black suit complemented her perfectly, and paired with her dark red long hair, she attracted attention like a ball of flame. These soldiers in the barracks who have never seen women for years had a rare chance to feast their eyes on them, and they all stared with their eyes wide open. What a beautiful woman! If I could marry her, I would be willing to become a titled Douluo. Don't dream. She is not an ordinary person. She is Huo Wu, the granddaughter of our leading general, General Huoyanbao. Did you see the boy next to her? That's her brother, a young genius, a three-ringed soul master. If you want to marry her, you have to get past her brother. Huo Wushuan is of medium build, with broad shoulders and an ordinary appearance. His eyes sparkle with a fiery light, and he is dressed in a golden red suit, which sets off his not very handsome face but makes it look very imposing. Although both of them were new to the military camp. However, because of their close relationship with Huoyanbao, many officers know a lot about these two people. Attack the city with all your strength, and anyone who retreats will be killed. After Huoyanbao gave the order, he directed the two juniors beside him without looking away. Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan, it's time to reward you with military merits, cheer for yourselves. Huo Wushuan nodded excitedly. Huo Wu said disdainfully, there aren't any powerful spirit masters defending the other side. With my strength, I can easily get a good victory. Before they came, they already knew the defenses of the Chang'an Empire very well. Now seeing the state of the soldier guarding the city, she felt much more relieved. Even a pig can win with such an advantageous situation. Then the two of them rode on their war horses and slowly rushed forward with the army. They don't have any tactics, they just need to attack the city all at once. The city was surrounded on three sides by countless Tiandu troops. The soldiers defending the city became more and more restless as they watched the siege ladders getting closer and closer. Their arrows could not stop so many enemy troops. How to fight? Our general hasn't arrived yet. He has probably already fled to the capital, or is on his way there. Only by following General Li Xin can we have hope of victory. The Tiandu army has reached the back of us. Could it be that the cities ahead have all fallen? Maybe the king is the only one holding on now. Why don't we surrender too? Faced with such a powerful enemy, the soldiers defending the city had no intention of fighting. It seemed that this city would be destroyed in an instant just as Huoyanbao had expected. The siege ladders were approaching the city wall. The soldiers defending the city looked pale as death, and some had even laid down their weapons and prepared to raise the white flag of surrender. Cracking, under the city wall, a huge black bird covered in flames quickly flew sideways. Wherever the black bird passed, raging fire broke out. The siege soldiers at the front were engulfed by flames and howled in pain. In a moment, he was roasted by the high-temperature flames and burned to death. The siege ladders and city-breaking chariots were also ignited by the flames of the Suanyao and were almost unusable. Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu survived because they had fire-attributed martial spirits and were immune to flames. The two men stepped back quickly. But his clothes were burned black, losing their luster and looking miserable. Such a strong flame! Even if our martial spirits have a certain degree of fire immunity, we can't resist this flame for too long. Huo Wu looked at the blazing flames in front of her with fear and trepidation. Just now, she and Huo Wuxuan had a close call with death. Soon after, 2 more fire-bathed blackbirds flew rapidly along the other 2 city walls. Burn all the siege equipment outside the city wall. Fire? Who dares to play with fire in front of me? The fire leopard shouted angrily. His eyes were fixed on the sneaky arsonist under the city wall. He was a handsome man with hip-length white hair and a golden-red battlesuit. In his hand he held a soul guide device that looked like a fire stick. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. Why are you doing this in secret? The fire leopard pointed. A flame shot towards the handsome man. The handsome man leaped lightly, and a pair of golden-red wings grew out from his back. Avoiding the oncoming flames, it flew to a height beyond the city wall before slowly stopping. The golden-red soul power fluctuations bloom along with the wings. It's like a blooming firework exploding in the air. Line up in the south. Suzaku, listen to my orders. I have been waiting for you here for a long time by order of Emperor Chang'an. The handsome man's voice was extremely gentle, but between the lines, there was an extraordinary firmness. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Keeping a Sense of Propriety Means Maintaining Beauty. A Gentle and Handsome Man, Huo Wu. Chapter 21, Keeping a Sense of Propriety Means Maintaining Beauty. A gentle and handsome man, Huo Wu falls in love with him. The general is back. I was so scared. I thought the general had deserted the battlefield. Fortunately, the general is still here. Bailey Xiao Yao appeared and burned the enemy's siege equipment. The soldiers defending Chang'an seemed to have found a backbone and their morale was high. I am Bailey Xiao Yu, a level 90 titled Douluo, with the spirit Suzaku. Bailey Xiao Yao spread his golden red wings and stood in the air. Powerful soul pressure swept in from the city wall. Although he was only half a step away from being crowned, the pressure of his soul power still made Huoyan Bao feel a heart-pounding pressure. Title Douluo. There are actually title Douluo in Chang'an Empire. This guy looks about the same age as me. Why is his strength so terrifying? Huo Wu's pretty face, which had been burned black by the fire, suddenly turned pale with fright. No wonder her fire-attributed martial spirit couldn't withstand this man's flames. It turned out that he was a titled Douluo. What shocked her even more was this titled Douluo named Bailey Xiaoyu. Such achievements at such a young age, why would such a genius be willing to work for the Chang'an Empire? What is the magic of the Chang'an Empire? The intelligence is wrong, and the enemy has been banned. We shouldn't get involved in such a battle. Huo Wuxuan pulled Huo Wu and retreated behind the army. It's a titled Douluo level battle. If they rashly participate they will only be killed by the aftermath. When the Tiandu army saw that another titled Douluo appeared on the other side, the morale of the army was thrown into chaos for a moment. Titled Douluo. Why is there another titled Douluo? Is it the god and demon Douluo Li Xin who has arrived? No, it's not him, this is another level 90 titled Douluo. These soldiers are not very strong, and no one can hear the name of titled Douluo without being afraid. Although Huoyan Bao was somewhat frightened, he managed to calm down and shouted at the officers to pass on the order, hold steady, don't panic. He is only a half-step titled Douluo. The only difference between him and me is soul power, but he does not have the qualitative difference brought by the 9th soul ring. Bailey Xiao Yao only has a soul power of level 90 and has not yet obtained the 9th soul ring. Otherwise, he would be a true titled Douluo at level 91. The current Bailey Xiao Yao can only be called half a step away from being awarded a title. And he has tens of thousands of troops under his command. If all the troops attack together, he looked at the burned siege equipment and suddenly felt a headache. Damn it! Why not burn something else? Why burn all my army's siege equipment? Without siege equipment, the army would just ram their heads against the city walls. Now, they can only rely on him, a strong attack soul fighter, to break open the city gates so that the army can continue to attack the city. Catapult, smash it. Since we can't get in, we'll just suppress the enemy. The catapults reveal burning boulders, keep bombarding the city wall. Although the Tiandu army no longer had equipment for climbing the city walls, they had the advantage in numbers and other long-range equipment for attack. Soon the defenders in the city were reduced to a mess and couldn't even raise their heads. The fire leopard jumped off the horse and stomped hard. The soul power surged, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black, 8 soul rings slowly rose around him. The third soul skill, the explosive 7-star bullet. He tilted his neck forward slightly, and 7 millstone-sized scorching fire bombs quickly shot out of his mouth, forming a line and flying towards the city gate. This is his strongest long-range attack soul skill. There are 7 fire bombs, and only 2 of them hit the target to blow open the city gate. Bailey Xiaoyao lowered his head and swooped down quickly to the city gate. Facing the 7 huge blazing fireballs, he quickly squatted down and prepared his sniper rifle. A faint red line points directly to the fireball. Fourth soul skill, Breath of the Wind. The moment you pull the trigger, cracking, the blackbird is singing. The golden red blackbird is bathed in flames, flying towards the fireball fiercely. Boom 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 boom, the blackbird collided with the 7 fireballs and melted. Waves of scorching air swept over. The soldiers who were close to the place all turned sideways and raised their hands to block the heat wave. The offensive was easily broken. It seems that we can't capture this city unless we defeat you. 7th soul skill, Fire Leopard True Form. The fire leopard's soul power was stimulated to the extreme. Its body was slightly bent, sharp claws grew on its limbs, leopard spots appeared all over its body, flames surrounded its body, and even its nostrils were spewing flames. Aren't you afraid of me? Bailey Xiaoyao stood straight, holding the sniper in his hand, looking at Huoyanbao with a smile. His soul power level is 2 levels higher than that of the fire leopard. And the martial soul is also the most top-level holy beast martial soul. It is infinitely stronger than the fire leopard martial spirit of the fire leopard. He is so gentle, and even asked the sect master if he is afraid of him. Huo Wu said as she escaped. Bailey Xiaoyao's appearance is very popular with girls. Although he was an enemy, she was indeed somewhat moved. Huo Wushuan was speechless. This is a battlefield, how can there be any gentleness or no gentleness? Would such gentleness burn so many soldiers to death? The fire leopard's eyes spewed flames, and it looked directly at Bailey Xiaoyi with great arrogance. You have 8 spirit rings, and I also have 8 spirit rings. You use fire, and I use fire too. Sir, why don't you ask, are you afraid of me? With flames all over his body, he quickly pounced towards Bailey Xiaoyu. 5th soul skill, Blazing Flame Clone Attack. Not close yet. He raised his hand and threw a punch. The flame transformed into an identical clone, flying towards Bailey Xiaoyu even more rapidly. With a pounce and a rush, the flaming clone appeared in front of Bailey Xiaoyu in the blink of an eye. Although the fire leopard martial spirit is not good at long-range attacks, its close combat strength is quite impressive. As long as he can get close, he can win. 8th soul skill, Escape. Bailey Xiaoyao turned over and retreated calmly. To maintain propriety is to maintain beauty. At the moment of turning over and retreating, a flaming blackbird shot out from the sniper rifle in his hand. The blackbird collided and melted with the fire clone that came to attack. The offensive collapsed again. Bailey Xiaoyao gave Huoyanbao a gentle smile. It seemed that this was not a life and death duel, but a simple game. Don't retreat. If you have the guts, fight me like a real man. The fire leopard failed in its attacks repeatedly and became more and more anxious, striding forward. The huge fire leopard roared loudly, meow. All the soldiers were silent. Such a big beast, and its roar is so funny. Bailey Xiaoyao's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Your roar as a fire leopard is really scary. Shut up, snow leopard. Huoyanbao slapped his forehead in embarrassment. It's better not to shout. Shouting will destroy all your momentum. Damn it, how dare you laugh at me? Take your life. The fire leopard strode forward, raised its long arms high, and then dropped them quickly. 6th Soul Skill, Meteor Rain. The fireballs in the sky fell as fast as raindrops. Each fireball carries violent and fiery energy. This is a ranged soul skill. I saw that almost all the space in front was completely covered, and Bailey Xiaoyu, who is at the center of the soul skill, is unavoidable. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Red Bird is Behind. The Power of the Black Fire, Huo W. Chapter 22, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Red Bird is Behind. The Power of the Black Fire, Huo Wu is shocked. Facing the rain of fire. Bailey Xiaoyao raised his sniper rifle and kept pulling the trigger. The bullets turned into tiny vermilion birds and shot quickly towards the direction where the rain of fire was falling. Boom boom boom. The Suanyao bullets created a blank area from the rain of fire in the sky. The rain of fire fell on the ground, producing a scorching explosion wave. But that blank space was exactly where Bailey Xiaoyao was. Even though fireballs were raining down around him, he remained motionless. What is this thing? It's so powerful. Huoyan Bao felt very upset when he saw that his range spirit skill failed. Chang'an South City is the city closest to the Xingluo Empire. The place where the Xingluo army was deployed was not far from the South City. Although the battlefield between Chang'an and Tiandu was on the plains inside the pass. But the people in the Xingluo direction also had a clear view of the battlefield situation. All of Bailey Xiaoyao's situations can be seen from afar without the need for spies. The strength of the 90th level titled Douluo was revealed, and the Xingluo army was boiling again. 90 level titled Douluo? How come there is still a 90 level titled Douluo? The sudden appearance of 2 soul Douluos is already outrageous enough. How come there is also a titled Douluo? Even the leader of the Fire Leopard sect was stopped outside the city by him. It looks like the Fire Leopard is going to return with nothing this time. The Xingluo army came with the mentality of picking up bargains at the beginning. When the 5 armies besieged Li Xian and both sides were defeated, they would take over the Chang'an Empire in one fell swoop. But the current situation is far beyond their plans. The capital was still peaceful and Li Xian had not taken any action yet. Several armies of Tiandu were repelled by the defenders of Chang'an. Now, a half-step titled Douluo has appeared. It doesn't look like this is the work of the Xingluo Empire. Zhu Douluo looked at the 6-petal chrysanthemum in his hand. This represents the 6 cities of the Chang'an Empire. Every time he conquered a city, he would pluck a petal. But in the end, the 3 armies went to war, and the petals remained intact. The Xingluo Empire has long been infiltrated by us, and we in the Spirit Hall know their details very well. There are simply not so many Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. Where do all these powerful people in Chang'an Empire come from? He raised his eyes to the sky. There are very few places that can avoid the surveillance of the Spirit Hall. The Hidden Haoshan sect, the Overseas Sea God Island, and the killing city that harbors all kinds of filth. The sudden appearance of so many powerful people in Chang'an Empire made them feel vaguely uneasy. I hope this operation won't fail. Zhu Douluo murmured subconsciously. Ghost Douluo consoled him. The strongest armies of Tiandu have not yet fought each other, and the outcome is still undecided. His words gave Zhu Douluo a reassurance. Everyone continued to watch the 2 generals in the South City fighting. The Fire Leopard is a close combat and powerful attack spirit. So he always wanted to get closer to Bailey Xiaoyu. Bailey Xiaoyao is also a strong attack spirit, but he is more flexible and also has the ability of agile attack. Always keep a safe distance from the Fire Leopard and continuously release the Vermilion Bird and Blackbird to output damage. The Sacred Fire of Suanyao is extremely powerful. The Fire Leopard was beaten into a mess and in a miserable state. Soon, Bailey Xiaoyao retreated to the city wall, with no way to retreat. Ha ha ha! Finally there's nowhere to run. Huoyan Bao was panting and laughing triumphantly. Although he was being beaten, he was still desperately chasing Bailey Xiaoyu. After a lot of effort, I finally caught up with Bailey Xiaoyao. The huge fire leopard was also very excited at this time. It likes the desperate look of its prey when it is in desperate situation. When the Chang'an soldiers saw that Huoyanbao had the upper hand, they cheered excitedly. The sovereign is mighty. Come on, sect master. What Chang'an Empire? It's vulnerable. Bailey Xiaoyu leaned against the city wall with an evil smile. Is it? Second soul skill, concealment. As his soul skills were released, his slender figure disappeared from the spot. What? The fire leopard stepped forward quickly. All I could see were a few fallen leaves of grass. That huge figure just disappeared without a trace. The fire leopard unwillingly released several fireballs towards the place where Bailey Xiaoyao disappeared. In addition to the explosion causing the city walls to shake continuously, I didn't even see half of Bailey Xiaoyao's clothes. Damn it! Since you don't come out, I'll break down your city gate. Huoyanbao turned around in frustration and attacked the city gate. The 8th soul skill, Exploding Flame Star. He raised his hands high, and the violent and hot soul power gathered above his head, condensing into a huge lava fireball. And it gets stronger as the charging time goes by. In the blink of an eye, it had become half the size of a city gate. With this full-strength blow, a hole would probably be blasted into the city wall. Although the soldiers of Chang'an were suppressed by the opposing flint and could not raise their heads, they were still able to learn about the battle situation outside the city through various means. Before the huge lava fireball was released, an unbearable heat wave was felt. The soldiers guarding the city right above the city gate were sweating profusely from the heat and fled in terror, afraid of being affected by this powerful soul skill. Where is the general? How could you just watch and let the other party accumulate such a powerful spirit skill? He won't run away because he can't win the fight. South City is in danger. The Tiandu army gathered towards the city gate. As long as the soul skill is released and the city gate is blown open, the Tiandu army will rush in and enter the city. Once they enter the city, even if Li Xian himself comes, he will not be able to stop so many legions from causing sabotage from within. The next moment, a deadly red line was aimed at the fire leopard's head. Past combat experience made him break out in sweat. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the red bird behind it. Do you want to exchange your life for my city gate? Bailey Xiaoyao's gentle voice reached Huoyanbao's ears. Cracking, the blackbird sings loudly. At the edge of the city wall, the hidden blackbird took off again. And this time, Bailey Xiaoyao attacked with almost all his strength. The size of the Suanyao is larger than any previous time. It came roaring, engulfed in a raging wave of fiery heat. It seemed as if the sun had lost its color at this moment. The two armies were horrified and fled from the city. The fire leopard was still scared. He does not have the courage to sacrifice his life for his country. He just cooperates with the Tiandu Empire and is not a die-hard fan of the Tiandu Empire. He turned around and threw the charged fireball at Suanyao. Boom! The strongest attacks of both sides collided, and huge power suddenly burst out. The air was distorted by the scorching heat until it turned into nothingness. Wisps of burning white mist rise up. The scorching heat wave reaches its peak at this moment. The outer city wall, including the entire city gate, was scorched by the residual heat. Cracking, the blackbird broke the fireball and rushed towards the huge fire leopard with its remaining momentum. The fire leopard releases all of its enhanced soul skills. The flames around the fire leopard reached its peak, but they still couldn't stop the unstoppable blackbird. The blackbird swept over the body of the fire leopard. The irresistible heat wave made this fire-attributed soul Douluo wail uncontrollably. All the Tiandu's soldiers along the way were burned to charcoal. It flew several miles away before it stopped. Huo Wu ignored the scorching flames and ran to the fire leopard, whose skin had been burned to charcoal. Go! Huoyanbao moved his lips weakly. Huo Wushuan carried the fire leopard on his back and ran away without looking back. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Tiandu army also fled. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, The Kylan steps on the auspicious clouds, and it is hard to get rid of it in the world. Chapter 23, The Kylan steps on the auspicious clouds, and all the troubles in the world disappear. The auspicious sacred beast, Shui Binger, is stunned. I feel like everything is a dream. Huo Wu looked back as she ran away. Today's battle had such a huge impact on her that she was a little dazed now. Although Huoyan Bao escaped, the troops he led suffered heavy losses. Because of the deep hinterland, the distance pursued by the pursuers is the longest. The chase was almost stopped near the next city. What a crushing defeat! None of the three armies were victorious, and they were all driven back. Douluo sighed slightly. I was shocked by the strength of the Chang'an Empire. But the two sides fought for so long. The soldiers of the Chang'an Empire were also exhausted. With an army of 200,000 deployed on the border, they could also reap the benefits. His gaze followed the soldiers' escape route and naturally shifted to the city of Chang'an in the center. There are currently 6 cities in the Chang'an Empire. In addition to the royal capital, there is another city located in the central location. The troops that were leading the attack on the central city finally arrived at this point. This legion is different from other legions. The commander didn't know where he went. Leading the troops were several talented students from Tianshui College. Many officers were not convinced by these young girls and complained a lot along the way, so the march was slow. The dean of Tianshui College didn't come, but he sent a few young brats to lead the troops. This central city is close to the capital of Chang'an. The capital may send troops to support us at any time. If Li Xin comes, we will be defeated. She didn't come because she is afraid of General Li Xin. I guess she will show up when the 5 armies meet. She is really an old fox. Then you don't have to let this little brat lead the troops, right? Can these little brats lead an army? It's a nice vase for decoration. Sitting on the warhorse at the front of the army was a girl named Shui Binger, who was only 1.6 meters tall and was also one of the leaders of this expedition. Shui Binger is not tall, but has a very well-proportioned figure. She is neither exaggeratedly plump nor thin. She has long aquablue hair hanging down her back, and her fair face is dotted with delicate facial features. At first glance, she does not seem to be particularly stunning, but when you look closely, you can continue to find her beauty, which is a hazy beauty. The other leaders are also young Soul Master students from Tianshui College. Like Shui Binger, these people have similar hair color and clothing styles. Every student sent by Tianshui College is the best among women in terms of appearance and figure. This team of Soul Masters, like lotus flowers blooming in water, is very pleasing to the eye. But this is a battlefield, not a place for joking. Listening to the endless questioning voices of his subordinates, Shui Binger also showed her extraordinary composure and replied calmly, I don't understand, why is everyone talking about the commander not coming? It seems that if the commander-in-chief hadn't come, this battle would be doomed to fail for us. Before this battle, all the sect leaders and deans have already investigated the deployment of the opposing city. The city we are facing has only more than 2,000 defenders. No matter what, 40,000 versus 2,000, the advantage is mine. The soldiers were well aware of the facts she had stated. What matters is not the outcome of this war. Instead, he was worried that the king of Chang'an next door would send reinforcements. Moreover, the credit for leading the army was taken away by these little brats. Of course, these officers felt uncomfortable, but there is no way, military orders are as heavy as mountains. Several leaders of the Central Army were appointed personally by the president of Tianshui College. They are also afraid of the powerful dean. Shui Binger and others also knew that this battle was to gild their melee skills. Such a battle that is sure to win can be won even if the troops are led by pigs. The army in the middle slowly marched to the city. The overwhelming sense of oppression also made the defenders in the city feel more pressured. It was very difficult to defend the city with a gap of more than 10 times in strength. 40,000 troops are approaching, what should we do? But there isn't anyone particularly powerful among the generals leading the troops on the other side. I see that the leaders of the other legions seem to be some young ladies. Even if there are no powerful people, we can't defend it. The capital is so close to us. If we call for help, the capital will surely come to our aid. If Wang Du doesn't come to reinforce, he will be faced with the dilemma of being surrounded by 5 armies on all sides. He will definitely come to reinforce. The soldiers began to have wild thoughts. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that the other side did not have any powerful figures in charge. And they also firmly believed that Xue Luoquan would send troops to rescue them. We can't rely on our female general to defend the city. While some officers were whispering, they kept looking at their generals defending the city. She is a female general sent by His Majesty. He was wearing a cyan battle robe, holding a Qingxian Kailan sword, with a straight and slender figure, and looked heroic. However, they did not place any hope on this female general. They all stared eagerly in the direction of the royal capital, praying that their reinforcements would appear there, in just a blink of an eye. When he looked back, his general had disappeared. Shui Binger and a few others led the Tiandu army to the foot of the city. The other side's city doesn't have a powerful spirit master guarding it, so we can just attack from the 4 city gates. Shui Binger greeted her companions. Shui Yuer and the others nodded. Several people led their legions to different city gates. Although they were said to be led, in fact, most of the time, it was other officers who gave them the marching requirements. They looked around with smiles on their faces, full of curiosity and interest in everything. It seemed that this was not a brutal war, but just an outing. The army quickly surrounded them from all sides. The soldiers in the army were about to blow the horn to attack. Suddenly, a ray of hazy light appeared in the sky. The glow is getting brighter and brighter. It's like a good omen coming, causing countless people to look up. What is this? In the sky, there is a colorful auspicious cloud floating. Above the auspicious clouds, stood a shining sacred beast. It has a sheep's head, a deer's body, wolf's hooves, dragon's horns, and dragon's tail, and dragon scales all over its body. Is this the auspicious beast Kailan? It looks like he wants to bless us. We will be able to capture the city without losing a single soldier. We will surely be able to defeat the enemy without a fight. Soldiers on both sides regarded this auspicious sign as a blessing for their side. They all cheered in unison. Above the clouds, a graceful figure holding a green knife slowly walked out, and an auspicious female voice enveloped the battlefield. A unicorn rides on the auspicious clouds, and the world is hard to get rid of. I don't intend to fight, everyone, please retreat immediately. Shui Binger stared blankly at the auspicious sacred beast in the sky. The Tiandu army was also shocked by the woman's words. Her words were very clear, it was the person opposite. The sacred beast Kailan? Why is it appearing on the opposite side? End of this chapter. Chapter 24, If the Divine Beast does and number 039, T show its power, does it think I and number 039, am a koi? Capturing. Chapter 24, If the Divine Beast doesn't show its power, does it think I'm a koi? Capturing Shui Binger alive, Ghost Douluo is shocked. Hua's sword does not kill the old or the young. If you retreat, I will spare your life. If we come to blows, I won't let you off easily. Mulan stood on the auspicious clouds with her horse and golden sword, overlooking the Tiandu soldiers. There were no strong men in the Tiandu army, and the leaders were just some teenage girls. It is a shame for such a great empire to send such a child to lead the troops into battle. She was also very reasonable and tried to drive these girls away. Why would this auspicious sign protect Chang'an? Shui Binger, the leader of the Tiandu army, was not scared away by the Kailan. Her big, watery eyes were full of confusion. Tiandu's 40,000 strong army is simply not something that Chang'an's mere 2,000 defenders can resist. Once the war starts, it can almost be said to be a one-sided crushing. This battle should have been a battle of recovery for the Tiandu Empire. Why was the auspicious symbol in the enemy camp? Such an auspicious sign also made the soldiers in Chang'an feel much more at ease. Because the woman on the auspicious cloud is the defender of Chang'an. Oh my God! Our female general is so handsome. With the blessing of the auspicious beast Kailan, destiny is in Chang'an. General, protect me. Kailan is a sacred animal that brings good luck to people. How could the soldiers not be highly motivated when such an auspicious sign appeared in their homeland? Outside Chang'an Pass, Douluo and others also saw auspicious clouds and auspicious colors from afar. The auspicious beast Kailan? Such a sacred beast actually appeared in Chang'an. Douluo let out a long sigh. The Chang'an Empire has shocked him more than once. Now they have even sacrificed the sacred beast Kailan. I don't know what level this soul master with the Kailan martial soul is at. Can this sacred beast Kailan really protect Chang'an? Ghost Douluo glanced around the city. The densely packed Tiandu's soldiers were already on full alert. If the general defending the city is not strong enough, it will be impossible to defend the city even if he has the spirit of a sacred beast. Shui Bing'er quickly recovered from the shock of the auspicious sacred beast. After all, her martial soul is also very noble. It is an ice phoenix with top-level ice attributes. In terms of martial spirit, it is no worse than the auspicious beast Kailan. My 40,000 strong Tiandu army cannot be easily scared away by you. If you have the ability, defeat my army head-on. The Kailan certainly represents auspiciousness and good luck. But if one's own strength is insufficient, auspicious luck alone will not be able to protect this city. Those Tiandu's soldiers who were anxious to make achievements had already become impatient. Stop talking nonsense, attack. You want to scare us away with just a Kailan spirit. What do you mean I don't care about fighting? I think you are just bluffing. You want to scare us even though you don't have the strength? I'm not afraid of you. Before the army set out, they already knew the defense situation of various cities in Chang'an. He was not afraid of the sudden appearance of the Kailan martial spirit at all. The attack horn sounded. The Tiandu army attacked from all directions in a mighty manner. Suddenly, there was artillery fire outside the city and war horses neighing. As the leader, Shui Bing'er is also ahead. The second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 soul rings suddenly lit up. Although she is young, she has the strength of a 3-ring soul master. Looking at the entire army, he is one of the best. A layer of crystal light blue ice attribute armor attached to her body, protecting her from incoming arrows. Beside her is the soul master troop of the Tiandu Empire. Everyone released their martial spirits and attacked the city wall together. Seeing that these children were ignorant and determined to start a war, Hua Mulan stopped tolerating them. If the divine beast doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a coy? Do you think I'm bluffing? She stepped on the auspicious clouds, soared into the sky, and holding the Qingxian Kailan sword, she jumped down. The Kailan descended into the world, and the rays of light shone brightly. All the clouds in the sky are dyed by the rosy glow, becoming dazzling and extremely gorgeous. I am General Chang'an, Hua Mulan, a level 91 titled Douluo. My martial spirit is Kailan. The powerful pressure of the titled Douluo swept over without reservation at this moment. All the attacking Tiandu's soldiers were stunned by this powerful pressure and unable to move. The attacking soul masters were also unable to move due to this powerful pressure. The ice armor on Shui Bing'er's body exploded layer by layer. She couldn't bear the pressure and half knelt on the ground. Her pretty blue eyes trembled wildly with fear. It's actually a titled Douluo. She thought of all possibilities, even thinking of Li Xian from the royal capital coming to support her. But she never thought that there was another titled Douluo in this city, because these were not included in the information they received. If they had known there were other titled Douluo, they would definitely not have split their forces so rashly. Why? Why is the Chang'an Empire so powerful? There are few titled Douluo to begin with, and each titled Douluo is a famous figure in a certain area. The previous god and demon Douluo Li Xin shocked everyone. Emperor Shui Ye sent 5 armies to attack. But the result now is that another titled Douluo has appeared. The Chang'an Empire is not as simple as they can understand on the surface. The next moment, a green figure flashed in front of him. He waved the Kailan sword in his hand, and several sword shadows flashed out. The Soul Master army was completely destroyed with overwhelming force. Only the terrified Shui Bing'er was left, staring blankly at the sudden change. I really should leave. She felt extremely upset and blamed herself. Hua Mulan had just advised her to leave, but she insisted on doing so. But now it has become such a situation. The Tiandu army saw another titled Douluo appear. The army's morale was instantly thrown into chaos. Maru spicy. We've been deceived. There's also a titled Douluo. We can't fight, retreat. The officers began to retreat one after another. They simply don't have the determination or courage to fight to the death with a titled Douluo. What's more, they are the attacking party, the commander-in-chief is not here, the leader of the army has been captured, and the Soul Master army has suffered countless casualties. How can the soldier army fight? If one soldier is cowardly, the whole general will be cowardly. The officers were cowardly, and the soldiers followed suit. Follow the officer and turn around and flee. Hua Mulan grabbed Shui Bing'er's collar with one hand, lifted her up, and jumped onto the city wall in a few steps. Shui Bing'er was captured in this beautiful way. The captured enemy leader encouraged the soldiers in Chang'an. General Hua Mulan is mighty. Ha ha ha, we have the auspicious beast Kailan, how can your Tiandu army stop us? I let you escape a long time ago, but you still didn't listen. Auspicious sign is with me, brothers, kill and collect military merits. Hua Mulan then quickly visited the remaining 3 city gates. Destroy all the Tiandu's Soul Master armies without any hindrance. Captured the young girls leading the Tian Shui College. The morale of the Chang'an defenders was greatly boosted. After killing all the enemy troops that attacked the city wall, they opened the city gate and chased out. The Tiandu army was completely defeated. Star Army formation. Ghost Douluo received the latest battle report from the front line and read it out immediately. The attack on the middle city also failed. The other side had a titled Douluo, Rulan Douluo. This battle was a foregone conclusion. It can almost be said that the battle ended in a crushing victory. As soon as these words were spoken, the Xingluo army was collectively shocked. Another titled Douluo. Where did the Chang'an Empire get so many titled Douluo? Can this still be fought? End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Line up in the east, Qing Long obeys the order. The dragon soul shakes the world, Yu Yuan. Chapter 25, Line up in the east, Qing Long obeys the order. The dragon soul shakes the world, Yu Yuan is stunned. Many powerful people continued to emerge in the Chang'an Empire, which made the Xingluo army uneasy for a time. They originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the 2 tigers, but in the end, the Chang'an Empire was still intact. How could they take advantage of the situation? We can only wait and see whether the Tiandu army in the east can bring us good news. Zhu Douluo looked at the intact chrysanthemum between his fingers, feeling mixed emotions. All 4 armies were defeated, and they could only place their hopes on the army led by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to inflict heavy damage on Chang'an. That dragon will definitely work. Ghost Douluo's voice was very calm and steady. All 4 armies were defeated. But he had great confidence in the remaining Eastern army. Even if the leading man hits both of them alone, he can beat the shit out of them. The fame of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is earned through hard work, not just boasting. The eastern city is not too far away. But East City and Central City are both close to the royal capital of Chang'an. Yu Yuanzhen was worried that he would encounter Li Xin's support when attacking the city from the inside. In this way, the Tiandu army will be caught in a pincer attack. Li Xin's battle record was truly amazing, and he was not sure that he could defeat him alone. And he had no intention of fighting to the death with Li Xin in advance. This battle was originally a collaboration among many parties, and they planned to win it easily. No one wants to put in the extra effort. So he led his army out of the pass and attacked from outside the east city. Even if Li Xin came to support him, he only needed to lead the army to face the enemy. Although this march was slow, it made him feel extremely relaxed. The army rushed to the outside of the east city gate. Arrange your formation and prepare to attack the city. The army roared forward. Although this pass is located in a dangerous area, with cliffs and abysses outside the pass, high walls and a narrow valley in front, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. But the other side has more people. Even if 40,000 people were piled up together, they would kill the thousands of people defending the city. What's more, the general leading the army is the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sex leader, Yu Yuanzhen. The soldiers defending the city were so frightened just by looking at the blue dragon flag of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan that they lost their wits and were completely unable to resist. Oh my god, we are facing the strongest force among the 5 armies. The leader is Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanzhen. The leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is at the forefront of the army. What can we use to defend against his attack? I can't hit you at all. It's pointless to resist. Just surrender. Before Yu Yuanzhen and the army got close, the soldiers in the city were already considering how to give up resistance. The shadow of a famous tree. The reputation of the 95th level powerful attack type titled Douluo, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, resounds throughout the continent. How many people would not feel afraid after hearing this name? Many officers even prepared the white flag. Anyone who dares to talk about surrender will be killed immediately. The general standing right on top of the city wall spoke. Broad and tall shoulders, a resolute and calm face. Wearing a blue battle robe and holding a Qinglong sword. It also gives people a sense of unfathomable steadiness. The words of the general defending the city quieted down the originally anxious soldiers' discussions. Unfortunately, these soldiers had never heard of his name before. I never understood his strength. The soldiers still had not changed their minds about surrendering. General Kai does not allow us to surrender. Can we fight without surrendering? It's okay, we'll vote when he dies. The Tiandu army arrived not far outside the city. But he did not start the attack immediately. At the front of the army, a handsome man riding a blue thunder dragon slowly stepped forward and said lazily, "I am Yu Yuanzhen." The sound of thunder echoed between the valleys. The power of a true dragon intimidates everyone. The beasts in the mountains were frightened and scattered, and the birds fled. These few simple words seemed to carry a huge weight, making it hard for the soldiers in the city to breathe. Many officers and soldiers' hands were shaking as they gripped the handles of their halberds. He was obviously frightened by Yu Yuanzhen's momentum. Only General Kai, who was defending the city, remained calm and composed, as steady as a rock. For a long time, no one in the city surrendered. They still refused to surrender. I admire the courage of the soldiers defending the city. Yu Tianheng applauded these warriors from the bottom of his heart. However, the defenders were just over 2,000 people, without even a soul sage in charge. Facing the might of Thunder Douluo, they were able to refuse to surrender. What kind of courage is this? What they didn't know was that the soldiers in the city had already intended to surrender, but were intimidated by Kai. For such warriors, all we can do is respect their wishes and kill them. Yu Tianzhen said. Yu Yuanzhen sneered and shook his head, "If you are stubborn, then attack." The army marched forward in orderly steps. Yu Yuanzhen soared into the air and leaped above the valley, with strands of thunder gathering in his palm. He looked indifferently at the soldiers on the city wall who were like ants. To challenge the majesty of the dragon will be punished by heaven. He waved his hand downwards gently. Crack! Rumble! Countless bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck down from the sky, completely covering the entire city wall. Suddenly, the city wall seemed to be hit by a saturation bombing, with smoke rising everywhere. Countless soldiers who were unable to dodge were blasted to pieces by the thunder. There were wailing and crying sounds everywhere, only that broad blue-green silhouette still stood tall. "Line up in the east, Qinglong, listen to my orders." Kai moved and also jumped up, the blue dragon soared into the air. The Qinglong sword in his hand easily splits the thunder. The powerful soul force pressure spread out, sweeping away all the thunder that had struck, and there was a crackling sound above the mountain. "You are also a dragon spirit." Yu Yuanzhen was slightly startled when he saw the ascending azure dragon. The azure dragon martial soul is the martial soul of a holy beast, and is no worse than his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Moreover, Kai's soul power pressure is extremely strong, it may have exceeded the level of Contra. This made Yu Yuanzhen look at Kai with a new respect, and he asked seriously, "Who are you?" "I am General Kai Chang'an, a level 90 titled Douluo. I am ordered by the Emperor of Chang'an to guard this city. If you dare to attack, I will defeat you." Kai stood with his sword across his body, hovering steadily in front of Yu Yuanzhen. The blue dragon soul kept floating out from the blade of his sword. "Block all the blue thunder." Although his level is slightly inferior to Yu Yuanzhen, he is still not afraid of the dragon's might. Level 90 top dragon type martial spirit. Yu Yuanzhen was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that in addition to Li Xin, there was such a master hidden in the Chang'an Empire. If it wasn't him who attacked the city, but other armies, they would have been defeated. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a martial arts opponent of the same type. If it were any other time, I would definitely be your friend, but today, unfortunately, you will be defeated by me." Yu Yuanzhen clenched his fists, thunder exploded in his palms, and he spoke in a domineering tone. "His level is 5 levels higher than Kai. And you need one more soul ring. With such an advantage, he has absolute confidence." End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Repel Evil, Adjust Yin and Yang. Azure Dragon Ambition. Powerful in all directions. UT. Chapter 26, Fight Against Evil, Adjust Yin and Yang. Azure Dragon Ambition. Powerful and powerful. Yu Tianheng was shocked. This is the real dragon. Kai's soul power pressure was displayed, and the defenders who were originally depressed and ready to surrender were also much more excited. Dragon. Our general is also a dragon. Oh my god, it's actually a level 90 title. We are saved. As long as General Kai can defend against Yu Yuanzhen, this city will be impregnable. They originally planned to raise the white flag and surrender collectively once Kai died. But now it seems that this general of ours will not die so easily. The combat power of a top dragon-type martial spirit at level 90 can be imagined. In the Tiandu army, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin were both extremely shocked. No wonder the other side didn't surrender after hearing my name. It turns out there is such a master in charge. With the same title Douluo level true dragon martial spirit, I'm afraid we're in trouble this time. Fortunately, Grandpa is here, otherwise the army would have suffered countless casualties. The sudden appearance of Kai was not part of their plan. This caught the Tiandu army off guard. Fortunately, there is the powerful titled Douluo Yu Yuanzhen in charge. Although everyone was shocked by this, they did not panic. They all believed that Yu Yuanzhen could defeat his opponent. Star Direction. When the Xingluo army saw the war in Dongcheng, they were immediately excited. As long as Yu Yuanzhen attacks East City and both he and Wang Du Li Xin suffer heavy losses, they can take advantage of this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack on the South City Pass, and then seize the opportunity to capture several surrounding cities. But the war in East City didn't seem to end so easily. The Tiandu army was stopped outside the East City gate. This made the Xingluo army very puzzled. What's going on? Yu Yuanzhen is leading the army himself. Is there anyone who can stop him? Who can stop this fierce man? Could it be that Li Xin went to East City? No way, isn't Li Xin stationed in the capital of Chang'an? Has he gone out to provide support? The officers of Xingluo were talking about it. Zhu Douluo felt increasingly uneasy. If Li Xin goes to East City, he can stop Yu Yuanzhen. Then the capital will be empty. Can't we take advantage of it? That's what he guessed, but it didn't seem right. The Chang'an Empire has always been extremely mysterious since its founding. The Chang'an Emperor Shui Luoquan also seemed like a different person. Before receiving the information from East City, they dared not act rashly. We all know Yu Yuanzhen's strength. If we give him some time, he will definitely be able to capture East City. Xingluo's general said calmly. Whether it is Tiandu or Xingluo, everyone is very confident in Yu Yuanzhen's strength, outside the East City gate. The two titled Douluo with top-level dragon martial spirits have officially fought each other. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, 9 soul rings were suspended around Yu Yuanzhen. This is the strongest opponent the Chang'an Empire has encountered since its founding. The third soul skill, the Fury of Thunder. The violent power of thunder erupted from Yu Yuanzhen's body, the black pupils flashed with terrifying thunder, and the long black hair fluttered without wind. The moment his soul skill was activated, his aura became even more powerful, and his whole body was filled with violence and domineering aura. During the activation of this soul skill, his lightning power and soul power can be greatly enhanced. The fourth soul skill, Thunderstorm. Yu Yuanzhen reached forward with one hand. The countless snakes of lightning that were coiled around him magnified at the same time, and the next moment they turned into countless lightning arrows that were released forward. Wherever the thunder covered, the air had already exploded and twisted. This soul skill is a long-range attack soul skill, and it also has a paralyzing effect. Able to achieve range control, it was like the singing of thousands of birds. Many people were frightened to the point of their legs going weak just by hearing the sound, and was even brought to face such a powerful soul skill. The dense electric snakes are almost impossible to avoid. Facing the attacking electric snake, Kai did not dodge at all. Instead, he swung out 2 crisscrossing sword energies, splitting part of the thunder in front of him. The other electric snakes brushed past the corners of his clothes. Humph, even if you avoid Grandpa's thunder, how can you dodge the paralysis power that comes with it? Yu Tianheng in front of the formation smiled confidently. Although this attack did not hit directly, the lightning flashed and spread, and if it touched even a little, the person would be temporarily paralyzed. This brief period of control gave Yu Yuanzhen the opportunity to release his next single soul skill. You are just a jerk. You actually tried to hurt my real dragon with thunder. You are simply showing off your skills before an expert. Thunder, lightning, wind, and clouds, sweeping across the sky. Kai waved his sword and shouted softly, then stepped forward into the air. The sky is cloudy. There was a strong wind in the valley. The dragon's power is so great that all beasts submit to him. He's right, he also has a true dragon martial spirit. The paralysis effect may not be effective on him. Yu Tianzhen swallowed. Really? Yu Tianheng smiled awkwardly. I almost forgot that the opponent also has a true dragon martial spirit. When Yu Yuanzhen failed to paralyze the opponent, he immediately released a single soul skill to keep up with the output. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. He reached forward with one hand. The soul power turned into a dragon claw condensed from blue-purple lightning, shooting forward. The attack power of a single soul skill is extremely strong. If it were an ordinary soul master, after being paralyzed by the thunderstorm, he would definitely not be able to dodge and would have to withstand this soul skill. But Kai's true dragon martial spirit is immune to paralysis effects. He dodged it by slightly turning sideways. The dragon claw containing violent thunder power fell on the top of the mountain, making a violent explosion. The rocks are rolling and the leaves are rustling. Above the valley, a dragon claw mark pit as big as 3 bedrooms and a living room was blasted out. The army that was fighting fiercely was attracted by the loud explosion. Looking at the dragon claw mark pit on the top of the mountain, everyone's face was filled with horror. So strong! As expected of Thunder Douluo. If General Kai hadn't stopped them, I'm afraid our city would have been breached long ago. Can General Kai really win? Kai, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Yuanzhen, was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention, faced with such a powerful enemy. He still did not retreat even a single step. Holding a big knife, he was already approaching Yu Yuanzhen. Without further ado, raise your knife and start chopping. As the knife comes out, the blue dragon roars, the knife shadow turned into a green dragon and quickly slashed towards Yu Yuanzhen. Your Excellency, do you know that my nickname is the Kenyan Slashing King? Close combat is my strong point. That's great. I'm also good at close combat. Come on. The thunder dragon claw attached to Yu Yuanzhen's right arm. He stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed the blade fiercely. The thunder brought with it the sound of wind, and the blue claw marks grabbed the Qinglong sword shadow head-on. Ding! A dull blow exploded. An extremely depressing sound wave came from mid-air and reached the ears of the soldiers fighting fiercely below. Everyone's heart seemed to be grabbed by something, and they couldn't help but tremble violently, even breathing became difficult. I could only open my mouth wide and gasp frantically. But the battle between the two has just begun. Kai wields the blue sky dragon shadow sword. Yu Yuanzhen danced the thunder dragon claw. Although neither of them was good at quick attacks, they would only fight a few times in one breath at most. But every confrontation is extremely powerful and fierce. The two fought back and forth, inseparable. It even gave off a feeling of heroes appreciating each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Come and see who is unpredictable. The Duel of the Two Dragons of Douluo, Thunder Dragon. Chapter 27. Come and see who is unpredictable. Douluo Duel, Double Dragon Showdown, Thunder Dragon vs Cyan Holy Dragon. The two titled Douluo in mid-air were fighting fiercely, punching each other hard, and the fight was getting higher and higher, almost reaching below the clouds. The battle to overcome the difficulties has gradually entered a white-hot stage. The defenders of Chang'an had the advantage of the strategic location, making it impossible for the Tiandu army to launch a siege, so they could only launch a small attack in small numbers. Many soldiers outside the pass who were in the back and had not yet started fighting were watching the fight between the two titles, apart from feeling some physical discomfort from the aftermath. They were also greatly shocked by the strength between the two titled Douluo. What shocked them the most was not Yu Yuan's astonishing strength. But Kai can actually compete with Yu Yuanzhen on equal terms. He actually didn't lose in close combat. In addition to Li Xian, there is actually such a powerful general in Chang'an Empire. Even someone as strong as Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen was unable to crush him. How come there are so many powerful people in the Chang'an Empire? If it weren't for Sect Master Yu being here, we would have been defeated long ago. The soldiers were shocked by Kai's strength. Yu Tianheng grabbed the reins of his warhorse, stood there and watched the fight, and sincerely praised his opponent. You are so strong. You can actually fight with Grandpa to this extent. They know Yu Yuanzhen's strength best. Yu Yuanzhen's strength is unmatched in the entire continent. If it were any other ordinary titled Douluo, he would have probably been beaten back by Yu Yuanzhen and started to unleash his powerful spirit skills. But in the Chang'an Empire, a titled Douluo who was comparable to Yu Yuanzhen appeared. This titled Douluo named Kai also didn't need any soul skills. He could fight against Yu Yuanzhen with just the power of his sword. It's okay. Grandpa hasn't used his full strength yet. He is just testing the opponent. It's only a matter of time before we defeat our opponent. Yu Tianxin, who was riding a horse nearby, comforted him. After a brief head-on confrontation, Yu Yuanzhen was unable to defeat his opponent and became a little frustrated. You have some skills. It seems that I can't defeat you unless I show my real skills. Yu Yuanzhen raised his hand slightly to block the opponent, and the seventh black 10,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. 7th Soul Skill, Thunder Body, Dragon Transformation. Dark clouds in the sky stirred, thunder rumbled, and turned into violent thunder power that poured into his body. His slender and broad body began to expand wildly after absorbing the thunder, and his clothes were burst in an instant. But in a blink of an eye, he had completed the transformation from human to dragon. The whole body is covered with a layer of blue-purple scales, and thunder surrounds it. All 4 limbs turned into thick and huge dragon claws, and the dragon tail was long and winding, with spikes at the end. 2 huge dragon wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar accompanied by terrifying thunder spread in the air. The power of the true dragon's thunder frightened countless people. Just a dragon's roar frightened countless birds and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles, and made them tremble with fear. Starting from level 30, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Soul Master will gain 1 more soul ring on his body that is more similar to a dragon when using his martial soul. When he reaches level 70, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Soul Master can truly transform into a dragon and burst out with extremely terrifying power. This is also the reason why the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Master is known as the most terrifying strong attack Soul Master of the same level. Grandpa has used his martial spirit's true form. It looks like he wants to end this battle. Yu Tianheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge thunder dragon with excitement. After using the dragon transformation, titled Douluo can easily defeat many enemies alone. This is a geometric growth, not an increase with a time limit, and this is what makes the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family so terrifying. Dragonization, this is the full charm of my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Yu Tianxin yearned for this violent thunder dragon. They are the geniuses of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. In the future, they will transform into giant thunder dragons that look down upon the world just like their grandfather. Yu Yuanzhen revealed his martial spirit's true form. And the earth-shaking dragon roar made the Chang'an defenders so scared that their legs went weak. The morale of the Tiandu army was greatly boosted. Everyone bravely took the lead and rushed towards the city while roaring. The master has transformed into a dragon. It seems that defeating the opponent will only take a moment. Kill. I want to take the credit for being the first to reach the summit. Star direction. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo saw the huge thunder dragon in the sky from afar. Even though they were 100 miles away, they were still frightened to the point of breaking out in sweats. Transformed into a dragon. Yu Yuanzhen was forced to use this move. Who on earth is this opponent? He actually made Yu Yuanzhen use his martial soul's true body. Both of them were amazed at the defender of Chang'an. A titled Douluo like Yu Yuanzhen doesn't even need to use his spirit body to deal with soul masters below the title. Unless a titled Douluo also appears on the opposite side, this forced him to activate his martial soul's true form. No way, there's another titled Douluo. Xing Luo's general was stunned after listening to the conversation between the two. Will the Chang'an Empire ever be over? Another titled Douluo appears? When did titled Douluo become cabbages? How could such a small kingdom have so many titled Douluo? Facing the tremendous power of the Thunder Dragon, Kai is also eager to fight. He took a false step and held the sword in his hand upright in front of him. Come, let's see who is unpredictable. Behind him, the 5 elements wheel emitting a mysterious aura suddenly appeared. The fate finally settled in the east. A shadow of a green dragon suddenly appeared. 7th Soul Skill, Azure Dragon's true form. Indestructible demonic body. The soul of the Azure Dragon blooms on the blade. It transformed into an extremely thick layer of blue-green dragon Kai and wrapped up his broad and tall body. His already very tall body, with the blessing of Long Kai, became even more majestic and powerful. His aura also became extremely powerful in an instant. A hazy green light rose up behind him. Hold head high, the loud and clear dragon roar echoed between heaven and earth. A green holy dragon shadow flew out. The blue holy dragon and the thunder dragon are completely different kinds of dragons. It has a snake-like slender body, covered with dragon scales, dragon horns on its head, and 4 short and sharp claws. Although it has no feathers or wings, the azure dragon can still ride on the clouds and soar in the sky to call the wind and rain. The thunder dragon is mighty and domineering. The blue holy dragon is mysterious and agile. Both of them exuded terrifying dragon power and glared at each other in the air above the valley. The dark clouds in the sky have turned as thick as ink, thunder roared in the sky, and strong winds swept across the earth. It seems like a storm that could kill people may come down at any time. Azure Dragon. We have dragons too. We haven't lost yet. The morale of the Chang'an defenders was also high. The armies of both sides once again engaged in a tense offensive and defensive battle. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin were both stunned by the shock of the Blue Holy Dragon. Even if Yu Yuanzhen activated his martial soul's true form and transformed into a dragon, he still couldn't suppress the opponent's momentum. After a long while, Yu Tianxin slowly spoke. It seems that his Azure Dragon is no less powerful than Grandpa's Thunder Dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. No one can see it, no one can defeat it. The ninth soul skill, Flying Dragon in the Sky, p. Chapter 28. No one can see it, no one can defeat it. The ninth soul skill, Flying Dragon in the Sky, powerful in all directions. Douluo is shocked. Star direction. Douluo stared at Dongcheng intently. But as I watched, I saw another green dragon appear. This made him feel a little breathless. How could this happen, Qinglong? The Azure Dragon and the Thunder Dragon confronted each other. It was obviously transformed by a soul master from the Chang'an Empire. When the Xingluo army saw that Yu Yuanzhen was blocked, they were greatly shocked. The previous ease and comfort was no longer on their faces, and everyone had an unshakable solemn look on their faces. This is impossible. There are very few true dragon bloodlines that have been passed down. Currently, the most common dragon-type martial spirit on the continent is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. How come the Chang'an Empire has such a martial spirit? A true dragon martial spirit at the titled Douluo level. How many cards does the Chang'an Empire have? The fighting situation in Dongcheng is intense. Everyone was watching the battle between the two real dragons nervously. This battle is the last bit of face for the Tiandu army. Thunder gathers under the dark clouds. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex martial spirit gives Yu Yuanzhen the ability to control thunder. You are very strong, I will go all out. Yu Yuanzhen roared loudly, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The eighth soul skill, Soaring Dragon, and Thunder Explosion. The terrifying soul power in the soul ring rushed into the sky. It adds some light blue to the dark black clouds. In the thunder clouds, it seemed as if there was a dragon rolling and stirring. Then, countless bolts of lightning struck from the thunder clouds. Each bolt of lightning gradually formed small thunder dragons as it fell. These small thunder dragons poured down on Qinglong like raindrops. The Azure Dragon then opened its bloody mouth and let out a dragon roar. All the thunder dragons in the sky were shattered by its dragon roar. It turned into wisps of electric snakes and disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, the dragon like Yu Yuanzhen vibrated his wings, stretched out his thunder dragon claws, and flew towards the magic armor, although Kai became taller after being transformed into a demon. But it is only twice as high as before. When standing up straight, it is just as tall as the arms of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. The two people's body sizes are not at the same level at all. Boom! Mo Kai's left hand blocked the thunder dragon's right claw. The magic armor is as hard as dragon scales. The terrifying thunder burst into the sky, but it did not cause any damage to the magic armor. In his right hand, Mo Kai held the Azure Dragon sword, which was taller than a man, and slashed towards the thunder dragon's left claw. Boom! With a dull blow, the magic armor flew backwards. Then Qinglong rotated its flexible body and swooped forward quickly. Like a giant python, it used its flexible body to wrap around the huge body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. The sharp dragon claws kept scratching the thick body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex was also enraged and kept waving its claws to fight back. Summon thunder from time to time to bombard King Glong's body. The two giant dragons roared and fought in the sky. Waves of angry dragon roars spread from the sky to the ground, and then bounced back to the sky from the ground. Suddenly, the sun and moon lost their light, and the sky was dark. Right below the battle between the two dragons, there was a violent storm and thunder. The hurricane was so strong that it almost blew people away. The random falling thunder would occasionally blast a deep pit in the valley. The corners of Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin's clothes flew wildly. They squinted their eyes and raised their hands to cover half of their faces to prevent the flying sand from entering their eyes. Is this the world of the strong? It's so horrible. Fortunately we are far away, otherwise we would all be injured by the aftermath of the battle. I'm really impressed by Chong and Kai. Even Grandpa's 8th soul skill couldn't defeat him. Mo Kai raised his sword again, stepped into the air, and rushed towards the fighting thunder dragon. So annoying. Yu Yuanzhen tore away the green dragon that was wrapped around his body, spitting out thunder and roaring. The 9th soul skill. The 9th black soul ring surrounding the wings lights up. The power of thunder reached its peak at this moment. The huge soul power combines with the power of thunder in the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and 9 huge thunder dragons slowly poked their heads out from the thunder clouds. The dark sky and earth were also illuminated by lightning. When the real dragon is angry, the sound shakes the sky. A dragon roared and thundered as it descended from the sky. 9 thunder dragons swooped down from the thunder clouds towards the demon armor. This is a locking skill. The thunder dragon firmly locks onto the figure of the demon armor. Even if he retreats violently, the 9 thunder dragons will still follow him. The only thing left between heaven and earth was the dazzling white light brought by thunder. The soldiers who were fighting fiercely at the city gate stopped fighting one after another. He raised his hands to cover his eyes and half bent down to resist the remaining power of this terrifying thunder dragon. This is Yu Yuanzhen's strongest blow. This made Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were hundreds of miles away, feel a little nervous. Fuck you. You are worthy of being called Thunder Douluo. If this attack locks on the two of us, we will be seriously injured if not killed. To be able to force out this old dragon's 9th soul skill, the strength of Chang'an's city defender is probably not inferior to the two of us. It's really fucking awesome. Both of them were trembling as they spoke. The look towards the Chang'an Empire was also filled with deep fear. The two of them claimed that even if they were 2 against 1, they were no match for Yu Yuanzhen. They were already shocked that the Chang'an defender could achieve this. At least the two of them will definitely not be able to defeat those titled Douluo in Chang'an. No one can block this attack. Kai, it's time for you to lose. Yu Tianheng clenched his fists and stared at Mo Kai. Seeing that he could not escape the thunder dragon's pursuit, Mo Kai stopped dodging. He turned around and held the knife upright in front of him, pouring all his soul power into the knife. The azure dragon roared and disappeared into the blade. He took 2 steps in the air, and swung the Qinglong sword with each step. A green dragon shadow suddenly appeared as the blade was swung. With every swing and the infusion of soul power, the dragon's might will become even stronger. Then he faced the 9 thunder dragons, gathered all his soul power, and slashed out with the most violent sword. 8th soul skill, Flying Dragon in the Sky, powerful in all directions. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth. A green light occupied half of the sky, competing with the white light of thunder. The huge green dragon roared and rushed towards the 9 thunders. Rumble, the blue and white colors collide at this moment. The thunder roared and the wind howled. It seemed that the space could not withstand such a violent collision and began to distort. Even the heaven and earth were wailing. Yu Tianheng covered his ears and closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, he felt that his 5 senses were completely failing. All I felt was a blank light and endless tinnitus around me. After a long time, heavy rain began to fall. Accompanied by gusts of cold wind, people feel particularly cold and chilling. Everyone shuddered from the shock and came back to their senses one after another. Open your eyes and look upward. The 2 dragons disappeared. There were only 2 broad figures on the valleys on both sides. The magic armor shattered, and Kai half knelt on the ground, supporting his body with a knife. Yu Yuanzhen wasn't in a much better condition either. Although he could still stand steadily, his dragon-like true body was broken, and his strength was greatly reduced. Your strength has been recognized by this old man. Yu Yuanzhen spoke slowly, and then looked in the direction of the capital of Chang'an with fear. His strength is greatly reduced now. If Li Xin appears at this time, the Tiandu army will probably be wiped out. Withdraw. Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand and withdrew his troops. The Tiandu army under the city stopped fighting and withdrew. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Azure Dragon subdues all demons, White Tiger slays all evil. Black Tortoise suppresses T. Chapter 29, Azure Dragon subdues all demons, White Tiger slays all evil. Black Tortoise suppresses the heaven and earth, Vermilion Bird sweeps the universe. The 5 sacred beasts gather together. In the Tiandu military camp. Most of the defeated soldiers who escaped gathered here again. Prince Swexing looked at the troops retreating in disorder with a heavy expression. Every time a defeated army came back, he felt choked up. He could only see the battlefield where Hu Yanzhen was. The situations in other cities were told to him by the clan leader and other officers. From the beginning of the war to now, he has not received any report of victory. Actually, there are so many soul Douluo and title Douluo. The more Prince Swexing listened, the more frightened he became. The Chang'an Empire was hiding too deeply, and so many powerful soul masters appeared in this battle. Feng Beilong, the leader of Fengjian sect who was the first to escape, saw that other troops were also retreating, and the depression in his heart gradually dissipated. Even with a hint of joy, it seems that it's not just me who is defeated, but everyone is defeated. It's not just me who is embarrassed, but everyone. Until the end, Yu Yuanzhen led the army to slowly retreat. The army he led suffered the least losses among the 5 armies. We brought it back with almost no loss. The moment they saw Yu Yuanzhen return, all the officers and soldiers in the Tiandu military camp were shocked. Even sect master Yu Yuanzhen was repelled? Could it be that Li Xin is personally in charge of East City? Oh my god! What's going on? 5 armies, but they didn't win any of them. The Chang'an Empire is so terrifying. Yu Yuanzhen's strength is so terrifying that he is more than capable of defeating several soul Douluos present here by himself. I thought the strongest Yu Yuanzhen would bring good news, but the result was similar to theirs. Hey? Why are you back too? Yu Yuanzhen looked at everyone in surprise. He obviously didn't realize that other cities were also guarded by powerful soul masters. Several clan leaders entered the military tent and sat down, having a brief conversation about the battle situation. After learning about the situations of the other armies, Yu Yuanzhen was glad that his retreat was a wise move. If he fights to the death, he can defeat Kai. But he doesn't have to risk his life. Moreover, once he is held back by Kai, the reinforcements from Chang'an will arrive, and the troops he leads will surely suffer heavy losses. This time our Tiandu Empire has really lost face. Prince Snowstar sighed and patted his head. The original plan to assassinate Shui Qinghe during the chaos had completely failed at this moment. The 5 powerful armies that went to suppress the rebellion suffered heavy casualties and the battle ended in this situation. The Tiandu Empire is about to become the laughingstock of the continent. The entire Tiandu military camp was filled with dejection. The exhausted soldiers were lying and sitting in scattered positions. Except for the legion led by Yu Yuanzhen, which still has a little combat power. The other legions have already lost their combat effectiveness. Fortunately, Chang'an's pursuers did not catch up, otherwise our losses would be even greater. Prince Swexing looked towards the south towards the Chang'an Empire with lingering fear. Those pursuers obviously had plenty of time to chase, but they gave up after chasing for a certain distance. If they continue to pursue us, the Tiandu military camp will be completely wiped out. Report. All cities in Chang'an mobilize troops to the southern pass. The spy came on horseback and the news spread quickly into the military tent. Prince Swexing was surprised and happy. He probably understood why the Chang'an pursuers did not continue to pursue. Outside the southern pass, there is a huge army. He looked excitedly at the several clan leaders at the conference table. The Chang'an army is being mobilized to the south. Now the other cities are empty. Are there any clan leaders willing to lead the troops there? Several clan leaders looked embarrassed. The leaders of the Wind Sword sect and the Fire Leopard sect were both seriously injured and had little fighting power left. The female dean of Tian Shui College is still in grief because several of her most valued students have been captured. Besides, she had barely escaped a disaster, so how could she easily go and get beaten? Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand decisively. No, I just finished fighting and my strength has not recovered yet. Not to mention, the opponent's god and demon Douluo Li Xian has been sitting in the royal capital and has not taken any action yet. In that case, let's take a break, call back the defeated soldiers, and prepare to withdraw. Prince Swexing sighed. The city of Chang'an is empty, but after Tiandu's recent defeat, Chang'an's power still remains. Everyone in the Tiandu military camp, from the commander to the soldiers, was afraid of him like a tiger and had no fighting power at all. Having missed this opportunity, they would never have another chance to win and would have to retreat. Outside the South City Gate, all the soldiers in Xingluo are ready to make a move. After such a great battle, Chang'an and Tiandu are weak at this moment. If they advance at this time, they can take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. How could they miss such a rare opportunity? The commander of Xingluo drew his sword, stood on a high place, and preached loudly. Even though Chang'an has so many powerful spirit masters, the army has just experienced a fierce battle and the soldiers are exhausted. We still have 2 title Douluo and 1 soul Douluo, as well as several soul saints and a large number of spirit master corps. How could my Xingluo's 200,000 tiger and wolf troops fail to capture such an exhausted city? Zhu Douluo ruthlessly crushed the chrysanthemum in his hand, and murderous intent burst out from his whole body. The blood of the Xingluo soldiers is boiling and their fighting spirit is high. Fight! 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 Attack! In an instant, flags appeared all over the mountains. 200,000 troops moved together, and the earth was shaking. An endless sea of people surged outside the pass. The exhausted defenders of Chang'an's southern city suddenly felt a black screen before their eyes. Again. I just finished fighting, can't you let me rest for a while? The cities in Chang'an had just experienced a great war, and even the cities urgently dispatched troops to the south city. But all the soldiers defending the city added up to no more than 7,000 or 8,000 tired soldiers. There is no way to resist a strong army of 200,000. No one can see, no one can match. 5 voices resounded on the city wall at the same time. A holy beast wheel engraved with mysterious runes suddenly appeared in the air. The marks representing the 5 sacred beasts simultaneously emitted a strong light. Cyan, blue, white, purple, and red. 5 phantoms of holy beasts suddenly leaped out. Mulan carries the Kailan sword on her shoulder and stands proudly on the city wall. Beside her, the figures of 4 generals, Kai, Solai, Bailey Xiaoyu and Bailey Suance, exuded violent power. 2 peak soul Douluo, 2 half-step title Douluo, and 1 title Douluo. This lineup is nothing short of luxurious. Why are all of them here? Aren't the other cities going to be defended? Zhu Douluo felt his legs trembling. These are terrifying beings that can fight back and forth with thunder. Douluo Yu Yuanzhen. I won't fight anymore. I'm leaving first. When Ghost Douluo saw these 5 powerful soul masters appear at the same time, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away without looking back. Xingluo's commander was also feeling anxious. Seeing that the 2 titled Douluo in his camp had escaped, a rash attack on the city would surely result in countless casualties. He also reluctantly ordered the army to turn around and withdraw. Seeing the Xingluo army withdraw, all the soldiers in Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. In this battle between 5 armies, Chang'an also did not win easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, To Train Shui Bing and number 039, I can tolerate everything in the world, let alone you. Chapter 30, To Train Shui Bing I can tolerate everything in the world, let alone you. The battle lasted until the sun set. Several cities in Chang'an were filled with the joy and happiness of victory, countless civilians returned and soldiers died for their cause, inside the temporary palace in Chang'an. Shui Luoquan held a grand banquet to celebrate the 5 victorious generals. Tired after a day of work, the generals took off their armor and ate the delicacies on the table with big mouthfuls. Thank you for your hard work, generals. I am very pleased that you have returned victorious. In this battle, several generals also gave their all, especially Kai, facing the strongest Yu Yuanzhen. He wanted to send Li Xian for support several times. However, in order to prevent a counterattack by the Tiandu army when he finally transferred troops to the South City, he still left Li Xian in the royal capital. Fortunately, Yu Yuanzhen didn't fight to his death, otherwise East City would really be lost. Kai sighed with relief while munching on the roasted lamb leg. Shui Luoquan smiled confidently. Yu Yuanzhen won't fight to the death. This battle is not worth risking his life for him. There is no deep hatred between the Chang'an Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Soul masters like this who come from a sect are more free to do whatever they want. The 5 Elements Academy is able to contribute to the Tiandu Empire and also receive benefits from the Tiandu Empire. There is no need to fight for a little benefit. You can earn money again if you lose it, but if you lose your life, it's really gone. However, this battle was also quite tragic for the Chang'an Empire. After all, they were using the few to defeat the many, and even if they defeated the enemy, the casualties among the soldiers in Chang'an were still very high, including the captured soldiers. The total number of troops available for war in Chang'an is less than 10,000. By the time the wounded prisoners are healed, we will be able to gather an army of 30,000 to 40,000 people. After the last defeat, the Tiandu Empire also sent heavy troops to garrison in cities near Chang'an. Passive defense, Chang'an is now not afraid of any force. However, if they were to take the initiative to attack, Chang'an's military strength would be slightly insufficient. The Chang'an Empire, which had just experienced the baptism of blood and fire, needed some time to recuperate and recruit soldiers. To capture a city, besides having a good general, you also need the right number of soldiers, otherwise, the city cannot be defended even if it is captured. But we have won a great victory today and the whole country is celebrating. Let's enjoy ourselves for a few days. The spoils of war this time included a large number of Tiandu prisoners and baggage and equipment. There are also several female students from Tian Shui College brought by Hua Mulan. Other colleges brought their students here for training, but the dean of Tian Shui College let these students lead the troops. The main reason is that Shui Bing'er and the others are really too young. The oldest one just turned 13, Mulan really couldn't do it. The battle was a great victory, and everyone was in a good mood and enjoyed the meal to their heart's content. After eating and drinking, Shui Luoquan came to the bedroom at a leisurely pace. 7 short but very well-proportioned light blue figures lined up in a row, standing against the wall beside the door with their heads lowered. The average person in Douluo world matures early. Even though they are only 13 years old, some of them have already developed almost fully. Moreover, Tian Shui University is a famous women's college. These students are not only gifted, but also have great looks and extraordinary charm. This is also the reason why Shui Luoquan kept these people. Shui Luoquan sat down on the dragon bed nimbly. Qian Rongxiu came forward very consciously to serve tea and water and massage her back. Have you ever thought about this day? Shui Luoquan spoke softly, and the invisible might of heaven made Shui Bing'er and the others unable to breathe. Tian Shui College is the only college among the 5 elements colleges that recruits civilians. They are all soul masters from ordinary families. There is great awe in my heart for this high and mighty emperor. What's more, they are now defeated generals and prisoners, hearing Shui Luoquan's question. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu were so scared that tears welled up in their eyes. They were afraid that Shui Luoquan would impose some harsh punishment on them. Only Shui Bing'er looked calm and composed, but she still didn't dare to look up and look the emperor in the face. "Your Majesty, I have never thought about it." Shui Bing'er replied in a low voice, "We followed the arrangements of the dean and never thought of anything else. They are still young and haven't thought through many things thoroughly enough. A battle between two armies is no joke. You may die at any time. Are you ready to die?" A light voice reached the ears of the 7 people. Hearing that they might die, the already panicked people almost fell to their knees. "Your Majesty, spare your life. We don't understand this. The dean sent us here." Several girls spoke hurriedly. Even though Shui Bing'er was trying to remain calm, her face turned pale, her steps were shaky, and she almost fell backwards. Death. They had never thought about it before coming. They have been gifted since childhood, and have been valued by Tian Shui College since their martial spirits awakened. From then on, a smooth life began. There has never been any failure, let alone death, which is more terrifying than failure. If you are willing to surrender to me sincerely, you will be my personal maid. If not..." There was a flash of coldness in Shui Luoquan's eyes. Even though these guys are still young, they all have outstanding talents. If he doesn't surrender, he will definitely feel resentment towards him. When such a person grows up in the future, he may not have an impact on himself, but he will inevitably pose certain hidden dangers to the forces under his command. His dream is to conquer the entire continent. Such hidden dangers that endanger the mainland must not be allowed to continue. Several girls were shaken when they heard the death threat. Swu was the first to half kneel on the ground and bowed, saying, "I am willing to serve your Majesty." Shui Yuer and others also bowed one after another to express their submission. Survival is human instinct. As long as people can stay alive, few people want to die. Only Shui Bing'er's body was shaking, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her beautiful blue eyes. They came from humble backgrounds, but Tian Shui College has made them what they are today. But soon, her eyes became firm. Our dean deserted the battlefield. He is nowhere to be found when the war is imminent. Instead, he sent a few of us to lead the army. He didn't care about our lives. He is so calculating. It is not worth our death at all. They have excellent talents, and even if they don't get into Tian Shui College, there will be other colleges that value them. Their talent and hard work have not let the college down and have also contributed to the fame of Tian Shui College. But with the war approaching, the dean of Tian Shui College made such a sad move. This made Shui Bing'er determined to surrender to Shui Luoquan. Very good, this young man is teachable. Shui Luoquan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty, you keep us by your side. Aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? Shui Bing'er asked back. The last bit of stubbornness of a genius appeared on her slightly childish and arrogant face. I tolerate everything in the world, how can I tolerate you? Shui Luoquan smiled generously. His ambition is in the vast universe. What is there to be afraid of but a few little women? Such a broad mind made Shui Bing'er and others look at him in a completely different light. A sincere admiration began to rise in my heart. In this way, these 7 people were trained by him to become maids to serve him. Qian Rongxiu was giving Shui Luoquan a massage while listening to the conversation between them. I caught some key words instantly. 2 armies at war. It seems that these girls, like her, were captured from the enemy. In this case, Chang'an might have experienced a big battle today. The outcome of this battle is needless to say. Shui Luoquan must be the winner. Otherwise, there would be no way the king would remain silent. This made Qian Rongxiu's hope begin to gradually shatter. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. The Fifth Army returned in defeat. Emperor Shuiye was stunned. I am not the king who destro. Chapter 31. The 5 armies returned in defeat. Emperor Shuiye was stunned. I am not the king who destroyed the country. the 5 armies retreated back to the Tiandu imperial capital. Countless forces of all sizes across the continent were shocked. In less than a few days, the reputation of the Chang'an Empire spread throughout the continent. It has become the hottest topic among people after dinner. The Chang'an Empire is so powerful. I heard that they had less than 20,000 defenders, but they repelled Tiandu's 200,000-man army. This is already the second major war between Chang'an and Tiandu. They have won consecutive battles. This Emperor Shui Luoquan of Chang'an is really a character. You said he was once a prince of the Heaven Do Empire. How come he suddenly became independent, and has so many powerful spirit masters under his command? The situation in the Tiandu Empire may be changing. The entire Tiandu Empire was shocked. No one could have imagined that Tiandu's 5 armies would all be defeated by the Chang'an Empire. Through word of mouth, the Chang'an Empire was promoted to be extremely powerful. They also regard the Tiandu Empire as an old man in his twilight years. Suddenly, bandits were rampant in the country. Everyone was in danger, and the country was in chaos for a while. When Emperor Shuiye on the Swan Throne saw the battle report, he was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Those are his 5 armies, being defeated just like that. The losses to the Tiandu Empire were extremely serious. After a long while, he regained some clarity of mind, stroked his forehead, and slowly spoke. 200,000 troops went out to fight, but now they have brought back less than 80,000. Useless. All useless. There is not a single person in this world who can save me from this crisis. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented anger. All the officials in the hall were silenced. Originally, Emperor Shuiye thought that he had paid enough attention to Shui Luoquan. He did not hesitate to dispatch 200,000 troops from all over the country and divide them into 5 groups to attack, but the sudden appearance of so many powerful spirit masters caused the Tiandu Empire to suffer a series of defeats. At this moment, he finally understood that the Chang'an Empire and Shui Luoquan were not as easy to deal with as he thought. He must be careful. If this crisis is not handled properly, it may cause subversive harm to the Tiandu Empire. Do you have any good ideas? Emperor Shuiye asked with a gloomy face. The meeting hall, which had been extremely deserted, suddenly became lively. I think that the army has suffered a series of defeats and it is not appropriate to fight again. We should just send more troops to guard the Chang'an border immediately. If we don't fight, will Chang'an swallow up our cities one by one, and finally swallow up the entire Tiandu? Shui Luoquan is not a pushover. I can sense his ambition. My empire has millions of strong troops. How can we be afraid of him? Although the empire has millions of soldiers, we can't mobilize all of them to suppress the rebellion. Otherwise, even if we win, it will be a tragic victory. When the foreign enemy invades, even if the Tiandu Empire doesn't perish, it will fall out of the ranks of empires. There was a fierce quarrel in the hall. But no one could come up with a solution that satisfied Emperor Shuiye. Coupled with the successive defeats, Emperor Shuiye began to doubt his life, muttering in confusion, "Since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard to govern the country and have never dared to be lazy or slack in the slightest. I am not a king who will destroy my country, so why do I act like a king who will destroy my country in everything I do?" Douluo Imperial Capital. Davis looked at Douluo, whose face had long lost its youthful radiance, but he could not feel a trace of laughter in his heart. He was only deeply shocked by the battle situation this time, not to mention that Douluo, who was there in person, felt scared. He felt frightened just by listening to these people's stories. In the prestigious 5 Elements Academy, several powerful deans were killed or injured, or he didn't go to the battlefield. The 5 armies of 200,000 were completely defeated. Such a record is truly terrifying. The Douluo Emperor on the White Tiger throne frowned and reprimanded. The Tiandu army was defeated? You are even more outrageous. An army of 200,000 was frightened and retreated without a fight. Although the enemy has just experienced a great battle, it still has spare strength. If my army attacks fiercely, I am afraid there will be countless casualties. I am willing to be punished." The commander lowered his head and pleaded guilty. For a general to retreat without fighting is truly a disgrace to the military. "I'll fine you 2 years' salary." Douluo Emperor slammed the table and spoke viciously. The punishment board was raised high, but fell lightly. He was quite satisfied with the result. Although the army's expedition cost some money. But fortunately, the Douluo army did not suffer as disastrous a defeat as the Tiandu army. 200,000 troops returned safely. Looking at the tragic situation next door, and making the comparison, he could only admire the commander of this expedition. If they just keep attacking fiercely, I'm afraid the Douluo army will suffer countless casualties. I didn't expect Chang'an to be so good at fighting. I wonder where he found so many titled Douluo and Seoul Douluo. Since he is so good at fighting, let him fight the Tiandu Empire first. When the two countries have almost exhausted their strength, I will send my army to attack the border and reap the benefits. Emperor Douluo enjoys watching the fun. Anyway, it's not Douluo who is suffering from this disaster, so why should he be so anxious? The news quickly spread to Wuhan City. In the Pope's palace, several elders were whispering and discussing the current Tiandu war. After reading the battle report, Bibi Dong threw the letter away with a helpless sneer on her face. Her cold eyes were filled with anger and fear. The jeweled scepter emitted a clear and pleasant low hum. The Tiandu army was defeated? An army of 200,000, 4 Seoul Douluos, and 1 titled Douluo. With such a lineup, they still failed. I knew the Tiandu Empire was a waste, but I didn't expect it to be so wasteful. The Spirit Hall knows a lot about the Tiandu Empire. But the Chang'an Empire also broke away from the Tiandu Empire. The cities and troops occupied by the Chang'an Empire were once owned by the Tiandu Empire. The lineup sent by Tiandu this time is extremely luxurious. Even the Spirit Hall has to think twice before facing such a formation. But such a powerful offensive was broken up by the Chang'an Empire's defenders of only more than 10,000 people. Who knows where Shui Luoquan got these 5 powerful spirit masters from to guard the cities, and there is even a spirit master with the white tiger spirit. Bibi Dong became increasingly irritable and restless. Are the powerful soul masters of the Chang'an Empire purchased in bulk? There was no news at all before, but it suddenly appeared at the critical moment. Qian Rongxiu has not been rescued yet. Such a long time has passed and there is no news from Qian Rongxiu. Even the Spirit Hall's spies were unable to find out any information from the prison in Chang'an. Who knows whether Qian Rongxiu is alive or dead at this moment? The Heaven Do Empire is too useless. We in the Spirit Hall can't wait any longer this time. She waved her sleeves, stood up suddenly, and a burst of anxiety flashed in her eyes. This time, Spirit Hall must send troops to help. Otherwise, we don't know when Qian Rongxiu can be rescued. After she murmured a few words, her voice suddenly became high-pitched. Send an alliance letter to Emperor Shuiye and the Douluo Empire. The Spirit Hall will send a force of spirit masters to help. Together we will destroy the Chang'an Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The Allied forces of the princes attacked Chang'an. Number 039, An. Jian Douluo, my sword is not bad. Chapter 32 The Allied forces of the princes attacked Chang'an. Jian Douluo, my sword is not bad either. No one on the entire continent expected this. When such internal strife broke out in Tiandu, the Spirit Hall stood up. In the name of maintaining peace on the continent, a legion of 10,000 soul masters was publicly dispatched to help the Tiandu Empire quell the rebellion. Several titled Douluo from the Elders' Hall led an army of 10,000 soul masters and soon arrived outside Tiandu Pass to set up camp. When Emperor Shuiye heard that Spirit Hall was sending a large army to reinforce, a light flashed in his eyes. Spirit Hall, send troops to support the Heaven Do Empire. The news made him feel extremely excited. The Spirit Hall controls more than 70% of the Spirit Master power in the entire continent, and its strength is far above the two empires, the Spirit Hall openly supported the Tiandu Empire, causing the entire Tiandu population to cheer and get excited. When Tiandu was in danger, the Xingluo Empire and countless small countries around it repeatedly deployed troops on the border with the intention of harassing it. Only the Spirit Hall can lend a helping hand in this critical moment. It deterred those who wanted to harm the Tiandu Empire. The entire Tiandu Empire once regarded the Spirit Hall as the most righteous party. It's great to have the help of the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shuiyi's frown relaxed and his eyes swept indifferently over the ministers in the hall. He didn't understand why the Spirit Hall repeatedly helped the Tiandu Empire. Previously, a titled man died in the battle to save Shui Qinghe, and now several titles and an army of 10,000 are being sent to support Tiandu. Even though the Spirit Hall's army is small in number, they are all composed of spirit masters, and their strength is several times stronger than that of ordinary armies, if it weren't for the Spirit Hall which has always been on the neutral side. I'm afraid everyone on the mainland believes that there is collusion between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. But since the Spirit Hall was willing to help, he didn't want to delve into other matters. As long as we can solve the Chang'an Empire. Everyone, who is willing to serve as the commander of our Tiandu army during this military meeting with the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shuiyi began to select his generals again. With the help of the Spirit Hall, the generals felt more confident and began to scramble for the treasure. Even Ning Fengzi asked to fight. The reason he didn't go to war last time was because he had great confidence in the empire. There is no need to show off if you are sure of victory. But seeing that Shui Qinghe could not be rescued, Ning Fengzi, the prince's teacher, became a little anxious. This time he planned to personally bring the sex-titled Douluo with him to rescue Shui Qinghe as soon as possible. Consolidate his position in the Tiandu Empire, Emperor Shuiyi swept his majestic gaze over his ministers, and was very dissatisfied with those generals who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When the empire was in danger before, no one dared to step forward. Now that the Spirit Hall has come to support, everyone is very active. In the end, it fell on the prince's teacher Ning Fengzi. He was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a handsome face, a straight nose and a square mouth, an elegant and gentle appearance, and was wearing a spotless white robe. His eyes were soft, and he looked like an ordinary person no matter how he looked. Her smooth black hair was spread down her back, and everything looked so casual, without any pretense. But every move exudes grandeur. Master Ning, there are several titled Douluo on the opposite side. Among them, the sword energy of the god and demon Douluo Li Xin is extremely sharp. He has killed a titled Douluo before. Are you sure you can win this battle? The Tiandu Empire has suffered 2 defeats in a row, and Emperor Shuiyi can no longer afford to lose this battle. He must use a great victory to stabilize the people's hearts, deter the surrounding villains, and maintain the unity of the empire. Ning Fengzi is the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which is ranked second among the top 3 sects. If he goes into battle, his chances of winning will increase. Behind Ning Fengzi stood an old man with his eyes closed. Upon hearing these words, he opened his eyes indifferently. The old man was dressed in a spotless snow-white robe, his hair and beard were all white, and his long silver hair was neatly combed behind his back. He had a simple appearance, his face was as delicate as a baby's, his expression was very indifferent, and his eyes seemed unable to see anything around him. But he just stood there, still giving people a feeling that he was the only one in the world. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect's white jade pillars that support the sky, the purple gold beams that span the sea, and Jiandao Chen Xin. One of the sect's 2 patron saints. My sword is not bad either. Chen Xin's voice was like a sharp blade, cutting everyone's heart. The powerful strength also makes everyone feel extremely at ease. Okay. Emperor Shuiyi smiled comfortably. He hasn't felt so relaxed since the Second War. I will dispatch another 200,000 troops and appoint Sect Master Ning as the commander. Together with the Spirit Hall, we will destroy the Chang'an Empire this time. Ning Fengzi took the order and left. And Bibidong is also fully prepared. In order to prevent the Xingluo Empire from reaping the benefits, he sent Zhu Douluo to lobby the Xingluo Empire. Let the Xingluo Empire also send troops to join the alliance to attack Chang'an, because the excuse for Spirit Hall to send troops was for peace and stability, occupying the moral high ground. They kidnapped the Xingluo Empire. The Xingluo Empire couldn't refuse either. Emperor Xingluo then sent another 100,000 troops to the Chang'an border. Some small countries also sent troops to join the alliance. I want to take this opportunity to increase the kingdom's reputation and influence. Less than a month. The various armies gathered in the southeast of Chang'an. The total army is more than 300,000, mixed with a large number of soul masters and several titled Douluo. The momentum is quite huge. Moreover, alliances among various forces are extremely rare. It even exceeds the impact of countless wars that have broken out on the continent in the past. It can be called a large-scale battle that will influence future generations for thousands of years. Suddenly the whole continent was shocked again. The Spirit Hall has actually joined forces with the Heaven Do Empire. The Xingluo Empire and some small countries are also involved. What on earth did the Chang'an Empire do to be besieged by so many countries? Could it be that they just cannot tolerate the Chang'an Empire? Is it because the Chang'an Empire is a newly emerged empire and is weak that it suffered such a blow? People in mainland China are very puzzled by this. This is a war between the Chang'an Empire and the Tiandu Empire. Why did various coalition forces attack Chang'an? Various crusade alliances gathered together. Start selecting the leader for this battle. Although the Spirit Hall took the lead, a coalition was formed by uniting all parties. But it was still the Tiandu Empire that contributed the most this time. The issue being resolved is also the business of the Tiandu Empire. An army of 200,000 plus 2 powerful titled Douluo. The final position of leader. Or it was given to Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect that shook the continent. This time, in order to rescue Xue Qinghe, he even brought out the sect's 2 titled Douluo. These 2 are super Douluo with strength exceeding level 95. He is arguably the strongest among the several titled Douluo in the coalition, so of course Ning Fengzi would sit on the position of leader of this alliance army. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. I have a plan to restore. Chapter 33, Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. I have a plan to restore Chang'an to peace. Bon Douluo laughed. Outside the East City Pass of Chang'an, the Allied forces' camps stretched for hundreds of miles. Countless flags are flying all over the mountains outside the pass, facing the city across the abyss, on the East City wall of Chang'an. Xue Luoquan stood in front of the map spread out on the table, his handsome brows slightly wrinkled. Several generals gathered here, waiting for military orders. This time, Chang'an encountered an unprecedented crisis. Although the cities of Chang'an recruited soldiers after a month of rest, they already had nearly 40,000 soldiers. And they have already been transferred to East City. He has the Great Wall Squad and Li Xin, 6 generals under his command. But facing such a strong enemy, it still seems stretched. The Tiandu Empire sent out 2 powerful Super Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Different from Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Ning Fengzi is Xue Qinghe's teacher, and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and Xue Qinghe have a close relationship. In this battle, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo both plan to rescue the trapped Xue Qinghe with the belief that they would win. The Spirit Hall also has the same idea. So this battle will definitely be extremely difficult. Your Majesty, rest assured. I will not let Chang'an City fall before me. Li Xin smashed the black and white giant sword in his hand down fiercely, and a resolute aura emanated from his deep eyes. The East City Pass has natural defenses. If they want to attack from East City, they will definitely pay a huge price. Mulan folded her arms across her chest and spoke while looking at the location of East City on the map. Luoquan waved his hand slightly and sat down. They won't attack from the East City. Although the commander and headquarters of the coalition forces are in the direction of East City, I firmly believe that their main forces may no longer be here. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the East City pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Wouldn't the coalition forces have thought of this? No one is stupid enough to play the hardest level. Take a detour through the Tiandu Pass and attack the city from the inside where the road is flat and there is no defense. This method of fighting can reduce casualties in the attack. So he firmly believed that the coalition forces outside the city were an empty camp. Several commanders of the coalition forces simply showed up here to deceive him. Even if the coalition forces really have a large army here, it will not be easy to capture East City. If a war breaks out, he only needs to transfer troops from the other cities for support. Several nearby cities are not far from each other, and transportation is convenient. It will take less than half a day to arrive by forced march. Your Majesty, this is a brilliant plan. Let's take our troops back to defend the city. Bailey Suans hurriedly picked up the white tiger scythe and was about to return to West City. No need to go back. Luoquan waved calmly, his expression full of calmness and composure. Li Xin and his friends were confused. They didn't quite understand Luoquan's thoughts. The war is imminent, and the remaining cities have no defenders or generals. The enemy has many soul masters. Once the war starts, I am afraid it won't take long for the entire army to be destroyed. Even if we go back to defend now, we can't withstand this attack. Luoquan looked into the distance outside the city. I understand. Your Majesty wants to abandon the other cities, concentrate troops in the East City, and fight a decisive battle with the coalition forces. Mulan understood. Chang'an is already weaker than the coalition forces. A hasty division of troops will only make the already weak Chang'an even easier to be defeated. Moreover, Tiandu suffered a great loss last time, so this time he will definitely not launch an attack on several cities at the same time. We will definitely defeat them one by one. The best strategy to deal with the enemy is to unite our forces. East City is still difficult to defend from attacks from within. So we have almost no chance of winning this battle. Li Xin spoke heavily, he had already prepared himself to die. It's not like we don't have a chance of winning, and the chances are pretty high. Luoquan smiled easily. The generals were stunned again. How do we fight this? Li Xin asked somewhat unconfidently. Although we have won several great victories in which we defeated the larger force with the smaller one. But they are not too proud of themselves. Having been through many battles, they can always keenly perceive the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. That's why we can repeatedly turn danger into safety and win with fewer troops. In the previous few matches, it was extremely easy to win because the opponent had almost no Soul Master army. This time, the Spirit Hall has sent a corps of 10,000 Soul Masters above the Soul Master level to participate in the battle. This 10,000-man Soul Master army alone is enough to defeat Chang'an's current 40,000-man army. Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior. I have a plan that can restore light to Chang'an. A hint of playful golden light flashed in Luoquan's eyes. Although he failed to capture the city and summon more king heroes this time, he still had a trump card in his hand that was enough to destroy the coalition forces. Customs. A small troop, led by several powerful soul masters, slowly walked into the valley. On several very conspicuous large banners, there were engraved the 7 treasures glazed tower, a swan, a white tiger, and a purple holy sword representing judgment. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo, and the commanders of the 3 parties all came on tall horses. But the other titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were not to be seen. Your Majesty was right. How could there be such a small number of troops in an army of over 300,000? Even fewer than the number of troops who attacked the city last time. These are all empty camps. Kai pointed at the coalition forces outside the pass and was full of admiration for Luoquan's plan. After all, it is an army of more than 300,000. It will definitely look several times stronger than an army of 40,000, but the visual impact this time is not as strong as before. Ning Fengzi was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to buy time for other troops that were taking a detour. He ordered the army to stop outside the pass and marched forward. Shui Luoquan, you provoked the war and caused cholera on the continent. We are ordered to go to war and restore peace to the continent. Why don't you surrender? The mainland is at peace, and Spirit Hall uses this excuse to send troops. That is why it received responses from countless small countries. This is also the reason why Chang'an has been alienated from its military and civilians and has no fighting power since its founding. Until today, he still has no clear reason for fighting. Now the coalition forces number hundreds of thousands and can destroy Chang'an in an instant. Resistance is futile. Ning Fengzi has an elegant face, and although his voice does not have that particularly strong and oppressive feeling, it still has full majesty. Shui Luoquan looked down at Ning Fengzi with his cold eyes and smiled calmly. Ha 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 ha, you're too lazy to listen. I have a plan that will make your army retreat without spending a single soldier. The understated voice was very penetrating and was clearly heard by every coalition soldier. The coalition forces burst into laughter. You are really crazy. My coalition army has more than 300,000 soldiers. Even if one of them spits on me, I'll be drowned by you. You still want us to retreat without sacrificing a single soldier. It's just wishful thinking. He must have been emperor for only a few days when the kingdom was about to be destroyed, so he felt unbalanced and was so shocked that he started talking nonsense. Don't say it's free. If you can defeat my coalition this time, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Douluo's hoarse laughter slowly sounded. Haha, stop daydreaming. Can you become a god right here? The defenders of Chang'an looked at each other, each of them seeming to want to speak but stopping themselves. They really couldn't figure out how to make the coalition forces withdraw. Shui Luoquan said nothing, but just clapped his hands gently. Golden light blooms beside me. An elegant and noble angel with flowing golden hair appeared on the city wall. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Ren Shui is exposed. Ning Fengzi is horrified. The alliance is broken. Chapter 34, Qian Rongxiu is exposed. Ning Fengzi is horrified. The alliance is broken. The woman had a great figure and appearance, and her noble angelic spirit made her look full of inexplicable majesty. But those light blue eyes were filled with emptiness and confusion. When he saw the coalition forces outside the city, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then turned dim. The moment the woman appeared, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall both changed their expressions. The scene they least wanted to see finally happened. Angel Spirit. Ning Fengzi looked at everyone in the Spirit Hall with an uncertain expression. The Angel Spirit is the supreme spirit of the Spirit Hall. It can be said that without angel spirits, there would be no Spirit Hall. But why would the Angel Spirit appear in the Chang'an Empire? Is there something shameful going on between you, Spirit Hall and Chang'an Empire? The sound of a sword rang out from Jian Douluo's lips. No, no. Let's take it slow with the plan to attack the city. Zhu Douluo spoke with an embarrassed look on his face. He was afraid that Shui Luoquan would hurt Qian Rongxiu. This time, the Spirit Hall went to great lengths to rally the coalition forces just to rescue Qian Rongxiu. As the key figure in this plan, anything could happen to anyone, except Qian Rongxiu. And for some reason, Qian Rongxiu actually exposed her identity? Is there a traitor in the Spirit Hall? What they are more afraid of is that Shui Luoquan will expose Qian Rongxiu's identity, let the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall break up completely. Only then will things have truly reached a point of no return. Why do you want to slow down the siege plan? Isn't it your Spirit Hall that advocates the alliance this time? Ning Fengzi felt even more confused. Seeing that the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall seemed to be constrained, he actually had to slow down the siege plan. A feeling of anxiety also began to spread among the allied forces. Let's make a deal. Douluo rode forward slowly and looked at the figure wearing a golden dragon robe on the city wall. My other armies have probably bypassed the Tiandu Pass and reached the other cities in Chang'an. If you return her to us, I promise to withdraw my troops and exchange the cities that are about to fall with you. From now on, the Spirit Hall will no longer harass Chang'an. There was a sudden commotion among the allied forces. Ning Fengzi's expression also turned a little ugly. Therefore, the Spirit Hall mobilized such a large force to attack Chang'an not really for the purpose of maintaining peace on the continent. Just want to rescue this woman with an angel spirit? Xue Luoquan calmly refused. She can't be returned to you, and I want to expose her identity and the reason why my Chang'an Empire is independent. If the person is returned to the Spirit Hall will have no scruples, and in order to silence him, they will definitely break their promise at all costs and destroy the Chang'an Empire. The Chang'an Empire cannot withstand the wrath of the Spirit Hall. As long as Qian Rongxiu is still in his hands, Spirit Hall, the number one force on the continent, will be cautious and dare not take action against Chang'an, so there is absolutely no way he would return Qian Rongxiu. Ning Fengzi frowned. Xue Luoquan wanted to expose the reason for his independence? Think about it carefully. Any prince with a normal mind would never be so crazy as to split from the empire. Xue Luoquan is definitely not a simple person, which can be seen from the soul Douluo entitled Douluo he has hidden. He had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo's faces had turned pale. They didn't expect Xue Luoquan to be so cruel. He didn't give them any face and wanted to expose them directly. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Ju Douluo turned around and shouted anxiously. The Spirit Hall troops looked at each other in bewilderment. Ning Fengzi waved his hand and said, I am the leader of the alliance. No one is allowed to move without my order. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo immediately rode their horses to block Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Okay, second prince, now you can speak freely. Ning Fengzi took control of the situation and looked up at Xue Luoquan. He wanted to see what Xue Luoquan was keeping in suspense. Xue Luoquan didn't say much, he just raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Qian Rongxiu heard the command and cooperated very well to use the spirit bone skills, transforming into a gentle and elegant man. Seeing this man's appearance, everyone in Tiandu was stunned with shock. It's you. Ning Fengzi's lips were trembling with fear. This elegant man is his good student. The captured crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, His Royal Highness Xue Qinghe. The entire allied army was in a state of unrest. How could this be? How come Her Royal Highness is a woman with an angel spirit? What is the relationship between His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Spirit Hall? The questions were like thousands of sharp swords piercing the foreheads of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Their minds were blank, and they seemed to be unable to perceive anything at this moment. On the city wall, that magnificent voice reached everyone's ears. The Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe, was assassinated and replaced by Qian Rongxiu of the Spirit Hall a long time ago. The Spirit Hall wanted to consolidate Qian Rongxiu's position as the Crown Prince by assassinating several other princes. The death of the third prince was the work of the Spirit Hall. So I have been suffering from inhuman assassinations all these years. Even though I came to the fiefdom, I still get assassinated by the Spirit Hall from time to time. The emperor is incompetent and the traitors are in power. The Tiandu Empire has long been infiltrated and controlled by the Spirit Hall. I established Chang'an, conquered the heavenly Do, cleansed the world, and restored order to the empire. When such shocking news came to light, the entire allied forces were in an uproar. Everyone in the Spirit Hall instantly became the target of public criticism. Ning Fengzi looked at the people from the Spirit Hall behind him in horror. All of this was explained in an instant. Nonsense! Do you think you can fool us just by using the magic of transformation? Ju Douluo tried to remain calm, but cold sweat appeared on his clenched palms. Then why have you in the Spirit Hall been so keen on helping Tiandu? The one captured is Crown Prince Tiandu. How come the angel spirits from your Spirit Hall appeared in Chang'an? Ning Fengzi asked in a deep voice. The soldiers of the Tiandu Empire and the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall drew their swords and faced each other in an instant. The Xingluo Empire's army watched the show in bewilderment. Suddenly, the allies started a civil war? Douluo really didn't want to see this scene happen today. But since Qian Rongxue was the young master of the Spirit Hall, they had to save her. There's nothing we can do about it. Retreat, go back to where you came from. Ning Fengzi waved his hand. The allied forces are now falling apart. The plan to join forces to destroy Chang'an was ruined. Going back is the best option. No one wants to cause trouble. The army retreated one after another. From today onwards, the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall will completely form a mortal feud. The two major forces are wary of each other. The mainland is in turmoil. And Chang'an will begin to develop its own great power in this turbulent and chaotic world. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, The Great Wall Squad, Build the Great Wall. The backbone that stretches for thousands of. Chapter 35, The Great Wall Squad, Build the Great Wall. The backbone that stretches for thousands of miles. Emperor Shuiye is shocked. The allied forces retreated and the crisis in Chang'an was completely resolved. In addition to the Tiandu Empire redrawing its borders and increasing defense troops in several nearby cities, everything on the mainland returned to peace. But this apparent tranquility was short-lived. A more ferocious undercurrent is surging, and several major forces are preparing for war for changes that may happen at any time. The news that the Tiandu Empire was infiltrated by the Spirit Hall spread throughout the continent. The people of Chang'an Empire and Tiandu Empire were excited. Originally they regarded Chang'an as a place of thugs, but now, they regard Chang'an as the only pure land. On the contrary, Tiandu, who represents the orthodoxy of the empire, was forced to rebel because of consecutive defeats, the replacement of the crown prince, and the fratricide among brothers. Emperor Shuiye and the Tiandu Empire have been questioned by countless people. Chang'an Temporary Royal Palace. Shui Luoquan held another celebration banquet and invited several generals to attend. Shui Bing'er, who was dressed in light blue maid uniform, and several others were running around serving dishes, cutting meat with knives and forks, pouring wine, arranging plates, and serving. Li Xian has not yet recovered from such a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. He was called into this world. Every day he was in high spirits, worrying about the destruction of the Chang'an Empire. Several battles in a row were won with great difficulty. But now, we are facing a crisis that is about to destroy our country. But they were repelled by Shui Luoquan without any effort. Did we win just like that? Li Xian hadn't let go of the knife yet. Not only have we won, but for the next period of time, as long as the Chang'an Empire does not launch external conquests, it will not be attacked by other forces. Shui Luoquan raised his glass slightly and smiled easily. There have been constant wars since the founding of the country. The Chang'an Empire is now completely stable. There's no fighting, how boring. Bailey Suans curled his lips in disappointment. Shui Luoquan was eating his meal, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the map of the continent hanging on the left side of the hall. The conflict between Tiandu and Wuhan Hall has reached its peak. A war may break out between the two major forces at any time. The Xingluo Empire is watching closely outside the Great Wall. We cannot let our guard down. Next, several cities in Chang'an need to rest and recuperate for a while to restore economic order. In order to resist the war that may break out at any time, and in order to expand in the future, we need to build the Great Wall to connect every city. Like this war, the enemy army feinted an attack from the front, while the main force secretly went around to the direction of other cities. If it is not handled properly, the entire Chang'an Empire may fall. There are many benefits to building the Great Wall. Not only can it resist the enemy in many ways, but it can also quickly report information and reinforce troops, allowing him to understand the battlefield trends as quickly as possible. It can also strengthen the management of national borders and prevent some illegal soul masters or small forces from crossing the border. After all, Douluo world is a world dominated by soul masters. If we don't guard against soul masters, there's no telling when the spirit hall might infiltrate. Of course, the current Chang'an Empire also has many spies from various forces. It's a good idea to build the Great Wall. We have to build it. Hua Mulan agreed excitedly. They are the Great Wall team. Without the Great Wall, what kind of Great Wall team are they? The construction of the Great Wall is now in the hands of you. Start from your respective cities and build connections to other nearby cities. With multiple efforts, I believe this huge project will be completed soon. Xue Luoquan nodded to the members of the Great Wall team. Hua Mulan patted her chest confidently, no problem. But building the Great Wall costs a lot of money. Kai said with some embarrassment. The Great Wall is a huge project that requires enormous manpower and material resources, of course, because there are many soul masters in the Douluo world. Therefore, the construction speed of this project can be greatly advanced. But money is a topic that cannot be avoided. The current national treasury is only enough to maintain current national expenditures. There is almost no more money to complete this huge project. Do you want to increase taxes? Kai asked carefully. There is no need to increase taxes. The poor don't have much money to make. Xue Luoquan shook his head. If I don't take the money from the poor, whose money should I take? Hua Mulan was stunned. Whoever has money will get it. Xue Luoquan thought of the rich people who gave him money at the beginning. As for the money, we can just ask rich people for donations and then promise them some similar official positions. This is a good idea. Now all the cities in the empire belong to him, and he can appoint anyone he wants as an official. Isn't this selling an official position? Hua Mulan was stunned. Hehe, how can we sell the empire's affairs? This is called donation. Li Xin coughed lightly and reminded. Xue Luoquan chewed a mouthful of beef that Shui Binger forked over to him. Since there is money to donate, then there must be not enough positions now. In order to free up positions, we must fight against corrupt officials, and fight against them severely. These officials must be in collusion with businessmen, and they must be much richer than businessmen. 3 years as a poor county magistrate, and 10,000 silver coins. Moreover, most of the official positions are monopolized by local tyrants and families. The reason why he chose the most remote town as his fiefdom was because there were many relatives from his mother's family there. That's why he was able to control the military power, control the city's economy, and establish a country and become emperor. It's not easy to move the people in the southern city, so let's move the people in other cities. Also, if the original city lords dare to stop us, we will also eliminate the forces behind them. In order to reduce the casualties of the war, Xue Luoquan initially promised the surrendered city lords that they would continue to be city lords. So he didn't plan to take action against the city lords themselves. The city lord is still the city lord. But he was just a city lord in empty title. A city lord with no real power. If you take money from the rich and give it to the poor to build the Great Wall, won't the economy improve? Your Majesty is truly a genius. Li Xin was shocked by this idea. You can still play like this. By the way, we must pay attention and strictly guard the borders of each city to prevent those rich people from escaping. Xue Luoquan said cautiously. Some things are easier said than done. Those rich people knew that something was going to happen and they must have tried every possible way to escape. At this time, we must catch them all. Otherwise, we don't know when the Great Wall will be repaired. Several people nodded carefully. Soon, an unprecedented anti-corruption storm began in the Chang'an Empire. Along with this anti-corruption storm, it is a majestic and endless city wall. It's like a long dragon entwined between the mountains and the earth, connecting several cities end to end. The backbone stretching for thousands of miles supports the pride of the family and the country. Solai stood on the Great Wall, feeling filled with emotion. The Great Wall, that familiar feeling, is back. Its magnificence stunned everyone in the Chang'an Empire. Looking at such magnificent buildings, countless people felt a sense of belonging to Chang'an. This is a wonder of Chang'an. They also created a world that belongs to them. Such a big move also shocked the neighboring Tiandu Empire. Tiandu imperial capital. There were mountains of files in front of Emperor Shuai, but he didn't even look at them. He just kept his eyes fixed on the intelligence information about the Chang'an Empire in his hands. Great Wall. What is this guy doing? End of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Great Wall makes you forget that you are alone. The kingdom within the city gives by. Chapter 36, The Great Wall makes you forget that you are alone. The kingdom within the city gives Bibi Dong a headache. This is the first time that people on the mainland have seen such a long city wall. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge city. The entire border of the Chang'an Empire is included. There are several other cities within the city. For a time, the Chang'an Empire, which was already very famous, was once again pushed to the forefront because of the construction of such a magnificent city wall. Tiandu Empire. Emperor Shuai looked at the contents of the letter, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. He started paying attention to the construction of the Great Wall when it was first started. It's not that they can't build such a great wall. I just feel that such a city wall has no meaning at all. Most of the people that the city walls can stop are mortals and weak soul masters. For a powerful soul master, a full-strength attack can bring down a city wall. Building such a city wall will greatly increase military expenditure. In the 2 months since the construction of the Great Wall, the number of troops in the Chang'an Empire has remained almost unchanged. All the military funds collected through various means were used to build the city walls. He couldn't understand the significance of this Great Wall. Does Chang'an no longer want to expand outward? So it uses this long city wall to surround its territory. Perhaps, this is the Chang'an Empire silently sending a message to the outside world. A message that has no intention of competing for the world. The emperor of the Chang'an Empire probably only had those cities and that small piece of territory in his heart. That's why he built the Great Wall to surround his empire. That's good too. Chang'an has been much quieter during this period. I can concentrate on dealing with the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shuai looked at the pile of letters beside him. It basically contains all the recent intelligence information about the Spirit Hall. The news that Shui Qinghe was assassinated and replaced by Qian Rongxiu. It made him angry for a long time. At the same time, it also made him feel sad and frightened for a long time. The Tiandu Empire was almost taken over by the Spirit Hall without a single drop of blood. If Shui Luoquan had not discovered these clues, he would have raised an army and made the truth public. He's probably still in the dark. But it's all too late. His stupidity and negligence caused the conflict between him and Shui Luoquan to reach an irreconcilable point. That is the national hatred and family feud that transcends all emotions. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong paced back and forth in the hall, too anxious to sit down. She hadn't been this angry in a long time. I have been investigating the mole for 2 months, but there is no news at all. The plan to rescue Qian Rongxiu failed. Shui Luoquan also exposed the conspiracy behind the Spirit Hall. The news about Qian Rongxiu can be regarded as the top secret of Spirit Hall. Very few people know all this, except for her and Qian Daoliu's few trusted titled Douluo. Even many elders and priests are not clear about this. But now, everyone knows. The Tiandu Empire has massively increased its troops on the border in the direction of the Spirit Hall. Even the Chang'an Empire is ignored. The entire continent is cursing the Spirit Hall. The reputation that Spirit Hall has accumulated is about to be lost because of this. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with murderous intent when she looked at Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Your Holiness, don't look at me. I will never tell anyone. Douluo swallowed in horror. He and Ghost Douluo knew this very well, but they were absolutely loyal to Bibi Dong. There are few people in this world who can beat both of them. Apart from Bibi Dong, there is no one else who can force information out of them. Damn it! Could it be that Xue Luoquan himself noticed something wrong? Bibi Dong was so anxious that she squeezed her palms hard, almost breaking the jeweled scepter. It's possible. After all, it took several years to assassinate him. There were many assassination attempts during this period. It's possible that he was discovered. Thorny Porpoise Douluo squeezed out a very small voice from his lips. Ever since Jian Rongxiu's first assassination attempt failed, Xue Luoquan has obviously become much more cautious. If you do it too many times, it is inevitable that there will be some shortcomings. It is possible to be discovered. After all, Xue Luoquan can hide better than them. He has so many soul Douluo and title Douluo under his command, yet he is able to avoid everyone's eyes and ears. I'm afraid even Jian Rongxiu can't match such camouflage skills. It seems that the only way to unify the continent is by force. Bibi Dong sighed heavily. The plan against Tiandu failed. But it is impossible to stop the Spirit Hall's pace of unifying the continent. The Spirit Hall, which possesses 70% of the power of soul masters on the continent, has the capital to go to war with the two empires at the same time. The pace of unification has only been delayed for a period of time. Bibi Dong turned her head and looked at the map of the continent behind her. The locations of the two empires and three major sects were marked in bright red. These are all extremely powerful forces, either with millions of troops or titled Douluo. This is also the biggest obstacle for the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. Before, we only considered the two major empires and the three major sects, but now there is one more. In the lower right corner of the Tiandu Empire, there is a place that seems to be surrounded by a thin line. That is the Chang'an Empire, which has become famous recently. Xue Luoquan has a good strategic vision. He actually spent a lot of money to build such a great wall. Bibi Dong stared at the thin line on the map, and the more she thought about it, the more her headache grew. Others may not think that the Great Wall is anything special. But for the Spirit Hall, this is a very tough barrier. The Spirit Hall is destined to take steps to unify the continent, and by then the flames of war will spread across the continent. The Spirit Hall is confident that it can devour the two empires bit by bit. But this Great Wall wrapped around all the cities of the Chang'an Empire and connected them into a whole. The army can be quickly mobilized on the Great Wall. Create a situation where when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. To capture the Chang'an Empire is probably more difficult than to capture the capitals of the two empires. Moreover, the Great Wall made the defense of entry and exit more stringent. If you want to send people to spy in the future, they will need to pass through the pass, which will increase the difficulty of sneaking in and out. But he spent the military funds on defense, so he is doomed to be unable to expand outward in the short term. Wait until the Spirit Hall has annexed the two empires and destroyed the three major sects, and then come back to gnaw on this turtle shell. Bibi Dong quickly came up with a solution in her mind. Many places within the Great Wall were crowded with people who came to visit. Outside the city walls are vast mountains and jungles. Within the city walls are rich, fertile plains and a growingly prosperous land. Countless merchants and people traveling through various passes were also shocked by this almost endless city wall. On the Great Wall near Dongcheng Pass, a golden and noble figure stood in the rising sun. Quietly look at this very representative building. The Great Wall is completed. The completion of the Great Wall represents that the defense capability of the Chang'an Empire has been raised to a new level. In the future, if there is an invasion by foreign enemies again, the cities in the Chang'an Empire will be able to respond quickly. Fight the enemy together. Now, he only needs to quickly develop his strength within this city wall. Then go out of the city, conquer more territories, and build a longer Great Wall. Behind Xue Luoquan, the 6 generals from the King's continent were so excited that they didn't know what to say. In their hearts, the Great Wall is an extremely warm home. At this moment, even though they were in a different world, they still found a sense of belonging. The Great Wall makes you forget that you are alone. Kai stroked the earth-grey bricks of the Great Wall, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Founding Jixia Academy. Where is my money? Chapter 37, Founding Jixia Academy. Where is my money? Xue Luoquan glanced at the Chang'an soldiers standing on the city wall with spears in hand. There are beacon towers on the Great Wall. By lighting the beacon, troops from all directions can be quickly gathered. However, most of these soldiers are mortal soldiers. The military funds were used to build the Great Wall, leaving no extra money for conscription. But there is no need to conscript mortal soldiers. This is the Douluo world, and soul masters are the dominant ones here. He needs to form an army of soul masters. Just like the Spirit Hall. Obviously, the number of troops of Spirit Hall is far less than that of the two empires, but they can challenge the two empires at the same time. It's because the Spirit Hall's army is composed entirely of spirit masters. Their strength is much stronger than the mortal armies of the two empires. However, it is not easy to form a soul master team. The Chang'an Empire does not have many soul masters. That is the Soul Master Academy. I have decided to establish the Jixia Academy to recruit soul masters from all over the continent. Regardless of age or origin, anyone who is willing to serve Chang'an can enroll. Xue Luoquan waved his hand, and his brows were full of flying colors. The Spirit Hall is now in disgrace, and his Chang'an Empire has shown great potential again. He believed that he would be able to attract a group of soul masters soon. Your Majesty, we are out of money. Hua Mulan blinked her big eyes and said seriously. No money again. Xue Luoquan's lips twitched slightly. Where's my money? It seems that building the Great Wall is really a huge and expensive project. However, the wall under his feet was indeed built solidly. Even a full-strength attack from a three-ring soul master could not shake a single brick of the Great Wall. Looks like I have to get money again. Xue Luoquan frowned slightly and began to ponder. He squeezed all the corrupt officials in Chang'an dry. Those rich people are either fleeing or being caught, leaving no one to exploit. However, because of the construction of the Great Wall, a large amount of money flowed into the public. With all industries flourishing, Chang'an is now thriving. The people are rich, but the country is weak. Should we increase taxes? Kai asked cautiously, staring at Xue Luoquan's expression anxiously. No, only a trickle of water can last a long time. Xue Luoquan's deep eyes turned slightly. He thought of some state documents he usually looked at. How was your anti-corruption campaign? Li Xin answered very fluently. During the last crackdown on corrupt officials, many of the local real estate of the corrupt officials' families was seized and confiscated. But there is still a lot of money being transferred out. Many officials have been detained, but not a penny of their money has been taken away. After all, they have been entrenched here for many years and have extensive connections. It is possible for them to take some small paths to avoid the guards or bribe them. This place used to be under the jurisdiction of the Tiandu Empire, and most of their property was transferred to the Tiandu Empire. Xue Luoquan looked towards the Tiandu Empire outside the Great Wall, and the fighting spirit slowly rose in his eyes. Chang'an's defenses have been improved. It's time to go on the expedition. Is the war finally going to start again? Bailey Suan slicked his fangs excitedly, and his pair of furry ears stood up. Hua Mulan took out a folded map from the bag at her waist, placed it on the battlement of the city wall, and pointed at the city outlined on the map. I have also basically found out the defense arrangements of the nearby Tiandu city. The situation between Tiandu and Wuhan Hall has been tense recently, and both sides have deployed large-scale defenses on the border. Because we have not taken any action for a long time, the Tiandu Empire has withdrawn some troops from nearby cities to confront the Spirit Hall. Each of the three cities to the north has only 20,000 defenders. Although they are close and can be quickly reinforced, they are the easiest targets to attack. Shueluoquan nodded slightly. Okay, then I decide to send out 30,000 troops, divided into 3 groups. Hua Mulan, Bailey Suance, and Kai, each of you will lead 10,000 troops to attack the city. He nodded to Shuiyuer behind him, and Shuiyuer took out 3 military talismans from the box in her hand and handed them to the 3 people. The 3 men took the military token respectfully. Qian Rongxiu, wearing a golden dress, stood quietly behind Shueluoquan and watched him select his generals. Since being exposed last time, she had witnessed the retreat of the allied forces. She then had less thoughts about leaving Chang'an. After so many days of training, she began to develop a strange feeling for Shueluoquan. It is a kind of dependence of the victim on the abuser, which in turn creates a kind of affection. Shueluoquan was very satisfied with her service and allowed her to go out with him. Just like Shui Bing'er and others. 10,000 people attacking 20,000 people, Qian Rongxiu murmured in surprise. She didn't know much about this, but she knew that the attacking party was the weaker side. When others attack a city, they use the majority to attack the minority, but Shueluoquan uses the minority to attack the majority. How can he win? The 3 armies set out from 3 sparsely populated passes of the Great Wall. Soon it disappeared into the mountains. Shueluoquan ordered people to set up rocking chairs and rose-colored tables above the city wall where the army was leaving the city, so that they could sit down comfortably and enjoy wine and snacks. Shui Bing'er and a few others, along with Qian Rongxiu, lined up behind him, meditating and practicing quietly. Li Xin and his companions did not need to practice. They sat together with Shueluoquan and enjoyed snacks. The Tiandu Empire also took great pains to resist the attack on Chang'an. But it was all in vain. Within half a day, 3 fast horses rushed into the Great Wall. Your Majesty, victory news. 3 snow-white papers were spread out on the table. All 3 cities were successfully captured, but the losses were also extremely heavy. There were 30,000 soldiers and horses in 3 routes, with a total of more than 10,000 casualties. This is a very good battle report for the siege. After all, the total number of defenders is 60,000. This time, we were able to complete the attack in such a short time. There is a slight price to pay. But there are also a lot of spoils. In total, more than 20,000 people were captured in the 3 cities. The more you fight, the more troops you will have. The situation in the Chang'an Empire was very good. But the same cannot be said for the Tiandu Empire. The stronger the Chang'an Empire is, the weaker the Tiandu Empire will be. Tiandu Imperial Capital. Emperor Shuiya looked at the urgent battle report from the border and sighed heavily. 3 cities. 60,000 soldiers. I couldn't even hold out for a day. This is just the Chang'an Empire, which has only been reorganized for 2 months and is not very powerful. Once the Chang'an Empire develops, he couldn't even imagine how fast Chang'an would annex Tiandu's territory, but the emotions of the Tiandu people were attracted by the Spirit Hall. They were both afraid and terrified of the Chang'an Empire, which had a legitimate reason to fight and was as ferocious as a wolf. The plan to attack Chang'an had to be shelved. The Tiandu Empire is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. It's like a piece of cake, everyone wants to take a bite. One of the 2 great empires is now approaching a precarious time. How can I solve this game? Emperor Shuiyi's already old body suddenly became hunched. It seemed that he could no longer hold up this crumbling empire. But he was reluctant to give the Tiandu Empire to Shueluoquan for free. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. 3 Sages from Jixia Report. Rongxiu is shocked, another strong one. Chapter 38. The 3 Sages from Jixia Report. Qian Rongxiu is shocked, another strong man. Another night passed. It's just dawn. The 3 generals rode on tall horses, each leading an army, and returned triumphantly from 3 roads, loaded with money and treasures looted from various cities. Shueluoquan got the news and took his men to wait on the Great Wall early. The border line of the Chang'an Empire on the map was also adjusted a little outward. The 3 cities of Tiandu were thus incorporated into the territory of Chang'an. Qianrongxiu, wearing a golden silk dress, stared blankly at the 3 generals entering the city and murmured softly. Has the strength of the Chang'an Empire reached this point? In less than a day, they used half of the opponent's military force to capture the opponent's city. And even Li Xin, who left her with a psychological trauma, hasn't even gone into battle yet? As she looked at these victorious generals, her already cold heart sank even more. The Chang'an Empire is full of talented people, and her chance of returning is becoming increasingly slim. The next step is to build the Jixia Academy and recruit soul masters from all over the continent. Xue Luoquan looked at the carts full of boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry being pulled into the city with a faint smile on his face. He couldn't become fat in one breath, so he needed to take one step at a time and slowly erode the Tiandu Empire. Although our soldiers have taken over 3 cities, the Great Wall has not yet been connected. You should go back and guard the cities and build the Great Wall to prevent the Tiandu Empire from counterattacking. The 3 generals who had just returned from victory were deployed again before they could even sit down. Xue Luoquan quickly planned out a piece of land in the South City where the uprising first broke out. The Big Dipper in the north, the Star Net in the south. It is located closer to the center of the continent and not far from the Spirit Hall. Recruiting soul masters in that kind of place, attracting talents from all over the world. Soon, a large project began to be constructed in the South City. Building a college is a much smaller project than building the Great Wall. With the help of a soul master, it can be completely repaired in less than 7 days. Soul Master Academy. Shui Binger and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They came from the strongest Soul Master Academies. The Jixia Academy is looking to recruit Soul Masters. It's a good idea, but the Chang'an Empire doesn't have any Soul Masters. Qianrongxiu sighed and shook her head. The Spirit Hall has an extremely complete Spirit Master teaching system through the accumulation of countless generations over thousands of years, which has led to the current Spirit Master Foundation. Chang'an Empire, what can you use to snatch Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall? Xue Luoquan naturally thought of this. The Jixia Academy is not well known in the mainland, but with the reputation of the Chang'an Empire, it can still attract quite a few students. But it is not an easy task to train these students. Among his confidants, there are almost no ones who are good at teaching. Shui Binger and the others are all students, and they are too young. If they are asked to take on the role of teachers, they may not be able to do the job well. Now, we should be able to summon other heroes. Xue Luoquan dismissed his attendants. Walk into a small room inside the Great Wall alone. Li Xin was guarding outside the door as a personal bodyguard. Solai, as the general guarding the Great Wall, patrolled everywhere to check the situation. Then, let's try triple summoning. Can we summon the 3 sages of Jixia? Continuous summoning can summon a combined series of heroes. The 3 sages of Jixia are also a combination of kings. Of course, it is possible to summon other trios. For example, the Peach Garden Oath. However, there are few trio combinations among the kings. The probability of summoning the 3 sages of Jixia is still very high. There was a soft buzzing sound in my ears. 3 bright streams of light lined up and shot forward. Above the stream of light, the names and soul power levels of the 3 people were displayed. It was a short old man holding a ruler. Level 87, Eternal Light, Old Master. It turned out to be the Old Scholar, one of the 3 wise men of Jixia. Xue Luoquan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this summoning was not wrong. The 3 sages of Jixia, the teaching ceiling of the continent of kings, one of the founders of the Jixia Academy. Their own strength is also extremely powerful and terrifying. The old master is proficient in martial arts and has taught many powerful disciples, for example, Ji Xiaoman and Dongfang Yao. His own combat power in the Kenyan is also extremely powerful. Rely on high damage reduction to dominate the confrontation road. Level 87, free and easy dream, Zhuangzhou. The huge kun-kun illusion flickered, almost filling up half of the small room. The man who is dozing off while riding kun-kun is extremely mysterious. He is proficient in magic and tries to teach magic in his dreams. I am also very elusive, slippery, and elusive in the canyon. And it keeps sticking to people and hitting them, so the damage is not low. Level 86, Peace Watch, Motzi. There was a sound of electricity, and the tall body of the mecha directly hit the ceiling. The mechanical engineering teacher at Jixia Academy, proficient in all kinds of powerful mechanical engineering. Lao Mo used to be pretty good. During his peak period, he was known as Mo Sanbao. Has a good control effect. Not only can you control your enemies, you can also control yourself. Then the light faded. 3 figures of different heights gradually solidified. Interesting, this looks like a nice dream world. I dreamed of many strange and powerful creatures. They are very similar to demons, but also somewhat different. The man on kun-kun supported his head and laughed half asleep. Oh, respected summoner, I am willing to serve you. The old man bowed slightly. The man in the mecha did not speak, but turned his head silently and looked around. They found this new environment novel and interesting. Chang'an Empire, welcome the 3 of you. Shui Luoquan generously opened his arms and showed the glory of his empire to the 3 people. There is a familiar smell on you, is it him? Zhuangzhou opened his sleepy eyes slightly, and then fell asleep again. You 3 are the famous 3 sages of Jixia in the King's continent. Now, I have moved the Jixia Academy here. You 3 will still be teachers of the Jixia Academy, but this time your students are soul masters from the continent. Shui Luoquan briefly introduced the arrangements for the 3 of them. Are they those humans who possess powers similar to those of magic? They are actually called soul masters. This is really an interesting thing. Zhuangzhou opened his eyes slightly, and then closed them again. Shui Luoquan raised his index finger and tapped lightly. 3 streams of light disappeared between the eyebrows of the 3 people. The 3 people who were originally dressed simply changed a lot in an instant. It looks more noble. Then he led the 3 sages of Jixia out of the small room. Because Motzi was too tall, he had to lower his head to walk out the door. Zhuangzhou's body suddenly became faint, as if he had vanished, and he rushed straight towards the wall beside the door. Several butterflies were flying around the door. He and the huge kun-kun bumped out of the room together. Watching Shui Luoquan suddenly lead out 3 soul masters with extremely powerful auras. Qian Rongxiu, Shui Bing'er, and others were stunned again. He looked at these 3 strange guys he had never seen before. Where did these people come from? Your Majesty doesn't have any summoning skills, does he? End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Teach Students and Conquer the World at the Same Time. Shui Bing and number 039, ER was shocked. Chapter 39, Teach Students and Conquer the World at the Same Time. Shui Bing'er was shocked. The aura of these 3 people was concealed perfectly. However, the invisible pressure still gives people the impression of a strong person who no one dares to disobey. I feel like these 3 are incredibly strong, especially the old man. I feel like he's the strongest. Shui Bing'er spoke to Shui Yu'er in a trembling voice. He is much stronger than the dean of our Tian Shui College. His aura has probably surpassed that of a titled Douluo. Don't be fooled by the fact that each of these 3 people is stranger than the other. But that strange feeling even overshadowed the temperament of the god and demon Douluo Li Xin. Moreover, Li Xin also respects these 3 people very much. You have good taste. I admire you guys very much. The old man, dressed in a bright red suit and a Santa hat, was waving his hands excitedly while holding a Christmas crowbar in his hands. With the blessing of the Santa Claus skin, his level has reached Super Douluo level 97. My level is no worse than that old man. On the black and white kun-kun that looked like water and ink, the zither player played the guqin without moving his lips, but a sound of the guqin rang softly in everyone's ears. A simple ink painting style outfit, with a simple and natural long robe and wide belt, fluttering long sleeves, and layers of ribbons. The elegant and graceful pianist has flying hair and is handsome and unrestrained. It is indeed obviously different in appearance from the other two. Mountains and flowing water, Zhuangzhou, level 97 Super Douluo. Do I look bad? Motzi asked doubtfully. He was wearing the glittering Scorpio gold cloth. The long purple hair is matched with the classic golden helmet of the Scorpio armor. The braid on the helmet is the scorpion's tail, which is very domineering. Although his level is only 96, it is no worse than these two. Master, Zhuangzi, and Motzi, hello 3 seniors. Li Xian bowed his head respectfully and greeted them. Qian Rongxiu's light blue pupils suddenly shrank. Even Li Xian has to say hello to these 3 old men? The strength of these 3 people has probably reached the Super Douluo level. Once the Jixia Academy is completed, the 3 of you will be in charge of training the Soul Master Army for the Empire. If you need any funds, feel free to ask. Through these 3 illusory and blurry figures, Shui Luoquan seemed to see the rise of a powerful army of Soul Masters. The Chang'an Empire is not without Soul Masters. For example, the mayors of several cities that have been suspended are all at the 81st level Soul Douluo level. But these city lords are not people he can trust and dispatch at will. Many Soul Masters in Chang'an did not join the army because of their own outstanding status and identity. There are very few Soul Masters in the army. Among the 50,000 soldiers in Chang'an, it is difficult to gather 200 low-level Soul Masters. However, he does not plan to continue recruiting mortal soldiers in the future, but instead uses the Soul Master Academy to train a Soul Master army. There are not many soldiers but good ones. Using the academy to train an army. The old man held the Christmas crowbar with both hands and fell into deep thought. Their teaching ability is very strong and they have trained many strong students. For example, Zhuge Zhou Yu, and others. There was no mention of training troops in the Jixia Academy in the past. However, his intelligent eyes turned and he quickly came up with an idea, and clapped his hands suddenly. Ahaha! Got it! Then we can teach them some basic academics and train these guys quickly, and we can save ourselves some trouble. Since we need to form an army, we will definitely need a large number of people in a small amount of time. It was impossible for him to teach them those advanced academics. He just needed to teach them simply so that they could graduate quickly. I had a dream. The cultivation system here is very similar to that of the demonic path, except that the Soul Masters here seem to have a more clear level division. Your Majesty, what level do you think is suitable for them to graduate? The sound of Zhuangzhou's zither slowly began to play. Shui Luoquan pondered for a moment and said, as long as you are over 25 years old and above level 30 Soul Master, it will be fine. But I'll need to trouble you 3 to take care of the recruitment of the first batch of Soul Master students. No problem. Recruiting students is easy. I know a lot about this. But the publicity for the establishment of an academy in Chang'an Empire should be very strong. The old man smiled proudly. If Chang'an is not well known now, make a list of the famous academies in this continent, and I will challenge them one by one. Before the 3 of them founded the Jixia Academy, they had already made a name for themselves in the King's continent. Therefore, once the Jixia Academy was established, it became the #1 holy place for studying in the continent of kings. If the Chang'an Empire was not famous, they went one by one to challenge other players and make a name for themselves. A newly opened Soul Master Academy wants to gain fame in a short period of time and recruit a large number of Soul Masters from all over the place. This is the only way. Shui Binger was stunned. So violent? She subconsciously thought of her former teacher in Tian Shui College. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid the dean of Tian Shui College will inevitably be beaten. Chang'an is quite famous now. Shui Luoquan held his chin and thought. After fighting so many battles with the Tiandu Empire, even the Spirit Hall and many small countries around it were alarmed. I believe Chang'an's name has spread throughout the continent. The establishment of the Jixia Academy should be able to gain the support of many soul masters, especially those soul masters in the Chang'an Empire. We must find a way to recruit them all into the army. However, under normal circumstances, soul masters can do very well, and no one is willing to join the army. If you don't use some special means. A hint of ruthlessness burst out from Shui Luoquan's bright eyes. Pass the order down. All spirit masters in Chang'an are not allowed to participate in any economic transactions in society except for consumption. All soul masters must enter the Jixia Academy to practice. All businesses related to soul masters will be taken over by the empire. Except for building the Great Wall, all military funds were invested in the Jixia Academy to subsidize soul masters. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions. These soul masters will not voluntarily enter the Jixia Academy, so they will be forced to enter. But thundering measures alone are not enough. Similarly, a large amount of money is needed to calm the restless hearts of these soul masters. Otherwise, not only will they fail to become the sword of Chang'an Empire's external conquests, but they will instead backfire on the Chang'an Empire. Combining kindness and severity is the long-term solution. The three wise men of Jixia looked at each other in bewilderment. It looks like they are going to do more than just teach academics this time. We also need to subdue these soul masters. Then, playful expressions appeared on the faces of the three people. Interesting. This kind of teaching is much more interesting than before. The sound of piano rose up. Teach students and conquer the world at the same time. The old naughty boy waved his hands excitedly. In the past, they taught in order to train strong people to fight against demons and save the world. Now they teach to conquer the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Jixia Academy opens. Bibi Dong taunts. Hulina sneaks in. Chapter 40, Jixia Academy opens. Bibi Dong taunts. Hulina sneaks in. The Jixia Academy was completed very quickly. With the completion of the Jixia Academy, a piece of news spread that caused a sensation throughout Chang'an. All soul masters in Chang'an must be forced to enter the Jixia Academy for further study. This news is truly shocking. Many soul masters can still thrive by relying on their own martial spirits. Suddenly they were forbidden to make money and their financial resources were monopolized. Many soul masters felt dissatisfied. But fortunately, the compensation arrived in time. Faced with the relatively good rewards, and the fact that these soul masters themselves were not very strong and could not cause any trouble, these soul masters soon suppressed their dissatisfaction and began to pack up their things and rush to the Jixia Academy. Many young soul masters have great interest in the Jixia Academy. The Empire invested a huge amount of money in the Jixia Academy. It will definitely provide a good teaching environment for these soul masters with average talent. You should know that soul masters with average or poor talents are the most numerous in the continent. These young soul masters with average talents are not valued by the academies. The Jixia Academy was finally established, so of course they were happy to go there. At the same time, the Jixia Academy also began to recruit soul masters from outside. Through very substantial subsidies, they attract civilian soul masters from all over the mainland to join. The Chang'an Empire had defeated the Tiandu Empire consecutively before, demonstrating its extremely powerful strength. The establishment of a Soul Master Academy with such a grand momentum and the widespread recruitment of Soul Masters has also attracted the attention of many Soul Masters. Tiandu Imperial Capital. Emperor Snow Knight on the Swan Throne looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took off his crown, revealing the sparse hair underneath. Since the establishment of the Chang'an Empire, the Tiandu Empire has suffered a series of disastrous defeats. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep or eat, and a lot of his hair fell out. He touched his head, put on the crown again, and picked up the latest intelligence on the Chang'an Empire to read. Jixia Academy. Why is Chang'an Empire going to such great lengths to recruit civilian spirit masters? The Tiandu Empire also has a Soul Master Academy, but only the Royal Academy is directly under the Empire. The Chang'an Empire, like the Spirit Hall, spared no effort to win over civilian spirit masters. A commoner soul master, not a genius soul master. Every talented soul master will be sought after by all parties. If the teachers in their Royal Academy encounter a soul master with excellent talent, they will try their best to win him over. The Empire will also provide resources for cultivation. Every talented soul master has long been divided up by various forces and academies. Those left for Chang'an were students of average talent. There may be some students with good qualifications mixed in, but there definitely won't be many. This kind of civilian soul master is not favored by many forces. In the past, only the Spirit Hall truly valued the development of civilian spirit masters. Now there is an additional Chang'an Empire. The Chang'an Empire was born out of the Tiandu Empire, and it doesn't have much soul master background. What is he doing? Emperor Shuiye put down the intelligence letter, puzzled. The soul masters of the Tiandu Empire do not have very good foundation. It all depends on several other private soul master academies to keep it going. Not to mention the Chang'an Empire that became independent from Tiandu. However, seeing Shui Luoquan investing a lot of money in this area, he breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly delighted in his heart. The development of the Chang'an Empire was restrained by the Jixia Academy, and Tiandu could remain stable for a period of time. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. Soul Master Academy, Jixia Academy. Bibi Dong held the letter in her hand, her slender eyebrows knitted into a ball. It's bad, Shui Luoquan wants to snatch people from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has become the #1 force on the continent by controlling the power of a large number of spirit masters. Now, the Chang'an Empire has emerged and is openly competing with their Spirit Hall for civilian spirit masters. This is shaking the foundation of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Chang'an Empire is not very far from their Spirit Hall. This wave is a face-to-face taunt. Your Holiness, are you worrying too much? Douluo spread his hands and said sarcastically, our Spirit Hall has the most complete spirit master system in the entire continent. What can a mere Jixia Academy use to compete with us for people? Yes, Your Holiness the Pope, almost all the soul masters in the continent have been divided up by various forces. It is impossible for independent cultivators to join the Jixia Academy, so how can he snatch them? The thorny porpoise Douluo nodded and agreed. Bibi Dong's beautiful face regained some confidence and she straightened her chest proudly. That seems to be the case. We set up the Soul Master Academy in such a hurry. Maybe we can take the opportunity to watch the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a year. Douluo chuckled with his hands covering his mouth. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is a student competition jointly held by all Soul Master Academies on the continent. This competition can influence the younger generation of Soul Masters' choice of academy. Since the Jixia Academy is so famous, it must have sent a team to participate. However, with the current teaching system of Chang'an Empire, I'm afraid I won't even make it to the finals. They can seize this opportunity to publicize and humiliate the Chang'an Empire. Moreover, the Chang'an Empire has gone to such great lengths to recruit soul masters from the mainland, and this is also the best time for the Spirit Hall to infiltrate. Since the construction of the Great Wall, the speed at which spies transmit information has become noticeably slower. She needed to place more spies to monitor the Chang'an Empire's every move in real time. At the same time, take a peek into the true and false situation of the Jixia Academy. Let's see whether this Jixia Academy will have any influence or threat. She quickly decided on the candidate and said in a deep voice, let Hulina come to see me. Xingluo Imperial Capital. The tall and broad old man on the white tiger throne held the intelligence letter in his hand and looked calmly at the ministers in the hall. The Jixia Academy, which was vigorously established by the Chang'an Empire, has opened. What do you think? Davis spoke first. It's just a Soul Master Academy. It won't cause any trouble in a short period of time. The talented Soul Masters in the continent have long been snatched away by us, and many civilian Soul Masters are also attached to the Wuhan Hall. The Chang'an Empire is a newly emerging country with a very poor foundation in Soul Masters. If it wants to get involved in the Soul Master field, it will be as difficult as starting from scratch to expand the territory. Such a huge investment, if we want to see results, it will at least delay the development of Chang'an for 10 years. The world situation has changed. 10 years is enough time for a lot of things to happen. In my opinion, this is stupid. All countries are trying to find ways to spend money to increase troops. Prepare for the war that is likely to break out next. At this time, the Chang'an Empire spent a large amount of military funds on this aspect. It's tantamount to seeking death. Emperor Xingluo nodded with satisfaction. As the eldest prince, Davis is not only powerful, but also has a deep understanding of the situation on the continent. It already has an imperial style. The Xingluo Empire has a successor, so even if the situation on the continent changes in the future, his Xingluo Empire will be able to remain unscathed. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Secret Investigation. Wonders of the Great Wall, Ning Rongrong is shocked. Chapter 41, Secret Investigation. Wonders of the Great Wall, Ning Rongrong is shocked. It wasn't just the Spirit Hall that sent people to the Jixia Academy to investigate. All the major Soul Master Academies on the mainland learned the news that the Jixia Academy had opened. Also ready to make a move. Jixia Academy, the Soul Master Academy funded by the Chang'an Empire. As a powerful country that can resist the invasion of the Tiandu Empire, the Chang'an Empire must have some special teaching methods to cultivate so many title Douluo and Soul Douluo without anyone noticing. Could those powerful spirit masters be related to the Jixia Academy? Should we go and take a look? Even if we don't enroll, we still want to see the style of the Soul Master Academy. You can have this. Shrek Academy. Inside the simple dean's office. The tall, thin, middle-aged man wearing glasses sat in a rocking chair and pondered for a moment, then waved to Master Yu Xiaogang, who was concentrating on writing something. The Jixia Academy has started classes. Although the Soul Masters on the continent have been divided up by various forces, there may be something hidden in the Chang'an Empire. We can send someone to investigate. Yu Xiaogang put down his pen and paper, and instantly understood. You mean the secret of cultivating strong men like Li Xin? Flanders nodded heavily. In the Chang'an Empire, there are always powerful Soul Masters with extremely high strength appearing inexplicably. The whole continent is talking about the Chang'an Empire. Even he was shocked by the strong men who appeared one after another. The situation in the mainland is tense now. When the nest is overturned, no one can keep the eggs safe. People like them may be affected at any time. They also need to prepare countermeasures. When the Jixia Academy opened, he would also send people to investigate. Maybe we can find out some clues. I understand. I am also very curious about the rise of the Chang'an Empire. I will let Tang San and the others sneak into Chang'an and secretly visit the inside story of Jixia Academy. Yu Xiaogang nodded and left immediately. Since the opening of the Jixia Academy, the already bustling Chang'an Empire became even more lively. At the gates on the main road of the Great Wall, there were long queues of people entering and leaving, and even at some of the less visited gates, there were people. Outside the Great Wall in the direction of Zikan, on a small road with few people, 7 young boys and girls, led by a burly man, came to the gate of the Great Wall, talking and laughing all the way. Wow! Is this the Great Wall? It's really long. I've never seen a building like this before. Ma Heng-jun, a little fat boy with red hair, looked at the long city wall in surprise and exclaimed. As expected of the Chang'an Empire. They really have enough cards. Oscar, the short-haired and handsome boy next to the fat boy, was also amazed. From a distance, it looks like a silver-white sleeping dragon, using its body as a border, wrapping up the territory of Chang'an. Both of them were born into common families and had not seen much of the world. I was amazed to see such a magnificent building. I wonder how safe it would be to live in here. Ma Hongjun looked at the city wall with envy. It is indeed spectacular. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is famous for its financial strength, but it has never done anything this grand. Ning Rongrong, who was wearing a flowing pink dress, was also amazed by this. She had seen more of the world than the other two, but she was still amazed when she saw the Great Wall. Xiao Wu, who had two pigtails, kept screaming from a distance. Zhu Zuqing, who always had a cold expression, was also slightly moved. Although it looks magnificent, there is not much meaning in building such a great wall. The tall and broad Captain Dai Mubai, with blonde hair and heterochromic eyes, spread his hands. Born into a royal family, he has a unique vision compared to the others. What Boss Dai said makes sense. Tang San, who was dressed in blue ancient style, agreed, such a huge project will cost a lot of money and manpower, and will definitely affect the foundation of the country. A new empire with unstable foundations is doing this. I think the Chang'an Empire is doomed. A few people chatted and passed the checkpoints before entering. Then they headed southeast and came to the South City where the Jixia Academy was built. There are so many people. It's so lively. It's much more lively than Soto City. Several people looked around curiously. The Chang'an Empire was famous. The opening of the Jixia Academy also caused a sensation on the mainland. In addition to the many soul masters coming and going, there were also some students sent by other academies to visit. For example, there is a team that they are very familiar with. Kanghui Academy. The leader of Kanghui College's teacher, the man with a mustache, Yes Haikyu. When he saw the Shrek people, there was an obvious flash of fear in his eyes. It seems that he was quite scared by Zhao Wuji before. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms proudly and raised his eyebrows at the teacher leading the Kanghui Academy. Yes Haikyu immediately led the students into the crowd and slipped away. Sudden. A very eye-catching team appeared in the crowd. The soul masters of this team all have green hair and their clothes are also emerald green. Many passers-by were attracted by the scene. College of Botany. It seems that many colleges are alarmed this time. Zhao Wuji smiled playfully. Why didn't those famous elemental academies come? Ning Rongrong looked around with her beautiful pink eyes. But I didn't see the team from the Five Elements Academy. They have fought with the Chang'an Empire before. Sending people here at this time is just courting death, isn't it? Zhao Wuji shrugged. The battle between the sect behind the Five Elements Academy and the Chang'an Empire was extremely shocking. The leader of the Elephant Armor sect died, and the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect retreated. It was that battle that completely established the powerful position of the Chang'an Empire, only under one palace and two kingdoms. In terms of strength and fame, it is already on par with the number one hidden sect in the world, the Haoshan sect, and is even showing a trend of surpassing it. That's right. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. They had heard about this, too. Wait. Why are they here? Dai Mubai's heterochromatic eyes seemed to sense something and his breathing couldn't help but stagnate. His eyes rested on an equally ostentatious team. The leader of this team is a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, tall and broad build. He has a handsome face that is very similar to Dai Mubai. Led by the diplomats of the Chang'an Empire, they walked to the Jixia Academy. The eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, Davis. Zhu Zuqing frowned coldly, his nerves were broken to the extreme. Davis also seemed to have noticed Dai Mubai and the others, and looked in the direction they were looking. But this is the Chang'an Empire. In a place where several powerful titled Douluo were stationed, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He just smiled faintly and walked away on his own. The purpose of his visit this time was to visit and inspect the Jixia Academy. I don't want to spend more time on Dai Mubai. What's going on? Zhao Wuji looked at the backs of Davis and others as they left, his face confused. It's okay. Daimyo Bai shook his head. They followed the flow of people and headed towards the Jixia Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Spirit Hall sneaks in, mysterious mechanism. Hulina is curious. Chapter 42, Spirit Hall sneaks in, mysterious mechanism. Hulina is curious. Located in the South City direction, outside a city gate with a large number of people. There were bursts of exclamations among the team entering the door. It was because one of the girls in the queue was very charming and dazzling. The girl has flowing short golden hair, which looks neat and tidy without losing her feminine beauty. The close-fitting yellow-pink tights are simple yet dignified, and the intricate patterns seem to speak of her noble lineage. The tights perfectly outline her exquisite figure. The charming posture makes it look poetic and picturesque, making people fascinated. The charm that radiates everywhere makes people easily fall in love with it at first sight. Tisk, what annoying looks. A bunch of useless spirit masters dare to look at Nana like that. I really want to poke their eyes out. We should have taken the path less traveled. The red-haired boy, one of the two boys standing next to the girl, spoke unhappily. The boy has an ordinary appearance and a very strong build. But he has eye-catching long fiery red hair, flame patterns all over his body, and even his eyeballs are dark red. The silver-haired boy on the other side of the girl glanced at the soul masters around him and said nothing. He was dressed in silver-white clothes, had a slender figure over 1.9 meters tall, pale skin, and was extremely handsome. She has a pair of red eyes, short silver hair with a wisp of hair fading red at the end, and red butterfly patterns at the corners of her eyes. She looks somewhat similar to the girl in front of her. Keep a low profile. Go back if you dare to cause trouble. Hulina glared at the red-haired Yan. How are you going to get in if there are few people? You want to be exposed before you even enter the city, right? Yan was scolded, but he smiled at the girl. Nana is right, I will keep a low profile. The three of them are the most outstanding young generation of soul masters in the Spirit Hall. Hulina, Yan, Xiaoyu. This great wall is really troublesome. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the towering wall in front of him. The walls of the Great Wall are slightly shorter than those of the city, but are still more than 2 feet high. Not very tall, yet stretching endlessly. If you want to enter Chang'an, you must pass through the Great Wall. After passing the Great Wall, there is another inspection before entering the city. Such a tedious inspection. It greatly increased the difficulty for spies to enter and exit. The Xingluo Empire can send people to visit openly. However, because of Jianrongxiu, the situation between the Spirit Hall and the Chang'an Empire is tense. So we could only send people to visit secretly. It is a trouble for them, but for the people in the Chang'an Empire, it adds a strong sense of security. Not only the soul masters and the army can't get through, but also the soul beasts. Fortunately, this time Chang'an is recruiting soul masters on a large scale from the mainland. Therefore, the inspection at the city gate was not thorough, and they simply asked about the name, age, and background. Hulina and the other two made up some information and sneaked in. The three of them quickly entered South City. This place is much smaller than Wuhan City. The quality of the soul masters coming and going is also much lower. There are mortal soul masters below level 10 everywhere, as well as some soul masters in their teens and 20+ levels. 3-ring soul masters are rare. The 4-ring soul sect is extremely rare. A soul king with 5 rings is like a rare treasure. Ha ha ha. With this level of soul master background, what can we use to fight against the Spirit Hall? Yan looked around and then covered his mouth and laughed. The three of them are all 4-ring peak soul masters. They are all considered top-level soul masters here. But soul masters like them can be found everywhere in the Spirit Hall. The soul masters on the continent have long been divided up by several major forces. The Jixia Academy has just opened, and it is a very good situation to have so many soul masters responding. Hulina's seductive eyes moved everywhere, carefully memorizing the information she observed. Although the quality of soul masters is not high, there are many of them. As the center of this major event, Jixia Academy is also filled with soul masters pouring in from all over. I don't know who will be the teacher of this soul master academy. It can't be these useless soul masters or soul sect members. Xiaoyu shook his head with some disgust. These guys are not as strong or talented as them. I am really not qualified to be their teacher. On the Great Wall, a soldier was respectfully reporting something to Xue Luoquan, who was drinking tea in a rocking chair. Xue Luoquan nodded slightly after listening. Well, go down. Then, he looked towards the south city with his deep eyes and stretched lazily. There are quite a lot of people here. It's up to you guys. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can visit as you like. What Spirit Hall, what Star Luo Empire? Many people came both openly and secretly. But he was not panicked at all, as long as these people didn't cause trouble. If anyone dares to cause trouble, Li Xin and others will suppress them with thunder. Soon, Hulina and the other two found out a lot of things at the registration office. In a year, when you are 25 years old and your cultivation exceeds that of a soul master, you will graduate and join the army to serve the empire. So they are recruiting soul masters so aggressively in order to build a soul master army. Hulina was shocked. I originally thought that the Chang'an Empire wanted to recruit soul masters. I didn't expect the Chang'an Empire to be so anxious, building an army of soul masters within a year. Many soul masters were very dissatisfied when they heard that they were going to join the army. Many soul masters from other regions did not join the Jixia Academy immediately, but chose to go in for a visit. All the soul masters of the Chang'an Empire were forced to enter. They were restricted from trading and could only buy but not sell. If they don't accept the soul master mission in the Jixia Academy, they will starve to death. But it's easy to get in, but hard to leave. Once you enter, you cannot leave the Great Wall unless you accept a special mission. And there are strong men guarding the Great Wall. It is impossible for an ordinary soul master to escape quietly. Some local spirit masters were very dissatisfied. But when they heard that there were huge subsidies of varying degrees every month, they stopped making trouble. They practice hard for money and status. Now that they have the platform provided by the Chang'an Empire, they can't escape and can only accept their fate and stay. What a great trick! Hulina was full of praise for Xue Luoquan's domineering tactics. Compassion does not command troops. Xue Luoquan was able to enhance the empire's strength in this way. His abilities should not be underestimated. The three of them mixed in with the visiting group and went in. The Jixia Academy was not very grand, but it was very well decorated. It has everything you need, including teaching buildings, dormitories, a canteen, flowers, fountains, etc. It looks like a high-level soul master academy. The teaching method is also strange. There are 3 teaching buildings in total. There are huge words martial arts, magic and mechanical way engraved on the roof respectively. There is a plaque at the entrance of the college that introduces the 3 teaching buildings. Martial arts is the academic discipline of melee combat soul masters. The way of magic is the academic discipline of long-range soul masters. The art of mechanisms is the study of soul guides. However, there are guards in front of the building on Jijia Road, and ordinary students and visitors cannot enter. Hulina was somewhat surprised by this. Is there some treasure hidden inside? The mainland's research on soul guides is not very advanced, but soul guides are also a strong school. Some powerful divine craftsmen soul guides, such as Lu Gao, can also create many powerful soul guides. But this involves some technical secrets. So it is understandable that it is not open to the outside world. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Magic Teaching. I just dozed off in class. Ma Heng-jun envied, there is such a good thing. Chapter 43 Magic Teaching. I just dozed off in class. Ma Heng-jun envied, there is such a good thing. Let's go take a look first. After taking a look at the building, Tang San chose to visit the demonic building first. A group of 8 people walked in. Each floor inside faces forward and is furnished with comfortable seats. The front wall has also been replaced with transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. There is no podium in the classroom, and at the innermost part of the building is a huge open-air pond, which seems to cut off the entire teaching building. Every floor has a view of the open-air pond. Many soul masters who arrived early were sitting in their seats, seemingly dozing off. What's going on? Where are the teachers? Ning Rongrong looked at the poor teaching environment with disappointment. There are no teachers in the huge teaching building. All the students are dozing off. This doesn't look like a teaching building at all, it's clearly a lounge. I thought the Jixia Academy was really great. But now it's just like this. Xiaowu curled her lips in regret. Before coming, they were stunned by the magnificence of the Great Wall and the powerful strength of the Chang'an Empire. As a result, the Chang'an Empire actually ran such a poor soul master academy. In such a huge Chang'an Empire, even if you are poor, you should be able to afford teachers. How can you run a school without teachers? How shameful! Zhao Wuji slapped his forehead speechlessly. Many soul masters who had just entered the teaching building were confused and disappointed when they saw such a teaching environment. Is this the Soul Master Academy that Chang'an Empire spent a huge amount of money to build? What is this Jixia Academy? This is bullying the honest people. The local soul masters were wailing loudly. Fortunately, I'm not a spirit master from the Chang'an Empire, otherwise forced sleep would be very tiring. Those who are not local soul masters are very fortunate. Hulina and the other 2 also came in and stood next to Tang San and the others. But they didn't know each other at this time. Looking at such a teaching environment, Hulina and the other 2 felt confused and puzzled. It's so perfunctory. I thought their teachers would be terrible, but I didn't expect they don't even have a teacher. Yan's mouth was about to twitch from laughing. Are you qualified to form a soul master army? Still want to compete with Spirit Hall for people? An army of soul masters trained in such an environment would probably not be able to defeat even a mortal army if they were deployed out. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Hulina looked around with her charming eyes. In her mind, Shui Luoquan is always a very shrewd monarch. It wouldn't be necessary to mess up the Soul Master Academy so badly. Could it be that the people below embezzled the money, so the Jixia Academy is so poor that it can't even afford to hire teachers? Hulina thought about it for a long time and could only come up with this one explanation. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched violently. I remember the teacher said that Chang'an Empire has been strongly cracking down on corruption. How could there be someone who would embezzle such an important grant at this time? How is it impossible? People die for money and birds die for food. Hulina said slowly. There were footsteps behind them. It was a visiting group from the Xingluo Empire, and Shui Bing'er, the diplomatic representative of the Chang'an Empire, walked in. Shui Luoquan intended to train Shui Bing'er and others, and temporarily gave them many important positions. Haha! Davis looked at this bizarre scene and laughed out loud. Sure enough, he guessed right. The Chang'an Empire is engaged in large-scale construction and has little money left. Look, we are so poor now that we can't even afford to hire a teacher. The quality of soul masters recruited by the Jixia Academy was originally poor. The teaching quality is so bad, the Chang'an Empire is doomed. The Xingluo Empire's team looked at Shui Bing'er as if they were having fun. His eyes were full of pity. In their eyes, Shui Bing'er is just a pitiful person. He was sold out by his own dean and became a prisoner in Chang'an. Now the Emperor of Chang'an has made some outrageous moves, and it is estimated that the country is not far from being destroyed. This poor girl is going to experience another major defeat. Shui Bing'er looked indifferent. She was no longer surprised by this and explained, the teaching at the magic school is somewhat special. You can sit down and experience it. Do you need to experience this? Experience what? Sleeping. Zhu Ziyun, who has a proud figure, puffed out her chest, her tone full of sarcasm. The other soul masters were also full of ridicule. Yes, the teaching method of our magic academy is sleeping. Shui Binger answered seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was once again filled with astonishment and ridicule. Shit! Did I hear it right? Teaching means sleeping? Is it that amazing? Wow! What a novel teaching method! It's very innovative. I've never seen someone become stronger while sleeping. Everyone was shocked by this bizarre teaching method. Ma Hongzhen's ears twitched, and he said with some envy, I just sleep in class, and I get subsidies if I sleep for a full month. Is there such a good thing? I really want to transfer to another school. He spoke the last 4 words in a very low voice. Tang San and Xiaowu looked at each other, and both saw deep doubt in each other's eyes. In addition to Ma Hongzhen, who is interested in this teaching, they have no idea at all. How can you become stronger by just idling away your time? What a weird way of teaching. Zhao Wuji wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. He is afraid of being beaten, but now it seems that the Jixia Academy only took advantage of the fame of the Chang'an Empire. It is specifically designed to restrain the country's soul masters. There is no background, just playing for fun. Yan bit his lips tightly and pinched his flesh with his hands. You can't laugh. This is the Chang'an Empire, a place where powerful soul masters rule. If you laugh in someone else's college, you will be thrown out. Hulina's expression was also very strange, but her subconscious told her that this might not be that simple. Why don't we find a place to sleep? Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. You can't just leave like this in a daze. Davis and others were very disdainful of this. But leaving like this would be too disrespectful to the other party. They are here on a diplomatic mission to visit, we can't just refute them like this. Let's take a nap. I'm a little tired after traveling for such a long time. Davis began to look for a seat. He didn't take this sleep seriously, he just thought of it as a rest. Zhu Ziyun and the Xingluo team followed closely behind. Now that we're here, let's experience it. There's no room left on this floor, let's go upstairs. Tang San looked around. There are many soul masters native to the Chang'an Empire. The first floor is completely occupied. So everyone in Shrek went upstairs and found a place to sit down. It seems that the Jixia Academy is really bad. Yes, Haikia said in a low voice. The Soul Master Academy reflects the Soul Master foundation of a force. The Jixia Academy is so bad. The image of the Chang'an Empire will also be affected. Yao Ziai from the College of Botany shook her head repeatedly. Many colleges come to visit with the mindset of learning. But when they arrived they were told to let them sleep. For a time, all the academies and foreign soul masters felt regretful about this. It feels like I have misjudged someone. But they still found a seat. Come all come. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. The butterfly is me, I am the butterfly. Dream teaching. Hulina is fascinated, I don't. Chapter 44. The butterfly is me, I am the butterfly. Dream teaching. Hulina is fascinated, I don't want to leave. The moment everyone sat down. Then I felt sleepy, but this feeling of sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Everyone opened their eyes again. In the empty pond in front of them, a huge and mysterious figure riding on Kun Kun appeared. Sitting next to them were countless soul masters who were originally asleep but were now awake. Hulina looked around curiously, and finally her eyes fixed on the figure riding on the huge Kun Kun. This should be the teacher who taught magic. Who are you? The butterfly is me, I am the butterfly. The melodious sound of the piano rang out. What a powerful soul power! It can pull so many people into the dream at the same time. Yan looked around in shock. There are at least hundreds of soul masters here, if not thousands. Dragging so many people into the dream at the same time requires a huge amount of soul power every moment. This teacher is at least at the titled Douluo level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain this dream for too long. Xiaoyu carefully felt the breath of the man in ancient costume, Kun Kun. The man's aura was extremely mysterious, as if his entire body had merged into one with the heaven and earth. In the dream world, he is the will of this world. The man's slender fingers stroked the strings and played slowly. Occasionally he would answer some of the Soul Master's questions. But most of the time, he sat quietly on the huge imaginary Kun Kun, squinting his eyes and not speaking. Many new Soul Masters were confused. Such a big teaching building, but there is only one teacher. The Jixia Academy is a little too poor. Teach us how to practice quickly, why don't you say a word? The extremely small chattering sounded like ripples. Mixed in with the pleasant piano sounds, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears without causing any abrupt feeling. What a strange person! Ning Rongrong retracted her gaze and looked at her own white hands. The dream world is too realistic, this is obviously not the real world. But her five senses are still fully present, can feel everything here clearly. For a moment, it is hard to tell whether it is a dream or reality. I've never seen such a teaching method before, it's really unique. Zhao Wuji exclaimed, looking around curiously with his little eyes. He has also seen the level of senior teachers. Master Yu Xiaogang possesses many of the Spirit Hall's brilliant ideas and has a unique teaching method. But compared with the Kunpeng man in front of him, he is nothing but a dwarf. Dream teaching? But he didn't say a word. Tang San frowned. The method of dream teaching is indeed very novel. But why did the teacher remain silent? Perhaps, we need to find ways to practice ourselves. Xiaowu blinked her beautiful eyes. Several people began to tilt their ears, looking for the source of Shui Binger's voice. Although there are many voices, it is still easy for them to find a specific voice in the dream. Sure enough, the source of the sound that was suspected to come from upstairs was soon found. That was Davis's rough and suspicious voice. Hey? A dream world? That's interesting. Then came Shui Binger's soft and tender voice, this is the dream world of Zhuangzhou, the dean of the demon sect. You can try to practice here, or explore the surroundings. The master will lead you to the door, but it's up to you to practice. After she finished speaking, Shui Binger's voice was never heard again. Do we need to practice here? Hulina and the other two listened carefully, and then began to carefully sense this dream world. When they felt this, a hint of shock flashed across the faces of the three people. The new soul masters also discovered the differences and exclaimed in a low voice again. It seems that in this dream, I can resonate with the heaven and earth, and the speed of cultivation has increased. By practicing here, even if one's innate martial spirit is useless, one can improve his training speed to that of an ordinary spirit master. An ordinary spirit master can even reach the speed of an elite spirit master. And elite soul masters can even reach the cultivation speed of full innate soul power. All the soul masters were immediately excited by the increased speed of cultivation. We will have to practice in such an environment in the future? This is really wonderful. The local soul masters began to feel proud. With such a training ground, their strength can grow rapidly. Is it too late for us to join now? Some soul masters from other places also began to be tempted. Hulina and the other two couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the soft chairs and start practicing. The soul power between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn and surged into their bodies. All three of them have innate full soul power. The speed of cultivation this time also increased dramatically. What a wonderful dream! It can actually speed up my cultivation. Hulina tried it briefly, and then opened her charming eyes in surprise. If they could practice here, it would probably take less than half a year for them to break through to level 50 and become soul kings. This dream is equivalent to raising the talent of every soul master. But I felt as if I was being watched by an invisible gaze, my soul was seen through, and there were no secrets left. Xiaoyu twisted his body unnaturally. This very faint feeling of gaze naturally came from Zhuangzhou on Kunpeng. After all, this is the dream world created by Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou could not hide anything from them. However, Zhuangzhou did not have any hostility towards these intruders. The current Jixia Academy has just opened, allowing various forces and mainland soul masters to visit. After a while, visits will not be allowed and they won't even be able to come in. Davis suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his fists unwillingly, his eyes were filled with deep fear and doubt, and he thought to himself, damn it! Why does the Jixia Academy have such a powerful training ground? No wonder they were able to train so many top-level experts. If you practice here, as long as you have good talent, you can slowly become a soul sage or soul Douluo. If you have better talent, you can even become a titled Douluo. He could foresee that the Chang'an Empire would be able to quickly form a strong army of soul masters. The strength of the Chang'an Empire can be greatly increased. You underestimated Chang'an. He put away his original contempt for the Jixia Academy. Start to pay attention to this strange magic building. Oh! My God! Sleeping really can make you stronger. Ma Hongzhen's loud exclamation echoed in the teaching building. Keep your voice down, so many people are practicing. Why are you making so much noise like a bumpkin? Zhao Wuji slapped Ma Hongzhen on the back of the head. Incredible! Tang San licked his teeth lightly, with greed flashing in his eyes. Such a treasure land for cultivation is rare in the entire mainland. It's a pity that this is a dream constructed by someone else, otherwise he would definitely find a way to occupy or steal it. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Hands Waving the Seven Strings, Mind Wandering in the Void. The Secret of the Magic Building. Chapter 45, Wave the Seven Strings, and Wander in the Void. The Secret of the Magic Building. Zhao Wuji is shocked, in addition to accelerating the speed of cultivation. In their dreams, there were some wonderful things in their consciousness, like countless books like pamphlets. It's a manual for soul masters to practice. Xiaoyu read the contents carefully and was immediately shocked. In addition to these, there are some more extensive popular science. The knowledge contained therein is suspended in the dream like an ocean. They need to absorb it bit by bit. And these things are exactly the same as the classics accumulated by the Spirit Hall over thousands of years. A considerable portion of it contains Spirit Hall's relatively confidential knowledge. It's not the kind that is spread out. Hulina was dazed as she absorbed this very familiar knowledge. How come the secret knowledge of the Spirit Hall is here? This is the brilliant concept of the Spirit Hall in cultivating powerful soul masters over the years. Now everyone has learned all of them secretly. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to ask so openly. Otherwise it will definitely arouse suspicion. However, another voice was surprised. Teacher, if I am not mistaken, a large part of this knowledge comes from the Spirit Hall. Could it be that the teacher was once a worshipper of the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall travels around the continent, helping civilian spirit masters awaken their spirits. Some basic knowledge was also imparted. Most of these soul masters who have awakened their martial spirits understand some basic knowledge taught by the Spirit Hall. My hands are waving the seven strings, and my mind is wandering in the void. The clear sound of the piano sounded. In this world, few things can be hidden from my dreams. It is not uncommon for me to dream about the classics of the Spirit Hall. Countless soul masters were so shocked by this mysterious answer that they exclaimed in surprise. Teacher is not the elder of the Spirit Hall. You can still dream about stealing other people's things? What kind of operation is this? How can this be called stealing? Dreams are mysterious and profound. This is called sharing. They knew that the teacher in front of them was definitely not simple. Studying in the Jixia Academy will definitely increase their strength dramatically. Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched violently. What kind of operation is this? Did you steal someone else's books in a dream? If there is any secret or something like that, wouldn't it be impossible to hide it from this senior? Tang San thought of the Tang sect's unique skills, and was shocked, but then he felt relieved. Fortunately, those things are hidden in his mind. There are no books with relevant records, so don't worry about learning something in a dream. Davis was becoming more and more uneasy. The Spirit Hall's most advanced teaching concepts have all been stolen. Doesn't this mean that the Chang'an Empire now has the foundation for Spirit Master teaching? He didn't expect Zhuangzhou to be so outrageous. I can also learn things from the Spirit Hall in my dreams. With these Soul Master teaching concepts, the Jixia Academy will definitely become a top Soul Master Academy that is no less than the Five Elements Academy. The people who were most shocked were of course those from the Spirit Hall. Hu Lina's expression became more and more uneasy. This is the result of so many years of hard work accumulated by so many generations of people in the Spirit Hall. I was just dreamed away by you, I'm suing you for copyright infringement. There was rage burning in Yan's eyes and his fists were clenched tightly. He wants to defend the intellectual property rights of Spirit Hall. But Xia Yu held his shoulder. A pair of eyes seemed to say, you can't beat him, and you might even be beaten to death by him. Yan had no choice but to loosen his clenched fists. Go out and have a look at other places. It's not that simple here. Hu Lina slowly stood up and began to look for different places nearby. Xia Yu and Yan also stood up, and the three of them began to wander around the building. And there are a lot of people wandering around. The entire teaching building is in a dream, and new people appear and enter the dream from time to time. She accidentally glanced out the window at the outside of the teaching building. His pupils suddenly shrank. What was outside was not an academy, but a soul beast forest filled with a wild atmosphere. The entire teaching building is surrounded by the soul beast forest, and these places look so familiar. They were the two largest forests on the continent, the Star Forest and the Sunset Forest. Countless spirit beast auras emanated from the forests mixed with the breeze and soil. Even though I know that these are all simulated dreams. But that real feeling made her feel as if time and space were confused. He wouldn't have simulated two soul beast forests, would he? Xia Yu exclaimed as he looked at the two endless forests. Maintaining such a dream is not something that an ordinary soul master can endure. Let's go in and take a look. Hu Lina pondered for a moment and stepped forward. Not long after, the Shrek group also walked into the soul beast forest to investigate the situation there. We encountered many soul beasts along the way. There are all kinds of soul beasts including 10-year wind baboon, 100-year mandala snake, 1000-year human-faced demon spider, 10,000-year ghost tiger and so on. Moreover, the habits of these soul beasts are exactly the same as those of soul beasts in reality. Some will actively attack people, while others will run away in fear when encountering a strong aura. Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul, but found that several of his melee soul skills were sealed. The martial spirit can be used, but several close combat spirit skills are sealed. Zhao Wuji shook his head helplessly. This is the soul beast forest used for them to practice long-range soul skills. Xiao Wu looked very uneasy. The 10,000-year soul beasts have been simulated. De Ming and Er Ming will not. She quietly left the team and walked towards the soul beast forest. Not long after, her figure flashed and appeared in the demonic building. Her soul skills are basically all melee types and are almost completely sealed. Facing the attacks of soul beasts, they are completely defenseless. So he was killed by the soul beast without exception. Then resurrected intact in the seat from which he came. But the feeling of real death still made her feel a little scared, but soon, a smile appeared on her lips. There is no De Ming and Er Ming here, and some relatively powerful strange soul beasts, such as the dark demon evil god tiger, do not appear either. It seems that there are some things that cannot be simulated. But now these simulations are already very good. Here, not only can one practice quickly, but one can also fight with soul beasts and even other soul masters in the soul beast forest. And every time they die, they are teleported back to their original seat. Looking across the entire continent, how many academies can provide such a training ground for students? The seat beside her flickered, and the figures of Tang San and others appeared one after another. When they saw Xiao Wu sitting in her seat, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just based on this strange dream world, the Jixia Academy has the ability to rival the Spirit Hall in terms of teaching skills. Zhao Waoqi praised sincerely and was deeply shocked. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and others all came up with the idea of staying here. But they are not students here unless they leave Shrek Academy. 3 figures flashed in a classroom on another floor. Hulina and the other 2 also returned to the demonic building one after another. What happened to the fact that Chang'an Empire has no teaching background? Now Chang'an can definitely produce powerful spirit masters in large quantities and build a powerful spirit master army in a short period of time. Yan muttered to himself. Before coming here, he looked down upon the Jixia Academy. But now, just a magic building is enough to shock and fascinate them. Why does the Chang'an Empire have such a profound background? When did this teacher show up? Hulina's charming eyes showed deep astonishment. All of this was beyond their imagination. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Martial Arts Teaching. Advanced Teaching Concept. Tang 3 is surprised. Chapter 46, Martial Arts Teaching. Advanced Teaching Concept. Tang San is surprised. Above the Great Wall, a soldier with blood on his armor was reporting intelligence to Xue Luoquan, who was reading a document. When the Great Wall was being built, it was attacked by a small group of Tiandu troops. The general leading the army was at the level of Seoul Douluo. They occupied a gap in the Great Wall and attacked the city through the gap. There were not many soldiers in the city, so they suffered considerable losses. However, General Hua Mulan led the army to repel them in time and recaptured the city. Xue Luoquan moved his fingers calmly. The soldiers understood and retreated. The current army of the Chang'an Empire is a bit small. After the expansion of the territory, the number of soldiers allocated to each city is not large. It is normal to be attacked by Tiandu. After all, the frontal battlefield will consume a large amount of manpower and resources, and sneak attacks are the norm in war. He put down the documents in his hand and his expression became a little solemn. Emperor Shuya began to impose economic sanctions on Chang'an. The Tiandu Empire banned trade with the Chang'an Empire. He also joined forces with neighboring countries to wage a trade war against Chang'an. Chang'an spent a lot of money on building the Jixia Academy and the Great Wall. There is no money in the treasury now, a large amount of foreign trade transactions were lost. At this time, the Chang'an Empire seemed prosperous on the surface, but only he knew how poor the treasury was, but it's not without good news. There was a sound from the system. Because it was the first time to recapture the city and maintain the integrity of the territory, the system rewarded an extra chance to draw a lottery. There are extra rewards for retaking the city. This surprised Xue Luoquan a little. Unfortunately, this is only a one-time reward. But that's fine too. Xue Luoquan walked into the empty closed room again. With a thought, the summoning began. The light faded away. A young girl, lazily holding a dried fish in her mouth, stood in front of Xue Luoquan. A bright orange Chinese training suit that is comfortable and flexible, with a wide and convenient outer robe, looks comfortable and flexible. Her hair is tied up with a yellow band, and her legs are of different lengths, showing her casualness and wantonness. Level 71, Soul Saint Martial Arts Genius, Ji Zioman. Ji Zioman looked around carefully and found that this was a completely unfamiliar environment. She was originally very lazy, but her eyes were instantly filled with light. When she was summoned, she got to know this world a little more. I know that this is a different world and there is a kind of human being called Soul Masters. There is no Jixia Academy here, and no Master's discipline. She is free and can experience this wonderful alien world to her heart's content. Ji Zioman bowed deeply and saluted with gratitude to the summoner Xue Luoquan who summoned her. Thanks to the summoner, now I can escape from the Master's discipline. Tell me what you need my help with, I will do my best. She said she was trying her best, but in fact she was already thinking about how to slack off. The Jixia Academy has just started. You should go to the Martial Arts Academy and help the teacher teach. Xue Luoquan smiled faintly. The academy had just opened and there were no senior spirit masters to teach the students. Ji Xiaoman happened to be summoned and can be assigned to the Martial Arts Academy to help teach. Ji Xiaoman's smile froze on her face. Then the whole person's spirit became visibly scattered. As you command, Lord Summoner. The Magic Academy building. Hulina and the other two were startled. The consciousness of the three returned to their bodies without any hindrance. They returned to the teaching building where all the students were sleeping soundly. In the open pond in front of him, the mysterious figure disappeared. They left the dream. The three of them came out of the demonic building reluctantly. It would be great if the spirit hall could have such a strong person to open a dojo. Hulina was really envious. Becoming stronger while sleeping is a great opportunity that cannot be found anywhere on the continent. Unfortunately, such an opportunity does not belong to their spirit hall. But it belongs to the Chang'an Empire. Fortunately, although Chang'an has such a good teaching environment, their soul master foundation is very poor. Xiaoyu supported his chin and analyzed carefully. The teaching environment of the Jixia Academy has surpassed that of the Spirit Hall, but we started too late and the gap between soul masters is too big. All the soul masters with a little talent were snatched away by the Spirit Hall. Those who cannot be snatched away are basically soul masters who are dependent on various forces. Those left for the Jixia Academy are all people with mediocre talents. In the next Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, we can give Jixia Academy a good humiliation. There was resentment in Yan's tone. Zhuangzhou learned the teaching theories of the Spirit Hall in his dreams, and now he gets annoyed whenever he thinks about it. But there is nothing we can do about it. I can only vent my anger in the next Soul Master Academy competition. As the three of them were talking, Davis' voice sounded again from behind. Let's go to the martial arts building. It's the training ground for close combat spirit masters. It should be of great help to Zhu Ziyun. Several members of the Xingluo team passed by Hulina and the other two. Later, people from Shrek Academy also came out. Following the flow of people, I walked towards the Martial Arts Academy building next door. The Martial Arts building is shorter than the Magic building, but it occupies a larger area. Enter the moment. Hulina and the other two felt a strong suppressing effect coming. The long-range soul skill has been sealed. Hulina was slightly surprised. In the entire martial arts building, all the soul masters had their long-range soul skills sealed. The interior structure of the martial arts building is also different from that of the magic building. It's still a classroom, but there aren't many seats. In the large empty classroom, there were only a few stools placed against the wall on one side, with some martial arts melee books on them. Most of the space is filled with barbells, single and double bars, swords, spears, halberds and other training equipment. There is also plenty of space. This place doesn't look like a classroom, but more like a fighting room or an armory. There is also an open-air platform at the front that looks like a vault, but it is actually a ring-like venue. In each classroom, there are many students holding weapons and fighting each other in close combat. This place seems to be shrouded in a terrifying soul force field. The aftermath caused by their use of soul skills will be completely swallowed up and dissipated by the void, so it's totally fine to use your full strength. Fighting? I love it the most. Xiao Wu looked at the teaching building where she could fight freely, and she was already rubbing her hands together and eager to give it a try. So, there is no teacher here? The teaching method is so advanced. Tang San looked around. The teaching method of Jixia Academy is very relaxed. There are almost no mandatory requirements for students. The venue and funds were provided, and the rest was up to your own efforts. I wonder how many soul masters dream of such a teaching philosophy. I feel like they can't afford a teacher, and there aren't any soul masters who are suitable to be teachers. Zhao Waoqi revealed the secret in one sentence. Not really. It's an empire after all. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. But when she thought of the endless Great Wall outside, she suddenly realized it. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Martial Arts Prodigy Ji Xiaoman kicks Yan. Xia Yu is shocked. Chapter 47, Martial Arts Prodigy Ji Xiaoman kicks Yan. Xia Yu is shocked. Yan walked around several floors in the college building. I saw a female soul master lying on a chair and playing lazily. This scene made him feel relieved. Look at this lazy girl. Can such a teaching philosophy really teach a soul master well? This is not a question, but a mockery. The teaching scenes at the Magic Academy are truly unique. But now it seems that the Jixia Academy still has many drawbacks. This kind of laissez-faire teaching method is likely to breed lazy soul masters. Only a strict teacher can produce a good disciple. Being so lazy, there is nothing to be afraid of even with excellent teaching facilities and academics. That's about it for this visit and inspection. He was about to turn around and leave. A yellow silhouette flipped and leaped in the air. The long white legs were raised high and stepped on the wall, blocking the way of the three people. I seem to hear you scolding me. Apologize. The girl stood in front of Yan and yawned lazily. Apologize? I need to apologize to a lazy fellow like you. Yan sneered at the girl's blocking of her way. He is an extremely hard-working and talented soul master. His own powerful strength makes him arrogant. He was even more disgusted with such a lazy guy, let alone an apology. The next second, the girl's foot struck his face like lightning. Yan barely reacted and crossed his hands over his face to block. Bang! A powerful burst of force. Yan was kicked and flew backwards quickly, and only stopped after hitting the wall of the corridor. This kick was very powerful. Yan's nose was bleeding, his hands were shaking wildly, and he looked extremely miserable. What a strong power! Xia Yu was slightly surprised. They thought there wouldn't be any soul master students stronger than them here, but they didn't expect this person to kick Yan away. You have to know that Yan is a four-ring soul master. The fight between the two in the corridor attracted many soul masters on the same level to watch. Hey! Davis turned his head and looked over from a distance. Fight! Fight! Xiao Wu waved her hands excitedly and added fuel to the fire. There's something. Who are you? Yan got up and wiped the blood from his nose. I am the most proud disciple of the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy, a martial arts genius, Ji Xiaoman. If you are a student here, you should respectfully call me senior sister. Ji Xiaoman lazily put one hand on her waist, took out a small dried fish, threw it into her mouth and chewed it slowly. Hear Ji Xiaoman's self-introduction. All the soul masters started talking at once. Senior sister? A disciple of the Martial Arts Academy? The disciple of the teacher in our building. I haven't even seen him before, and this girl is actually his disciple. But he does look very strong. Tang San looked at Ji Xiaoman quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Is it the elusive dean of the Martial Arts Academy? Davis asked with interest. The soul force field of the martial arts building is completely different from the dream field of the magic building next door. Therefore, there must be a powerful soul master here. However, this powerful soul master did not show his face. In other words, these people are not worthy of the other party showing their faces. They can only guess the teaching level of the Martial Arts Academy through the dean's strongest disciple. Oh! A top student from Jixia Academy. Yan became more and more angry and laughed ferociously. Before, he was still upset about the fact that the Spirit Hall's classics were secretly learned. I didn't expect to meet such a veteran student of the Jixia Academy. He didn't dare to vent his anger to the powerful teacher. But the fighting building here didn't have any fighting restrictions, so what was he afraid of? Call! The scorching flames turned into armor and wrapped him up completely. 2 yellow and 2 purple, 4 soul rings lit up around him. Yan, Level 47 Battle Soul Sect, Martial Soul, Flame Lord. The powerful aura of the Soul Master radiated along with the flames. Oh my god! Such a young Soul Master! Yezhaikia widened his eyes in surprise. He, the team leader, is only at the Soul King level. I didn't expect that Yan, who is so young, actually has the strength of a Soul Sect. The other Soul Masters who were watching were also shocked by Yan's level and Soul Ring. Most of them are Soul Masters with mediocre talents, and it is rare for them to reach the Soul Master level after a lifetime of hard work. Yan is so young, yet he has such talent. This person is extremely talented. I wonder which academy sent him from. Davis pondered for a moment. Such a genius could definitely not be a casual cultivator. Fire attribute martial soul, could it be Blazing Fire Academy? Several green-haired students from the Botanical College were all frightened back by Yan's aura. Being of similar age, they only have the strength of the third ring at most. Not all 7 of them can be Yan's opponent. Even Zhao Wuji, the teacher leading the Shrek Academy who was always arrogant, was surprised. He's really a monster that's no less capable than the 7 of you. He originally thought that the 7 students he taught were already evil enough. I didn't expect to meet other talented Soul Masters. It looks like this top student from the Martial Arts Academy is going to get beaten. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms and watched the fight quietly. They have seen too many kinds of Soul Masters in the Jixia Academy. Ji Xiaoman looked at his age, who was not much different from Yan, and estimated that he was at most a second-ring Great Soul Master. This is almost unnecessary to watch. I let you sneak attack before, now you have no chance. Prepare to face my wrath. Yan strode towards Ji Xiaoman. Third soul skill, Granite. A layer of black and red high-temperature lava attached to the body. Make the already strong body even bigger, wherever you step, the ground will burst into fire. The fist as big as a sandbag, carrying burning flames and hard lava, smashed towards Ji Xiaoman fiercely and domineeringly. Ji Xiaoman did not activate his martial soul, and his soul power was gathered at his feet. He casually did a half somersault backwards to avoid the punch. He supported himself on the ground with one hand and used his wrist to exert force. His whole body was like a bent spring, and then suddenly straightened. One leg kicked back towards Yan's chin. Her speed was so fast that even Yan had no time to resist. Bang! Another solid kick. Yan flew backwards again. Click! In mid-air, the layer of hard lava attached to Yan's body surface shattered into pieces. His face was deformed by the kick. Then he fell heavily to the ground. After suffering 2 huge blows in succession, his breathing became disordered. I'll give you 2 hands, okay? Ji Xiaoman clapped his hands and shrugged lazily. How is this possible? Yan climbed up in pain. His eyes also began to become confused. The previous kick was a careless one. But he was fully prepared for this kick. He couldn't understand why Ji Xiaoman didn't activate his martial arts spirit. His soul skills were broken with just some martial arts, and beat him like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Martial Arts has no fixed pattern, and so does life. Genius Soul Master. Xiaowu Worship. Chapter 48, Martial Arts has no fixed pattern, and so does life. Genius Soul Master. Xiaowu worships him. Xiaoyu and Hulina stared in amazement at Yan, who was kicked away. Looks of doubt and shock hung over everyone. This is the 4-ring soul sect. Looking across the entire Jixia Academy, there are few soul masters stronger than him. It can be said that he has no rivals among his peers. It's so fake. Yan was defeated by a spirit master of the same age? Am I still dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Xiaoyu reached out and pinched his thigh hard. Hiss, pain, not a dream. This is the martial arts building, not the magic building. This place is not covered by the dream at all. Hulina stared at Ji Xiaoman, her charming eyes seemed to see through her. How could anyone of their age be able to defeat the 3 of them, and it was a crushing defeat. They are geniuses that the spirit hall has vigorously cultivated. All these years of pride were shattered by Ji Xiaoman at this moment. They were unwilling to give in, and the arrogance of genius made them want to fight. The soul masters who were watching didn't notice Hulina and the other two. They all looked at Ji Xiaoman and exclaimed in amazement. The number one disciple of the Martial Arts Academy is so terrifying. Is this our senior sister? She's so cool. I thought there were no geniuses in our Jixia Academy, but I didn't expect that my senior sister is so amazing. So cool and strong, he's definitely my idol. The soul masters of the Jixia Academy felt a surge of pride from the bottom of their hearts. Be proud of being in the Jixia Academy. Instead, there is a heartfelt sense of belonging. There is no one who doesn't yearn to be strong. That's quite impressive, Ji Xiaoman. Perhaps you'll be the next powerful person famous throughout the continent. Davis took a deep breath and was full of fear towards Ji Xiaoman. Being the same age, he and Yan could only tie at best. But Ji Xiaoman can crush Yan. The Chang'an Empire is hidden too deeply. If they hadn't come to visit and inspect, they would have probably missed out on a rising genius. Perhaps, Li Xian and his people also became stronger in this way. Zhu Ziyun thought of some powerful existence, and her voice trembled a little. Some powerful people who have never appeared before can appear one after another, amazed everyone. I'm afraid he came from the Jixia Academy. This conjecture was thought of at the same time by almost all the forces that came to investigate. She uses her feet just like me. Xiao Wu looked at Ji Xiaoman as if she were an idol, her eyes full of light. Both are melee soul masters, and both use kicking. Ji Xiaoman's strength surpasses hers by more than a little bit. If she also entered martial arts training, she glanced at Tang San secretly, then sighed and gave up. There are always people better than you. Zhao Wuji was shocked from the bottom of his heart. We have already experienced the differences of the Jixia Academy. Perhaps, it really has the ability to mass-produce powerful soul masters. Ning Rongrong thought. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect could enter the Jixia Academy to practice, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate a large number of strong people? Make the sect strong quickly, but she quickly rejected this idea. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is a sect of the Tiandu Empire. The Tiandu Empire and the Chang'an Empire are mortal enemies. As long as Tiandu survives, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will not be able to enter the Jixia Academy to practice. Everyone is shocked at Ji Xiaoman's powerful strength. Xiaoyu and Hulina, who had been standing, moved. The two of them released their martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time. They are all 4-ring soul masters. And they are all the best soul ring configurations, 2 yellow and 2 purple. A thick red fog spread in the corridor, forming an area similar to a field, enveloped Ji Xiaoman. In the red mist, one can vaguely see a strange person with long flowing hair, a slender figure, and an androgynous figure. Martial soul fusion skills. Demonic. Everyone was shocked again. There are masters too. A martial soul fusion technique released by a soul master with 2 perfect soul ring configurations. I'm afraid even if the Soul Emperor comes, these two can fight him. Everyone retreated in horror, trying to avoid the red fog. I don't want to be affected by this horrific battle. Zhao Wuji wanted to investigate the situation inside the red fog, but the result shocked him. I am a soul saint, but I can't even detect the situation in the red fog. Tang San's pupils emitted a golden light that directly penetrated the fog. Purple demonic eyes. If these guys are the opponents we might encounter in this Soul Master competition, then I have to take a good look at their strength. He would be happy to watch these people fight each other, so that he could get to know these powerful opponents better. Prepare for the future Soul Master competition. In the fog, another extremely powerful aura rose up. 5th soul skill, 2nd stage, 2nd form. Ji Xiaoman's agile body flipped and jumped. Then he quickly moved behind the demon and kicked the demon in the waist with great force. Bang! A huge soul power fluctuation sounded. Click! There seemed to be a sound of something being kicked and broken, then the fog dissipated visibly. Two slender figures flew rapidly to the other end of the corridor. Then their faces slammed hard against the wall of the corridor, his face was squeezed and deformed, and only then did he stop being kicked away. What? He broke the martial soul fusion skills of two soul masters with one kick. Davis looked in horror at the two people being kicked away. He and Zhu Ziyun are also soul sect masters, and they also have the skill of fusing martial souls. But if a fight breaks out with Ji Xiaoman, it will probably just be a one-kick deal. Fifth soul skill? Could it be that she has already reached the level of Soul King? Zhao Wuji looked at Ji Xiaoman as if she were a monster. This seemingly lazy girl is actually the Soul King. For a moment, everyone was shocked. I forgot to tell you, my level is level 71, Soul Saint. Ji Xiaoman stretched and yawned. The battle just now was just a warm-up for her. Damn. Cough cough. Soul Saint. Yan covered his face, coughing madly, his body shaking uncontrollably. What is this? At this age, their highest level is Soul Sect, but the opponent's strength has reached Soul Saint. Is that human being? They also thought that the Jixia Academy could not recruit talented disciples. In the next Soul Master competition, we can severely humiliate the Jixia Academy, but it turned out that the person on the other side had already reached the level of Soul Saint at such a young age. Not to mention 3, Ji Xiaoman alone is enough to beat their entire team. What kind of perverted monster is this? Zhao Wuji's eyes almost popped out. I originally thought that the 7 little monsters in my family were perverted enough. I didn't expect that there are people more perverted than Tang San and the other 7. This doesn't make sense at all. Tang San shouted in annoyance. Compared with Ji Xiaoman, the talent he was proud of was just rotten cabbage. How could he tolerate someone being more powerful than himself? There is no fixed pattern in martial arts, and the same is true for life. Ji Xiaoman put his hands in his pockets, with the temperament of a strong man, making people fascinated by the martial arts academy. And the most excited one is Xiao Wu. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, If there is no master, the world will be dark forever. Martial Arts Teaching. Davis's S. Chapter 49, If there is no master, the world will be dark forever. Martial Arts Teaching. Davis is shocked. Ji Xiaoman beat Hulina and the other 2 into a miserable state with just a few casual strikes. Yan was beaten to the point of doubting his life, but his resentment towards the Jixia Academy had not yet been eliminated. Because this battle was too embarrassing for them. Although others don't know that they are the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. But I will definitely appear in front of people in the future. Today's dark history can't be erased, especially now that he's been beaten like this. It'll take a lot of time just to recover. I don't know how much of his practice time will be wasted. The space suddenly began to ripple. It seemed as if some powerful aura was descending. But no one was seen. Only a powerful force was poured into the bodies of the 3 people who were knocked down. For an instant, Hulina, who was beaten so hard that her eyes were dizzy and she fell to the ground, suddenly felt a bright light illuminating the darkness before her eyes. If heaven does not give birth to a master, eternity will be like a long night. The image of an old man with white hair and beard and a kind face flashed through her mind in an instant. The deep and mysterious sound penetrates time and space, like the sound of nature whispering in your ears. The old man pointed at her forehead, and a gentle stream of light slowly sank into her mind. You are the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Hulina exclaimed. The old man's figure had long disappeared. Only an extremely mysterious memory is left. The energy instantly healed her injuries, making her heavy body light again. My injury is healed. Hulina touched her face and got up again. Looking at the fiery gazes of the surrounding soul masters, she felt a little ashamed. The only thing I can be thankful for is that no one recognizes me now. The stream of light not only healed her injuries, but also left a very short message in her mind. That was some guidance for her in martial arts. Although there is only one sentence. But just practice according to the old man's instructions. Her melee soul skills can be greatly improved. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. She bowed deeply. She was not a disciple of the Jixia Academy, but the old man was still generous in giving her advice and guidance. I'm afraid it's hard to repay such a kindness. Xiaoyu and Yan also climbed up one after another. There was something odd in the expressions of both of them. Obviously they all received guidance from the old man. Ji Ziomen has already walked away. The soul masters who were watching gradually dispersed and went on to practice on their own. Only the soul masters who came to visit felt waves of fear in their hearts. The strength of the dean of the martial arts academy is probably not inferior to that of the dean next door, Zhuangzhou. Xiaoyu spoke heavily. He was sure that it had been since they entered the martial arts academy. The master has been paying attention to everyone here. After using melee soul skills to fight, he also received guidance from the master. Although I don't know why the old man from the martial arts academy is so generous. But now he has thoroughly witnessed most of the strength of the Jixia Academy. That is a teaching resource that even the Spirit Hall cannot match. Two extremely capable teachers are in charge here. The strength of the soul masters of the Chang'an Empire will inevitably grow rapidly. It is estimated that within a few decades, the strength of the spirit masters in the Chang'an Empire may catch up with the Spirit Hall. We have almost finished our tour, and it is time for us to leave. Hulina walked away. The Shrek people just stared blankly at the seriously injured Hulina and the other two leaving. After a long while, Oscar finally spoke to break the silence. What happened? Their injuries healed instantly. The one who took action is the martial arts dean and master that Ji Ziomen mentioned. Zhao Wuji looked around. But I couldn't find the master anywhere. His favorite disciple Ji Ziomen is so amazing, he must be extremely amazing too. Xiao Wu clasped her hands together, stars twinkling in her eyes, full of admiration and respect for the teacher whom she had never met before. He must be very powerful. He is probably stronger than ordinary titled Douluo. Zhao Wuji retracted his gaze and nodded seriously. This visit really broadened his horizons. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were both extremely shaken at this moment. They were really attracted by the Jixia Academy. It was not only the excellent teaching environment of the Jixia Academy that motivated them to take action. The most important thing is that they are fighting to the death with Davis and Zhu Ziyun. Shrek Academy definitely cannot protect the two of them, and behind the Jixia Academy was the Chang'an Empire. The strength of the Chang'an Empire can definitely protect them both. Now that we're done with the tour, let's go back quickly. Zhao Wuji noticed that there was something wrong with the students' expressions. Immediately urged the Shrek people to leave. If we leave too late, it will be questionable whether we can bring the team back intact. Even several talented boys and girls from Shrek were very moved. Without exception, all the soul masters who came to visit asked to stay and join the Jixia Academy. Even some soul master students from other academies have considered changing schools. After all, the Jixia Academy accepted everyone. How many soul masters can resist such a huge temptation? The young soul masters from the Botanical College and Kanghui College all looked at Shui Bing'er with envy. Originally they thought that Shui Bing'er being captured was a pitiful thing. Now, they realized that they were wrong. Shui Bing'er and the other 7 left their original group of students in a guilt-free manner and successfully joined the Chang'an Empire. As the Xingluo team walked out, they observed the reactions of other soul masters. I'm afraid the whole continent will be in an uproar in the future. All soul masters will be proud to study in the Jixia Academy. Davis thought briefly and understood why the Chang'an Empire allowed soul masters like them to visit freely. Most of the people who come here to visit are from forces with soul master background. A casual visit can attract soul masters from other places to stay. At the same time, it can also allow these visitors to return to their own colleges or the forces behind them and spread the news. They are the living advertisements of the Jixia Academy. After this visit, I wonder how many soul masters this will attract to join the Jixia Academy. He could already foresee the near future. The Jixia Academy will become an existence comparable to the Soul Master's holy land, Wuhan City. It can even surpass Wuhan City. We have to go back quickly and report this to His Majesty so that His Majesty can impose sanctions on the Chang'an Empire. Zhu Ziyun said with a serious expression. Xue Luoquan is so capable. Under his planning, the Chang'an Empire has shown great potential, if the Chang'an Empire is allowed to develop. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Chang'an Empire develops to a terrifying level. This is not what they want to see. The Xingluo people left quickly. It's not just them. The visiting delegations sent by various forces, openly or secretly, after the visit. Everyone left with heavy feelings. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Strength of Jixia Academy. Ning Fengzi is shocked. Bibi Dong is terrified. Chapter 50, The Strength of Jixia Academy. Ning Fengzi is shocked. Bibi Dong is terrified. After half a month of recruiting soul masters, the Jixia Academy. It is gradually returning to stability. However, the teaching environment in the Jixia Academy once again caused an uproar across the entire continent, especially the various Soul Master Academies and several major forces. Wuhan City. What? Zhuangzhou stole all the classics from the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's angry voice echoed throughout the entire Pope's palace. She listened carefully to the reports from Hulina and the other two. Plus some information sent back by other spies. I have basically mastered the contents of the Jixia Academy. The teaching content of the magic school of the Jixia Academy was actually secretly learned from the Spirit Hall. How could she bear this? It's really damn wrong. All the accumulation of Spirit Hall over the years has turned into someone else's wedding dress. Bibi Dong kept pounding the floor with her jeweled scepter. The vibrating sound was like the dull roar of an impotent and furious beast. Hulina and the other two stood straight. No one wants to see such a thing. He shouldn't have discovered anything else, right? Bibi Dong's voice suddenly became much lower, and her eyes became as sharp as an eagle. No, even the 100,000-year soul beasts and some special soul beast immortal herbs were not simulated in the dream. It seems that his strength is also limited. Hulina reported truthfully. Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her Rakshasa god was not spied on. It seems that Jian Rongxiu's identity was exposed, most likely because of Zhuangzhou's dream. There were many things that couldn't be explained. After she heard about the Jixia Academy, she seemed to have found the reason. But this wasn't the only thing giving her a headache. The dream that increases the speed of cultivation, and the mysterious and powerful young soul master. Even the three of you were easily defeated by Ji Xiaoman, so I don't think it's necessary to hold this year's Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Bibi Dong rubbed her eyebrows. Originally, he wanted to use the Soul Master competition to humiliate the Chang'an Empire and consolidate the reputation of the Spirit Hall. But the appearance of Ji Xiaoman made her completely give up this idea. If things really continue like this, the Spirit Hall will bring disgrace upon itself. Your Holiness, the Elite Soul Master Academy competition has always been conducted according to the rules. If it is not held, it will probably cause dissatisfaction among many academies. Zhu Douluo said. The Soul Master competition can bring great benefits to the Soul Master Academy. Many Soul Master Academies hope to become famous in the Soul Master competition. If the event is suddenly stopped, it will easily cause dissatisfaction among the Soul Master Academy. Bibi Dong waved her hand to interrupt Zhu Douluo's words. What are you afraid of? The situation among countries is tense right now. The 5 major elemental academies have been beaten into this state, and the Tiandu Empire has fallen into chaos. Is there any Soul Master Academy with a say that can oppose it? Then, she looked at Hulina and the other two. With a raise of his hand, 3 soul bones containing powerful soul power floated above the palm of his hand. I took it upon myself to give you 3 soul bones to help you 3 practice quickly and strive to contribute to the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. The continent is about to change. Originally, many elders of the Spirit Hall were opposed to directly bestowing such precious spirit bones. It is required to be used to reward the champion team in the Soul Master competition. But Bibi Dong was well aware of the potential of the Chang'an Empire and cancelled the Soul Master competition. The 3 soul bones were directly given to Hulina and the other 2. This operation has caused dissatisfaction among many people, but they were shocked by Bibi Dong's strong pressure. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures should be used. Tiandu Empire, Kai Bao Glazed Sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is the second largest sect among the top 3 sects. In addition to being praised as the strongest auxiliary sect, it is also known as the richest sect. It is no exaggeration to say that he is rich enough to rival a country. The sect's architecture is also majestic, and the towering main tower in the shape of a 7-treasure glazed tower symbolizes its unshakable authority. In the meeting hall, Ning Fengzi looked at the letter sent by Ning Rongrong, just sitting quietly on the stool, like a sculpture. Afterwards, he became more and more agitated until he could no longer hold it in. He subconsciously blurted out 2 words, "Fuck." "What's wrong, Fengzi? It seems like you got some incredible information." Gu Rong's hoarse voice sounded in his ears like leaves blown by the wind. Ning Fengzi closed the envelope and took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Rong suggested to me that the teaching environment of Jixia Academy is very good, and it would be even better if we could send the Sex Soul Masters to practice there. The expressions of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo became much strange. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has also been implicated because of Jian Rongxiu's identity. I'm afraid it's not a good time to take any action at this time. Everyone knows the conflict between the Chang'an Empire and the Tiandu Empire. What's more, Ning Fengzi was once a teacher of Shueqing He. Jian Rongxiu's identity was exposed, and Ning Fengzi and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect were greatly affected in the Tiandu Empire. Now they can't even enter the Tiandu Palace. At such a tense time, sending soul masters to the Jixia Academy to practice, isn't this naked treason? She told me a lot about the great things about the Jixia Academy. Ning Fengzi handed the envelope to the 2 of them. The 2 titled Douluo's expressions grew heavier the more they looked at it. This is a good suggestion. We can indeed consider it, but not now. After reading it, Jian Douluo transmitted the voice into Ning Fengzi's ears through his soul power. I understand what you mean. Ning Fengzi's voice became much softer. The Tiandu Empire is about to fall. The Chang'an Empire is rising. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect also needs to find a way out for itself. Xingluo Imperial Capital. Davis vividly described to Emperor Xingluo and his ministers what he saw and heard at the Jixia Academy. The more the ministers listened, the more outrageous they found it, and more people began to discuss it, until the entire court began to riot. How could this be? What happened to the fact that you didn't have any background as a soul master? Can you still steal things from the Spirit Hall? This is secondary. Zhuangzhou's dream is truly heaven-defying. I originally thought that the Jixia Academy was nothing to be afraid of, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Sanctions must be imposed. Otherwise, Chang'an will be able to raise an army of spirit masters in no time. Emperor Xingluo looked around the hall and asked, "Who among you will lead the troops to attack the Chang'an Empire?" The noisy hall suddenly became quiet. Emperor Xingluo saw that no one was going to the battle, so he continued, "Military sanctions are not advisable, otherwise the Xingluo Empire will be seriously damaged and the Spirit Hall or the Tiandu Empire will take advantage of it. We can only impose economic sanctions and prohibit trade between the 2 countries. Isn't the Tiandu Empire trying to win over the surrounding small countries to impose a blockade on it? Let us join in." This proposal was instantly agreed upon by everyone. The mainland is in turmoil again. And this time the target is All forces are heading straight for the Chong'an Empire. They were terrified because of the strength demonstrated by the Jixia Academy. End of this chapter.